Good morning, everyone. My name is Dylan Gentlecore, and I am the faculty sponsor and creator of Carmel Esports, and I'm here today to bring you the first ever Greyhound Battlegrounds. This is our spring 2020 tournament. We're calling it that because we plan on having many more, but today is the beginning of something new, something special, and we are here with you with a ton of action. We have 4 titles for this battleground. The first is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and we will be starting that real soon, getting the players going in their brackets and moving on to League of Legends at noon, and then ping-ponging back and forth after that. So I'll be back with you in just a moment with the beginning of our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate bracket. Thanks for being here. All right, everyone. Well, we are here waiting for our first match to get started live on stream here. We have two Greyhounds taking to the arena themselves. Senior Red Blade 21, also known in real life as Mitchell Urban, and his opponent today, sophomore Daphne Peterson, aka Fox Flyer. So with me, I have Jack Sibbett. Do you want to go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi, I'm a sophomore at Carmel High School. I recently joined the club, and I've been having a great time here.
That's awesome, Jack. So, Jack, you've played against both of these players a number of times this year. What do you think about this matchup? Who would you give the favor to?
I think I'm gonna have to give it to Foxfire just because she's won like several really high tournaments, like Manchester. However, I think it could get pretty close because Mitchell is a really great player, and he does. I think he's got better in the matchup just because he plays a character that favors the matchup. So I think these games are going to be really close.
All right, awesome. I think you're right on the money there. Daphne has done extremely well, and Mitchell, he came into the club about halfway through the year. I had him in class, and I know he was super excited to give this a shot, and now he's here busting out the Dark Toon Link.
Yeah, I think Toon Link is definitely the right choice for this matchup just because Bowser's such a big and heavy character, and you can really like slow Bowser down by just trying to throw projectiles at him, which is Toon Link is really good for. I think he does have to be careful though, because like one mess up against Bowser is definitely going to do a lot of damage to him, just because Bowser's a really powerful character. Although he's doing a really great job keeping Bowser away and keeping projectiles out, making sure to get hits as soon as there's an opening. But Bowser just does so much damage to him. So right now, Bowser is just kind of taking the ground, making sure he can't get down. I do think he does need to keep playing like this, where he's just trying to camp out Bowser with projectiles, but there goes the first stock. He's got to really hurry up and take a stock here, but Toon Link does have some good kill power with his smash attack, so I do think it's possible for him to get an early kill here. Although Bowser doesn't die until really late percents, so he's just got to be careful, make sure he doesn't get hit by too many moves.
Yeah, I think Toon Link's really got to be opportunistic about this one. Daphne is definitely what you would call a Bowser one trick, and once you get that grab, there's really no way around it. She is going to pull that one every single time.
Yeah, and it's such a big move, and it comes out fairly early, so it's really hard to avoid. And there goes the second stock. Mitchell was not able to take a whole lot of percent, only 35, so he's really got to be careful, try and get an early kill here, but taking too much damage now might just be too much for him. And, oh, is that it? Alright.
That is
well, looks like
it.
We got a 3-stock our first game.
And Mitchell trying to maybe bust out a specific Daphne counter there. Not sure the Toon Link worked out too well for him. We'll have to see if he goes towards something more tried and true for this next one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he switches to Roy. I know he also plays Roy and Cloud a lot, and I think they're both also pretty good characters against Bowser, so we'll just have to see if he decides to stay. Oh, but it looks like they're both switching. I'm not sure if I would want to switch if I was Daphne, but we'll have to see. I'm not sure who she's going to play.
Yeah, traditional wisdom tells me if you just won on something, make your opponent force you to switch, right? If she's not losing on Bowser, I wouldn't necessarily show my hand and switch off of Bowser.
Oh, It looks like they're both just switching characters or stages right now instead of switching characters.
Okay, a little change of scenery.
So I guess they're
For this
just
next
counter picking right now. Looks like they're going, yeah, I was right. Roy versus Bowser, which I do think Roy has a bit of an edge on this matchup as long as he can secure the kill really early, because Roy has a lot of kill power. However, if Bowser gets in your face, you can't really do anything about that. So you've just got to be really careful as Roy.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. Hopefully it's a little better than the last one. So far, though, getting the grab once again, but he's able to get off a bit of a counter there.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job here at the ledge, just keeping her trapped at the edge, but there's another grab. He's got to really be careful and try and avoid those, because they'll kill at about 100%, which he's getting really close to right now, and they do a decent amount of damage too. But that F smash honestly might have killed if he had done it faster, but there's another F smash. I do think they're both playing a bit more reckless this match, I think, going for more, they're going for a lot more smash attacks. It looks like they're just trying to get the kill really early, both of them, and that's going to be it. Yeah, I think that grab is a really hard move to dodge, so he just needs to be careful, because, I mean, if you take too much damage against Bowser, you'll die to pretty much all of his moves.
Yeah, and that grab is, once again, Daphne's bread and butter on this fighter. It just seems like she has that down. She knows her windows of opportunity and lands that very consistently.
Yeah, I'd agree, and especially because, like, I mean, she's played Bowser since for a very long time now, and you've got to know the timing for the grab, when characters are vulnerable, really well. And I think that just makes it all the more easier to just keep using that grab, especially on a stage like Battlefield where we've got a high platform and that can just kill way earlier if she lands up there.
Yeah, the two-tiered platform stages definitely advantageous for her. Now, Mitchell just looking to get off one front smash.
Ooh.
There, a little bit more aggressive
That was
off the stage.
Yeah, I think he does need to play somewhat aggressive, but if he plays too aggressive, he's just going to keep falling into Bowser's moves, and that can be really bad for him. Like that, he tried to roll there to get up, but Bowser's Flame catches a lot of options. So he's got to play this really carefully, because he's going to die to almost any of Bowser's moves, really, at this percent.
Yeah, particularly lethal. It seems like...
Ooh, and there's the down smash. So
down smash off stage. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Looks like Bowser's gonna take this one. He did a little bit better that time, I think, at playing a bit more careful. However, I think towards the end he was just looking for an early kill, and I think that's what led to him losing, because he kept falling into some of Bowser's moves, and I think he could have done a little bit better on trying to play a bit more safe and consistently.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We'll see then Daphne move on in the bracket, and Red Blade 21, Mitchell Urban, go ahead and move down to the losers bracket. That means Daphne will be playing up against your former 2v2 partner, Z-Man872. What do you think about that matchup? That one's also happened quite a few times in E137 over the past year.
Well, they actually played last night in IGL, and I know Z-Man lost that match. Although he did take a game, it went 3-1, and I think this is going to be a lot longer of a match, mostly because he's been playing Snake a lot recently, because I think Snake is just a good character online and just in general, especially against Bowser, because of the projectiles he has. He can keep Bowser away, which is how you beat Bowser. So I think it's going to be a lot more of an even match, and I don't know who will win it. I'm think I'm going to give the edge, though, to Daphne just because she did win the IGL match last night.
All right, well, you heard it. Daphne, aka Foxflyer, she's looking to make a deep run in another Indiana tournament. Not a surprise coming from that player. Looking forward to seeing how this pans out. Well, Jack, good luck on your match. Your opponent has been seeded. We should be getting in the round 2 very shortly. We're going to go ahead and take a break and set up the next lobby, everyone. So thank you, and see you in just a moment.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, and we're back with another round of action. This time we have ya boy Paul against another CHS hopeful in this tournament, Cage 12. So in this matchup, expect Cage 12 to, of course, hit us with his classic Game & Watch. Not only a classic Nintendo character, but his one-trick fighter. We have a lot of CHS players who specialize in a few fighters. Of course, a lot of Smash players do that. It's the best way to go for consistency, right? You learn the matchup. It cuts down on variables. The way the game works, you want to look at, if you learn one character, then you have to learn the matchup for all the other characters in the game, right? The second you add a second character to your roster, you're looking at doubling that matchup scenario. So right now we're going to see Game & Watch, and it looks like we're going to be against Donkey Kong. We'll have to see what your boy Paul throws out at us. Looking at the previous round, your boy Paul was the winner of a DQ, so a little bit of a wild card here. Just let him know that we are good to go to get this match started. Oh, your boy Paul with the Bowser. Once again, Foxflyer is a prominent member of our club, so we have a lot of experience in general versus Bowser. We'll have to see if all of that comes into play for Cage 12 today. All right, getting off some good initial damage, keeping his space. Fortunately for Cage 12, he is on a single platform stage that, unlike the previous stage we saw Daphne on, he's not going to be as vulnerable to those grabs. He is darting around the field and keeping his distance, using a lot of his up B to get some good percent on Bowser. Now the real trick is going to see if he can be landing that smash attack in order to get the ring out here. Game & Watch not the best at killing once he gets them to a good percent. Now he is definitely in lethal percent for any of Bowser's attacks. Once again, staying to that edge, throwing some sausage out, just chilling, waiting for the opportunistic moment to strike. He is going to definitely rattle up a high percentage on this Bowser, but not going to be able to get that ring out. Going off the stage a little bit, making the move forward, but your boy Paul playing this very well. This must be an extremely frustrating match. He is all over the place, but he knows if he can just land that one attack, not quite there, the down B, and Cage able to get the smash off right there. But your boy Paul returns it with interest, and now we're going to see what happens here. Pretty much a hard reset, but Cage going back to his strategy of just being an annoyance all over the map. Taking some opportunities here once again to just rack up that percentage without much in return. Game & Watch, not a long-range camper, but very much a spammer of those little abilities that you can't really match, right? Throwing out the bomb, throwing out the sausage. We see the command grab there. That's a move we saw Foxflyer implement to great success in the previous match, but at 12%, that's not really going to kill. But we're starting to see Bowser get to a point where if Cage 12 lands one good attack, he is going to go flying. I think they're both starting to play it a little bit safe here. No one wants to drop this first match. Cage 12 knows if he takes another 20% of damage or so, he's going to be at that lethal point. Oh, that might be enough, but your boy Paul is getting dangerously high here. And Cage 12 just right on cue. Caster curse for your boy Paul there. Hitting the smash, getting him out of there. And let's see if your boy Paul is able to even this up. Bowser can kill at a very low percent. There we go. Got him over 100. That is definitely within kill range. And Cage12 has to keep playing this the way he's played it out before. He has the winning recipe. He knows all he needs to do is take a stock before your boy Paul takes his. But they are staying pretty even on percent so far. Has your boy Paul figured out this matchup? Shielding the sausage. Little slide attack there. Cage getting aggressive, knowing he needs to capitalize on the small lead, but getting spiked. Your boy Paul, you can never count Bowser out. He can kill at such a low percent. Unfortunate for Mr. Game & Watch there. He's going to go down in our first match. We're going to go ahead and do another round of stage selection, it looks like, before getting back into this one. Now, big takeaways from that previous match, right? We have to look at the way Game & Watch played that out extremely well for the first two stocks, and then a bit of desperation kicked in. I think he was in a position where he would have liked to have held on to that second stock just a little bit longer to give himself some breathing room, and then once he realized it was even stock from there on out, and that he is at the severe disadvantage in terms of lethal percent, he played a little bit too recklessly. I would have liked to have seen him keep going back to the winning recipe he had established in the first two stocks. We'll see what happens here. I would be surprised if Cage12 switches, and I would also be shocked if your boy Paul moves away from that Bowser. Once again, Cage12 is in the position where he has to prove to your boy Paul the Bowser isn't going to work. Okay, they are sticking with the same picks as we move on. Same map, same picks. Let's see how this plays out. Here, your boy Paul clearly taking the lessons learned from those first three stocks and just racking up the percent on Game & Watch. Cage12 not able to play around all over the map, be the menace that he was in the previous matchup. And he is already definitely at that lethal percent. We'll see the sausage coming out there. What is he cooking up this morning? Not able to get the hammer down. Command grab. Almost kills. Very surprising that it didn't, but Game & Watch recovery is pretty great there. Coming in with a little trampoline. And hopefully Cage can try and keep his distance here, you know, play around like he's doing with the sausage, play around with his food there, and able to edge guard versus Bowser very well. But immediately, once again, we're seeing this pattern. Cage strikes first, your boy Paul strikes second, and swiftly. This does bode well for Cage. If he can keep doing that, he needs to make sure when he gets to the third stock, he doesn't change up the game plan. Okay, Game & Watch giving him the chair, but your boy Paul not having any of it, looking for a carefully timed smash. Oh, not wanting to do the air dodges like that. That's pretty much always leaves you vulnerable. You know, gives yourself an opening. Little down smash action there from Game & Watch, but your boy Paul with the spike. Cage12 had blood in his eyes. He thought he saw the moment of weakness. He did not. He really has to be careful there. He's got one stock before he drops down to the loser bracket. The command grab from your boy Paul, making it difficult for him. And Cage 12 knows he's so close to getting that second stock. There we go, the down smash. Can he equalize this? He is pretty much already at kill percent. Your boy Paul needs just one command grab at this point. 75% can definitely kill. Cage has to play swift, play around the map, try and keep his distance, use his mobility. But your boy Paul not having any of it. Command grab on top of the platform, not going to kill. Cage 12 makes a great recovery as he holds on for dear life here. Oh, you hate to see it though. Cage 12 gets Goomba stomped down to the losers bracket. Satcham's your boy Paul moving on to round 3. Fantastic job. What a fight. I'm ready to see the next one. We'll try and have a lobby up for you guys real soon, so please stick around. All right, hey everyone, and welcome back. We're here with another Carmel v Carmel matchup, and for this one, I've got a couple of guest casters. So let me go ahead and introduce you to two of our guest casters live on the stream right now. We've got freshman Andrew Hillsman and
hello,
sophomore Jack Sivitt. You're a sophomore, Jack, right? Yeah. So you're gonna be a junior this upcoming year. But yeah, for this matchup, let me change our titles here because we have Marshadow, who is a longtime IGL player, been with Carmel Esport since the beginning of the club last year. And then we've got Refraction, also popular in the IGL circuit, been getting around in the local scene. What do you think about this matchup, guys?
I think this is actually a very even matchup, and I've seen both players actually beat each other before. So I think these games are going to be really long, and they're going to be really intense. I don't know who would actually give an edge to here.
Yeah, this is an interesting match. I know both of these guys. They are very, very talented Smash players, but yeah, this one's going to be interesting to watch. The screen is dark, by the way. There we go.
Yeah, they're both playing really passive right now. Yep. It looks like I mean, they're both kind of afraid to approach each other. It looks like
I think they both know their combo game. Rosalina's getting some hits there.
Yeah, I think they both are trying to play really safe because they know if they mess up against each other, the other one is going to
punished hard because they're both good. Now Marshadow's getting some real damage done, but Refraction will counter that.
Yeah, I do think he's doing a really good job waiting for him to make a move and then going in there and doing his combos, which he's practiced a lot. He's got them nailed down.
Absolutely.
But,
I mean, the Rosalina and Luma is not a character you see quite common, but he's quite good with it.
Yeah, I think Rosalina and Luma can be a really scary character if you don't know what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Just because, I mean, Luma can
There's a lot
hit
of
you
damage there
from the other side of the stage, so you have to be really careful. But on the other hand, I think William also needs to be really careful, mostly because, you know, if he messes up a move, a lot of Rosalina's moves can be really punished by Greninja.
Exactly.
And also just the general
Greninja's so quick. He's such a fast character. Like, you can't get another move off before he's put up a combo on you.
Yeah, I agree. And I think
they're
both players...
both in kill percentage. Luma goes down.
Yeah, I think that's really what Marshadow needs right here. Although that grab, that's a very strong grab. I'm surprised I didn't kill, actually. I think they both need to be really careful, though, because they've been even all game. And all it takes is one mess up for one of them to go down right now.
Absolutely.
I think what Marshadow should do is make sure he gets Luma out of the way, because Luma can edge guard him towards the bottom, which is what he's trying to do right now. However, I think Marshadow, he does know this matchup really well, so he's playing it carefully and making sure he doesn't get hit by Luma.
Both players are on kill percentage now. One good hit or one good combo are gonna kill them here.
Yeah, I think they're both gonna... Oh, and Refraction takes a stock.
Yeah, there's the good stock take there.
I think really what matters is how much extra credit he can get right here, because that can make or break a game. If he gets close to nothing, it could really mess him up later.
There's some. He's at 26 now.
I think Sam needs to make sure he doesn't get too desperate for a kill, and he just tries to play safe, because he's already at 42%.
Right, but at the same time, he's got to get that pick now. He's already at 56% and is still down a stock, so that's a real problem right there.
Yeah, although he took one right there.
There it is.
He's already at 63% though. It could be worse, but I think he needs to play this a lot more carefully.
Yeah,
I think he just tried to run in and get a kill at the end of the last stock, which can be really good and it can pay off, but I think he just has to be careful. Oh, and that Luma right there, Luma stage spiked him. That went really poorly for Sam. I think he countered the Luma, but the Luma still hit him.
Oh yeah.
So that's really unfortunate for him. So there's a really early stock there. I don't think he really could have done much of anything in that situation. I just think, you know, Rosalina is a very technical character, and how you lose Luma he can definitely do stage spikes and stuff like that to edge guard. So Sam's got to really try to take it back.
You're controlling almost two characters at once, and that's what makes Rosalina a difficult character to play as.
Yeah.
Very technical.
Oh, Sam does know his combo game. He went for a fair out there, which probably would have killed Rosalina at this percent. Greninja's
there's a good counter.
Sam's really good at getting some Greninja
Luma goes
combos.
down.
This might be Sam's chance to actually get in there now that Luma's gone.
Although he's taking some damage.
I think, well, he's doing pretty good considering that, you know, he got killed really early at the last stock, and he's still, you know, hanging in there. If I were him, though, I'd be a little bit more careful at the edge, recovering that way, because
as we've already seen in this match, Luma can just punish those edge retakes.
Yeah, and I think he just needs to make sure he's playing carefully just against Luma. Right now, he's getting edge guarded by Rosalina, and I mean, that's something Rosalina's specifically good at. Because, you know, she doesn't even have to be there to edge guard.
And her recovery game is absolutely amazing as well, so...
Yeah, Sam's kind of struggling to get a hit right now, and he's gonna get spiked off the edge.
There it is! Wow!
So, despite what it looks like, that was actually a very close match. I think Sam could definitely take this match, depending on the character he plays.
Absolutely.
I have a feeling that he's going to switch to Piranha Plant, because Sam and I are 2v2
been working
partners.
on the Piranha Plant?
Yeah, he and I have been playing 2v2, and I know he's really been working on Piranha Plant, and I also know he's a little worried William is a little worried of Piranha Plant because of our Manchester tournament, and Sam definitely knows that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually goes to switch to Plant, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
It looks like he's sticking Greninja, so maybe he's just not feeling Plant today, or he's feeling really confident in Greninja right now.
Yep.
Which I don't think is a bad thing.
Sam can be a little bullish sometimes about that.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I do think it could go either way still. I mean, even though William did two-stock him, Sam played really well, and I mean, he got killed really early from the Luma.
Yeah.
And I think he just needs to play more careful, and I also think the stage could play a lot into that. So I don't know if they are picking stages. This is through Smash.gg, so I think they are. So I think Sam should try and make sure he gets a stage where it's either harder for Rosalina to edgeguard him, or it gives Rosalina less room to space him out with Luma. For Greninja, I think the best stage for that would probably just be FD.
Yeah.
We'll have to see though.
Because Greninja likes to have that aerial, that air space where he can just do his thing.
I know Sam really likes going for some combos into fair.
Yeah.
So I think he can definitely take a game.
Absolutely.
I think he's just got to be careful and he needs to keep himself calm. But I could see this going either way. Both players are like really skilled, so it's kind of cool that we get to see a match like this super early on.
Yeah.
Hopefully this turns into a full best of 3 here in the winner's bracket for this one. Looking to have Marshadow take back a match so we can go to that final third one. We're getting started here, and it is the Piranha Plant versus
there it is.
Just want to point out, everyone, Greyhound Battlegrounds, this is what it's all about. It's a student-run production. We're having 2 students cast the show. These are Indiana High School Esports Network titles for today and the first half of tomorrow. The Indiana High School Esports Network is an esports league created by Indiana esports clubs for Indiana esports clubs with the support of the Indiana Army National Guard. And the Battlegrounds today is brought to you by Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker. Please talk to
Tucker. Oh no!
Oh wow!
Wow! And then Sam is gonna lose an early stock
there.
there.
To death.
That is not good.
I didn't quite see what happened. I just saw him going down. Did he SD at the bottom of the stage?
I think he did. Yes.
I'm kind of surprised he actually let William get the stage again, seeing as he just lost on it. So I don't know, maybe he really likes the stage and thinks that it's good for his matchup, but we'll have to see. I do think Sam can bring this back, but he's got to play really carefully, although he's already got 70%, so I think he's actually doing a really good job at trying to bring this back.
And Piranha Plant can do a lot of range damage with that,
Yeah, and especially now
that I don't have any of the DLC, so I don't play Piranha Plant.
I think it's called Patui, but I might be wrong. I don't play Piranha
is it his
Plant.
up B?
No, it's his neutral B.
I gotcha, okay.
And wow, that killed him at 60, I think.
Whoa, wow.
That was a really good parry from Refraction there. He's got to play this really carefully. I do think he's doing good at getting damage. It's just...
There's a kill.
Early kills are what's killing him right now.
Yep.
I mean, despite what this looks like, it's actually way more even than you'd think. Mostly because, I mean, these characters both have a lot of kill power.
Absolutely.
So I can't imagine... I mean... Marshadow's gotta be trying to keep his cool right now because, and he's doing a good job of it because he's doing a good job of like angling his spike ball and making sure that he, gets nice hits on Rosalina. Although if I were him, I think I'd be a bit more careful. He does like to jump a lot, which you might notice, and that's mostly because he plays Greninja. And I think that can be really bad for Plant. And William has definitely capitalized it with that parry.
Yep.
So I think he just needs to be a little more careful in the air, because he does try to play him like Greninja.
Right, and that's not how you play that character. I mean, that's not how that works.
Yeah.
So William's gonna get to higher percent here. He's in kill percentage, but so is Sam here. So this is gonna get interesting. And if you can see, Sam is still down a stock.
I think Sam needs to be really careful here.
Yep. Watch out for that Luma is what he really needs to do, because that can be deadly at the end of the stage.
Well, especially because even though like Luma is really small, he's got a surprising amount of kill power.
Yep.
Oh, and I think that up throw will kill. Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
So, honestly, I think he could bring this back.
He's got to play really careful. I mean, Rosalina's got a lot of power, so...
If he didn't SD at the beginning, or whatever happened there, I think he definitely would have been a lot closer.
Oh,
that back air is not it yet.
There it is. Yep. Oh, no kill
And
yet.
he's able to take out Luma, so I think this is really his chance to try and get as much
Yep.
damage as possible. But he's got to be
There's a
careful
little
because
bit
if
of a
he
combo
messes
there.
up, all of Rosalina's moves will probably kill him.
Absolutely.
Yep, just like that.
Now, there it is.
Refraction is taking this.
Yep.
So it looks like Refraction is moving on.
And those were two of CHS's best, Marshadow and Refraction. Happy to see what was, even though it'll go down in history as a 2-0 for Refraction, a very
It's closer
close
than the
matchup.
scoreboard might indicate, so...
Yeah, I definitely think that was a really close match because Sam still almost brought that back, even though he died really early for his first and second stocks.
Absolutely.
I'd really like to see that run back if Sam can make a run through losers and fight him again. But anyways, what match are we looking at next for Sam and William?
For Sam and William, if we take a look at the bracket, Marshadow is hopping down to the losers bracket, so let's see where he ended up.
So he'll have another chance because remember this is double elim, so
Yeah. I'm looking at Williams' matchup right now, and he's actually fighting Burn Toast, who he beat in grand finals at, I believe it was Game Head Fest, but it might have been a different tournament. But they played in grand finals in a recent set. Burn Toast was a Ken player. William, I think, 3-1 beat him. I'm not exactly sure. I just remember
wait,
it
is
was a pretty close
Foxfire
set.
in losers?
Yeah, it looks like
How
it.
did that happen?
Looks like she got beat by K-Dog, who's playing
Interesting.
Plant.
Oh,
So a lot of
Interesting.
plants
The
out here
Plant
today.
versus Carmel. And it looks like Marshadow is going to be up against Soren, who took out Z-Man 872. So this could be a pretty difficult matchup. Well, Z-Man 872 with the DQ there, so we'll have to see what Soren has in store for us. Soren did take out Starboat, close friend of Marshadow, so
are we in losers bracket right now? I can't tell. I can't see it. Let's see, refraction. Ah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Well-
actually really excited to see the Burn
Yeah, so-
Toast versus Refraction
Yeah,
match.
that's gonna be interesting.
Especially
it looks
because
like for the next matchup, though, we're going to be looking at K-Dog versus Smile, and we'll try and get a new set of casters up here real soon. So thanks, Jack. Thanks, Andrew, for casting that match.
Oh yeah.
We'll
It was
hope
a lot
to
of
have you
fun.
on broadcast later today, okay?
See my two friends. I will
Yeah.
not be on for League because I don't understand anything about that game.
Very few people do. I'll be manning the mic on that one, though. I've got it.
Yeah, I'm
covered.
sure you will. You
Thanks,
have fun
fellas.
with that. All right.
All right, and once again, we're going to take a short break to change some stuff up, but we'll be back real soon. All right, hey everyone, we're back with another arena lobby, and we're back with another TriCast, which basically means I'm going to be sitting back and letting my awesome students do all of the work. We're going to bring in Mitchell Irvin and Gavin Mihalis to take over this TriCast of our 2020 Spring Greyhound Battlegrounds, brought to you by Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker. So guys, take it away. What do you see from this matchup?
I already see a Captain Falcon, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Falcon's gonna be fun. Actually, I think I've played him before.
All right. Ooh, what the? Okay, he taunted. All right, this is gonna be. All right, he taunted.
I mean, taunting's legal here.
I mean, yeah, taunting is totally. Whoa, wait, you missed that. You missed that side beat. That's actually okay.
Oh, he tried. He wanted to spike.
Bro, this Captain Falcon's going for everything right now. He's going for the kill at
in. He's
50%. Oh my goodness. All right, Piranha Plant.
He's
Also,
off.
we didn't talk about Piranha Plant.
Nice
Piranha Plant
tag.
is actually a really good character, even
You
though
don't
he's
expect
like,
it. I
kind
mean,
of.
I remember when we went to Manchester, we were all talking about.
Yikes!
Ooh.
So the two with the-
is pretty on par too.
Oh, the edge guard with the nair going off pretty low as Piranha Plant. As Piranha Plant, you have a pretty good and bad recovery. It is very gimpable, and you can get down aired by pretty much everyone, but it does go pretty high, so it is pretty good there.
I know you can counter the up B, like, because most Piranha Plants, what they're going to want to do, they're going to try to get you, they're going to try to damage you while they're recovering. So, for me personally, since I'm a Roy man, I know I can counter that every once in a while.
Captain Falcon already down one stock. This Piranha Plant's actually doing really
That
good.
Piranha Plant could kill
He's just
that
kind of spacing him, and the Captain Falcon just needs to respect him more and just kind of find an opening within Piranha Plant. The problem with Piranha Plant is that he is very good, but he's also very slow, and a lot of his moves take forever. Like Batui, you can hit, like
yeah, Patui, yeah.
Poison, you can hit,
out
like
of Patui.
you just need to respect the Piranha Plant.
Ooh, footstool!
Oh, okay. Okay. I see that. That was crazy. That was I'm speechless right now. That was actually kind of cool.
Yeah, that was fun. Ooh. Oh.
Smile going out for the edge guard, up being him off stage. Piranha Plant's trying to recover high, trying to get up there, just trying to get on stage, just trying to get stage.
Oh, this is back to neutral.
That was actually
This is
so
back
cool.
to neutral.
Bro, he had a tech roll. When he hit him, he had a tech roll. And when he tech rolled, the platform was going to the blast zone. And when they went to the blast zone, I guess it just went too far, and I guess it killed him. He was at like, what, 70%? 50%?
Yeah, something like that.
Wow, that was Piranha Plant going low. Captain Falcon, he just needs to get one downer off stage. He needs just to get one single good hit in here, and this could be an even game.
Yeah.
I can see Smile, the Captain Falcon, actually got a little bit better at respecting him. He's now like dash dancing back and forth, and we're just respecting him a little bit more.
Ooh, he missed
Piranha Plant
the
with the
F
miss,
smash. Oh,
the
down
miss F
smash.
smash.
Honestly, I think Piranha Plant's back air is kind of underrated. Oh, there's the F
Oh,
smash.
with the up smash. That up smash kills early too.
Yeah.
It's a
I
pretty
mean, the
good up
back air,
smash.
Piranha Plant's back air is just you don't expect the character in general.
Yeah, I know. Especially against some light characters. Like, it even picks up Pichu, and Pichu's very small.
Yeah.
So, like, it just kind of hits you. It's pretty good.
Nah, it feels like Piranha
Gavin,
Plant.
question for you: How does one counter the plant? Let's
Yeah,
talk
he's
about
become
that.
a great pick.
I mean, how do you counter the plant? You just gotta really kind of, like, respect him and just kind of, like, let him... He has his space and just kind of run in when he doesn't have a chance to, like... If he doesn't have poison, he needs to charge it, which takes forever. Batui, just F-smash him when he's, like, has Batui out. Just get him when he's weak. But Piranha Plant has some, like, slight options when he's weak, and you just need to, like, punish them. That's,
I mean, you also gotta watch out for Patui. If it's up already and you F smash him, it's coming right down at you.
yeah, but I mean, you get an F-smash out, so that's pretty good.
I've lost games because of that. I was playing a plant with Toon Link, and I had him in a back throw on edge. It was gonna kill him, but I grabbed the Patui. The Patui hit me before I back threw him, and he died.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Just
That was
there's
bad.
actually a way to get around that. If you actually
I
grab
feel
and
bad.
throw immediately, it actually your invincibility will lock in too fast to the point where the Patui actually just goes through you. So just throw him immediately.
Okay. So now we're switching. We're keeping it with Falcon and Plan.
I'm just saying, if we get a Falcon punch up in here, this is.
Oh.
I'm gonna scream. I want to scream.
Yeah, that's a PogChamp moment. I think that's a PogChamp worthy moment.
Bro, PogChamp?
PogChamp.
I haven't heard that in forever. Down
He's
throw
looking
there.
for the spike.
Do you know if that's a true combo with Captain Falcon at 0% down throw there?
I think. Oh!
I just saw what happened. Oh my goodness! I looked away for a second just to look at who texted me on my phone, and I just saw a ruthless down air.
Oh! Right back.
Okay, right back at you. The Captain Falcon was just like, "You're gonna down air me. I'm gonna get you back." The Captain Falcon is playing much more aggressive this round. I can see he's playing much better than he was at the beginning of the first round.
Yeah. You
Also,
gotta
you
watch
said
out for
earlier-
that side B though, or that is it side B or is it down B that he's
For
doing?
who, Captain Falcon?
Piranha Plant. What is?
Ooh, yes, indeed. Unfortunate.
This is still winnable. Very, very winnable.
50%. I mean, just get
Spiking.
Piranha Plant off stage, get Piranha Plant where he's uncomfortable, and you can. Oh, get him off stage. This is where he needs
Maybe?
him. Right here.
Oh,
He missed it barely. Piranha Plant's up B actually saving him. Because that was what. That's enough to kill him. The
That's
Captain Falcon is
unfortunate.
just out. Captain Falcon just lost game 2. That was game 2, right?
Yeah, it was game 2.
Alright, make sure.
Plant wins the series.
That was
Alright.
a quick one from the Piranha Plant there. Once again, I feel like Piranha Plant just came out of nowhere over the past year as like a super viable pick.
I mean, Mr. Jonko, I'm sure you remember the fact that we had that meeting after Manchester and everyone was talking about with a resounding Plant.
Yeah, Plant is a definitely scary monster coming up. He is just. The problem with Plant is that everyone just takes him as a joke, and then once he's at tournament, you don't know how to fight him. Like, people know how to fight the Palutena, the Jokers. That's what's the problem with maining those characters, that people know how to fight you because your guys are so common, and you have to do a lot of dittos.
Yeah. That's
Now,
partially
there's, like-
why I play Toon Link, because, Gavin, your experience at tourneys, how many Toon Links have you seen?
Seen one of them. I've only
There
seen
you go.
I've only seen one. But, I mean, how many Sheiks do you see?
Not many.
That's why we have to play the
Oh.
underdogs. Like Captain Falcon right here, he's a character that everyone kind of slacks on. But I mean, oh bro, he just sat right next to me, bro. I felt that sunshine. Get it? Because he's a sunshine.
All right, so hey, Gavin, Mitchell, thanks for casting this one. We're about to
100%.
hit you guys
Yes,
with
sir.
another round here real soon. We're gonna keep Gavin, and we're gonna have the blue laser join him for
Oh,
this next
boy.
cast.
Yo, my
Red
boy
Blade
Blue Laser.
21
Yes,
isn't
sir.
going anywhere. He's gonna be back in here later on the mic, so keep that in mind. We're gonna be rotating people in and out. This is a student first production, so keep that in mind. But hey, everyone, thanks for the awesome round. Hey, dog, moving on. Smile gonna have to make the run in the losers bracket. We'll see you here real quick. everyone, and welcome back. We are making our way through this tournament. We are already in winners, semifinals, running well on schedule here. And once again, we've got Gavin Mihalis on the cast, and we're bringing in the Blue Laser, aka Alex Bogue. I'm gonna drop him in here right now. So we're gonna go ahead and see the Piranha Plant from the previous matchup against We Fit Trainer. What do you guys think about this one?
We're gonna see that Piranha Plant again. He did some pretty good stuff last time. And a We Fit Trainer. Man, that reminds me of Refraction.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, I think We Fit Trainer is like one of the most underrated characters in the game. Is I always enjoy her when I play her, and she's honestly not bad. I just hardly ever see her.
She does a lot of damage when she has that deep breathing.
Oh yeah.
I think, like, it's absurd.
The Piranha Plant is force to be reckoned with, though. Is I'm actually already out of the tournament completely, and the one that did it was a Piranha Plant.
Man, Piranha Plant is really just a setup character. He really just kind of sets up on you. Like that right there, that was actually a great one. He had to either put the Patui right above him. I think that was by mistake or by purpose. He put it on top of him, so he couldn't really move because he got hit. So he just forced the shield.
Yeah. Is that what that's called? The Patui? I always
Yeah,
just
it's
call
called
it
a Patui,
ball.
yeah.
I just call it the spike ball thing.
You know, that's what I called it when he first came out. Or she, whatever Piranha Plant is. There's no way he's coming back. Oh, wow.
I think it
Piranha
is a
Plant's
she,
covered.
isn't it? I don't know.
You know, trusty Google can help us with that one in a minute.
Yeah.
You can just look up what.
I mean, if
Gender.
Birdo's anything to go by, Birdo's apparently a guy.
Bro, when I found that out, I was so upset. I mean, this Piranha Plant, just like the last game, is going off. He is at 3 stocks.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And
he's
he's
almost
just-
hit by a stock.
Oh, is it? No, he doesn't have a kill throw or back throw. Setting up, just getting that poison on there, just getting the Patui, getting hit with the sun.
Yeah. The issue with Piranha Plant is like.
Let's get a good stretch.
Seems like we're having some audio difficulties here, but picking up on the cast, we've got We Fit Trainer seeing a rather high percentage. Piranha Plant going for the kill, but not able to get. Spike Ball playing around with his food.
Of the Patui, where he throws it from high and it lands closer to him.
It goes far, yeah.
No, I've seen more of him throwing it further, I thought.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, because it goes down like that. Or maybe there's 3 settings. I don't run into Piranha Plant much.
Piranha Plant is a scary character. He is a very, like, underdog character. He has been coming up in the meta a little bit, but I think he's just too... I don't think he's going to climb much farther just because of his, like, his weight value. And I think his, like, bar of being compet is already reached.
Yeah,
I think
that
those
and-
Jokers and those Palutinas and just Mario is just kind of dominating right now.
Yeah, as I was gonna say, like I play Joker and he can get some pretty lengthy combos, and I just don't see a ton of those with Piranha Plant, where he has the
Yeah.
combos.
He doesn't have any combos. He only has some, like, low string, small percent combos that, like, start at 0. He doesn't really have, like, a high combo that would just, like, sets up and they would kill confirm at, like, 100.
Like his specials are strong solo hitters. Don't get me wrong, but
You just need to set them up, and getting them set up is pretty hard. But you know who has been climbing in the meta recently?
Who?
Sheik. My girl
Yeah.
Sheik.
I could see that.
Yes.
There we go.
Whoa!
Piranha Plant. What?
Going for that snipe. Game
Yeah.
1. That was crazy, dude. This Piranha Plant is a force to be reckoned with. This Piranha Plant, he's just trapping everyone, setting them into their baits. This Piranha Plant,
Fit coming back though. Like they've been doing pretty well.
yeah.
We could take
This
it more
one-
of the feel.
This Wii Fit trainer just needs to like be more patient. I'd say, don't approach as much. I think they're approaching way too much. I think that's the reason why they get hit a lot of the times that they shouldn't really get hit. I think they just need to sit back. You do some deep breathing.
That may be the case. I have the opposite problem, where if I sit back too much, is I start getting hit by the Batui when he throws it long, and then some of the snipe abilities there with his down special.
Yeah, there's an easy medium that you need to find. Finding that is what the hard part is. Looks like we're getting into game 2. Looks like we're staying the same alt and the same character. I thought I was going to change characters. Maybe we changed stage?
I don't think they did. I think they went. Or no,
Oh, Kalos Pokemon League.
yeah.
Isn't this from X and Y? I don't know.
I believe so. Yeah.
I know I'm a Pokemon fan, but sometimes I mess up those easy things.
Yeah. Yeah. It's excellent.
Alright, cool.
The Paris-themed Pokemon.
Oh. You're right. Alright.
My brain went to Paris the Pokemon, like the mushroom thing, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" God,
Close. Isn't Cerulean Cave though?
Oh. Wii Fit Trainer having this deep breathing, doing a ton of damage with her up airs. Piranha Plant getting the snipe, knowing it would jump above. Just staying patient. See, this Piranha Plant has patience. You can tell just by the way it sets up. And ooh, that F smash with the deep breathing just killed from across the stage. Did a lot of damage too. Did like 26.
I'm a little curious as to what the thought process is. Like, it seems to be working so far, but doing the deep breathing this early on, because like the penalty of the slower startup for that later on could mean comeback for Piranha Plant. So
Yeah, but it is a strong lead. You could get a strong lead, and a strong lead is probably what you need against this Plant. This Plant just kind of sets up on you. Like right now, how he's just sitting back, just getting his stuff set up.
yeah,
He's just setting up on you.
yeah, it's
Wii
just
Fit Trainer just needs to find a way to get around it, and once he gets around it, I think it's
bounce back off the Batui.
like that right there. He pressured him to roll. I would have just see what you should have done is just neutral, get up, and just took the damage, or just sit at ledge, or jump onto the platform because this is a Kalos and you have platforms, like pretty much off the stage, half on and half off.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Wii Fit taking advantage of the platforms as much as the Piranha Plant did. He was up the top right earlier.
I think this Wii Fit Trainer just knows something. He knows what he wants, but he's just not executing it well. This Piranha Plant is just playing around him super well.
Yeah. I mean, he's at a high percentage. He could take out the Piranha Plant here.
Ooh.
Well placed hit.
This is pretty even right now. It does look like see right there. Forward tilt killing. Wii Fit Trainer is ridiculously strong.
In like, okay, well it was like 0 to 2, but hit 50.
That's the good thing about Wii Fit Trainer. You just get wicked damage just out of
Free
nowhere.
breathing right now, though, so we'll see if he's able to finish.
Nice
it up
roll
without-
behind. Piranha
the
Plant
ledge well.
getting that nasty back air. Wii Fit Trainer is starting to use her soccer ball much better and hitting with the roll read up smash. I think he was trying to read the roll, not the air dodge. I think the Wii Fit Trainer might have panicked a little. And that's a 2-0 for the Piranha Plant.
Yeah, and you hate to see it there with the smash right onto the screen. Unfortunately, kicks from VGA moving down to the loser bracket as K-Dog keeps his run through the winner's bracket and is heading on to the winner's final.
I believe Kick is going to do good in losers. I just don't think he knows how to fight Piranha Plant. I think that's his problem, that he just doesn't know how to fight Piranha Plant.
Ooh, the losers bracket is looking pretty interesting here. It's Refraction, Deluxe, Smile, and Mouse in the.
We have a pretty stacked losers
running
bracket going on here.
Some of the people behind them, Blimpatron, I know he's there.
Blimpatron's in the losers bracket?
Yeah, he's down in CF. The CE.
Yeah, I mean, he beat your boy Paul, who was on stream earlier.
Yeah.
Another Bowser player. I mean, losers bracket looking like a bloodbath, honestly.
Yeah, as
Dang.
I see a match going on right now between the Electronic and Fox Flyer. I'm interested to see how that turns out. 'Cause
Yeah, unfortunately, that one will be happening off stream. We're going to keep it up here in the winners bracket. We're heading over to the other winners semifinal in just a moment versus Burnt Toast, who beat Refraction, and
Oh.
Yarkon, who beat Gavin's 2v2 partner from the Ison bracket this year, Deluxe.
No.
I know,
Deluxe,
Deluxe
no.
fell.
Bro.
Even busted out the Lucina, it looks like.
The
Yeah,
Lucina.
Yarkon's a Palutena main, tried and true. It looks like.
Wait, is that Byleth? I think that's Byleth.
Is that Byleth?
That's Byleth. I have
Oh
never
my
seen him play
goodness.
Byleth. What happened to his
Wait,
Mario?
Deluxe was Byleth?
Yeah, Deluxe was Kirby
Oh.
Byleth. He has a pretty good Kirby, but I've never seen his Byleth.
Huh.
We're going to have to see how this plays out between Burnt Toast and Yarkon in this second semifinal. We're going to go ahead and keep the blue laser on the cast for this next one. We're going to rotate out Halo here and get in Red Blade 21. We're going to keep cycling through, keep the student casters coming at you guys. Once again, this is the Spring 2020 Greyhound Battlegrounds, brought to you by Talk to Tucker, Tamar, Karen. Thank you very much. We'll see you back here real soon. Hello, everyone. We're back. Sorry, we are not going to be able to stream the other semifinals. We're having some technical difficulties connecting to that lobby. However, I am going to bring in your casters for the next matchup. We've got
That's weird.
the Blue Laser and Red Blade 21 on stream right now. And we're going to go ahead and talk to you a little bit about the upcoming match we have for you. We're going to head down to the losers bracket, round 5, and you're about to see Smile versus the winner of Blimpatron and Jaxib, 2 Greyhounds going head-to-head to take on Smile. So right now, let's talk about that matchup versus Blimpatron and Jaxib. What do you think about that matchup?
I'm a fan. I love both of them are great players. Jack's awesome. Jack's Link is pretty nasty. His Cloud's pretty nasty as well. His sword fighter Jawan, now that's a whole other story, but he's fun. And Bishoy's Palu is great. I've played against both of them. Bishoy's my 2v2 partner in IGL, so I know how he plays. I've played him almost every blue day. I basically played him almost every day in school. His Palu's no joke.
People who don't go to Carmel probably have no idea what Blue Day means. We alternate.
We're on a block schedule. I mean, that's a pretty common scheduling thing. So right now I can tell you that it's Jack on Link versus Bishoy on Palu on Pokemon Stadium 2.
Yes, sir. I love that.
I don't know how that'll go.
It's a toss-up. It's really a toss-up to see who gets a couple things strung together. If Bishoy hits his combos, if Bishoy strings together his Nair combos, I think that's going to be a defining factor in this matchup.
Yeah, when I met Blimpatron, he was nowhere near as good as he is now.
Yeah.
No, it's so and he trains with we just had him in Halo Gavin all the time, and Halo Gavin is an incredible player. So I don't know exactly where Blimpatron is at right now in terms of skill.
Oh, he's rocking it.
Yeah, I want to say Jaxib will come out on top of this, but I just haven't seen Blimpatron play recently enough to really say that confidently.
It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, it's a toss-up. I personally, I'm thinking Blimpatron can pull it out. However, I'm not sure. It's a mystery to me.
I think it really just comes down to whether Blimpatron can use the reflect that Palutena has to negate the boomerangs and arrows that Link will throw at him. Obviously, we're not watching the match right now.
Yeah.
But I think that would really be the determining factor, is how well he's able to block the projectiles.
Well, listen, I can tell you right now that Blimpatron took the L on that first match, right? So we have Jack up 1-0.
What was it?
And we don't know how close that match was, do we?
No, I'm afraid I can't see how close it was. But Jack did come away with the win. It was probably a tight one. We've been seeing a lot of 2-1 victories from both of these guys in the bracket. Blimpatron came out 2-0 over your boy Paul. Blimpatron pulled that out with the Ganon.
Oh no, he used the online Ganon.
He did. And then Jaxib took it to Bonsai 76, Link versus Inkling. And that's Bonsai's specialty, the Inkling there. So that was a 2-1, probably a close one.
Yep.
Look at the losers bracket here. There's just a lot of our Carmel people down here. So they're all still in, but to really get to the finals, we're gonna have to start eliminating each other.
Yeah, we're already seeing that with the Electronic taking down Deluxe.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a spicy.
Now it's Refraction. It's either Refraction or it's the winner of CD playing Refraction.
Yeah.
And then
CE and what was that, CI are just brutal. As we had our
The
electronics.
Lux is no joke either. He's improved so much over the course of. He joined like me. He was second semester on the Smash team.
Joined up
he-
with
he was-
Halo Gavin, right?
Yep. 2v2 Halo Gavin. Yep. That was he. I used to be able to get a pretty good decent amount of games on him. Now it's about 50-50, maybe leaning a little bit more in his favor.
Yeah.
But it's pretty. He's gotten so much better too.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I took the second semester off to just kind of chill out from playing as many games as I was because I was playing Smash both for Carmel and then in IGL with you. And then I also was subbing for quite a few other games, so I just wanted to kind of take a break second semester, and everyone just flew past me. I tried out for the 2v2s, but I didn't end up making that. And like, just coming back after focusing more on my streaming and the social media aspect of the club is just incredible to see how far you guys have come.
Yeah, I mean, I was going for 1v1s ideally because I wanted to play personally. I wanted to play a little bit more 1v1, but I lost a tough one in a match that would have put me in the 1v1 team. It was like the last scenario. Made one crucial mistake and got punished for it.
I'll stream later. I think I want to play a friendly against you because I remember we were pretty evenly matched.
Yeah.
Last time we fought, and I want to see just
Yeah.
how far I've fallen.
I mean, if you play Joker, I don't know, man.
Yeah, is that's the thing too? Is like I'm coming back to this without having played much. I've played some, but I've not like practiced competitively. I've just played with friends when they asked me.
I mean, I played with a couple kids from the esports club at Kentucky that I'm going to next year, and they've helped me out a lot actually.
I've been doing more of the FPS stuff like Valorant.
Yeah, trust me, I've been playing a lot of Overwatch recently. I've been playing a lot of Warzone too. Oh my gosh.
Warzone. Yeah, I haven't picked that up. I've heard good things
Oh,
about
it's
it.
so much fun. Let me rephrase it. If you have a good, decent team, then it's fun. I mean, personally, I'm pretty much a cheap player in that, but it's fun. It's good. I'm known as the demolition specialist on my squad. I just play. I run around with an RPG and a heartbeat sensor.
Oh no!
There was a game yesterday where I got 8 kills with the RPG alone. I got like 3 team wipes.
The range of the heartbeat sensor, because my perception from that is from R6 pulse.
Yeah.
And it's not a very far range, so explosives wouldn't be the move.
Well,
like,
heartbeat sensor for me, it's like 50 meters. So,
that's mean.
And I mean, there was a game yesterday. We were stuck in a house. We were getting pinned. Some dudes tried to rush us, so I blew them up down. I just sat at the stairs with an RPG.
So Mitchell, you haven't tried Valorant yet?
I don't have a PC yet. I'm building my PC.
Oh, that's right. Unfortunate.
I know. I would love to play Valorant. I mean, I love playing Overwatch.
You need a key though too. From
yeah.
That's for another week. The game goes full launch June 2nd.
Ooh.
I need to go get my beta rewards things done then.
Yeah, same. It looks like we're gonna have one of the last major Valorant tournaments. Right before the end of beta.
Once we finish up the league games, you want to go play some Valorant together and get that done?
We might have to see. I might have to take you up on that offer. We're about to get started on League here in a little bit. I want to get through some more Smash games first.
Hey,
before we switch
the arena shut down.
The arena shut down?
Inactivity. Do you want me to just create a new one?
Nah, we'll go ahead and wait for this matchup between Jackson and Blimpatron to keep playing out before we make a new arena.
All good.
Hopefully they can hook us up with an arena there. They are in a sweaty match, it seems like.
Yeah, it seems close. I mean, Blue Lays are definitely, I will take you up on those Smash games. If you want to play, homie, I'm down to play.
Well,
I mean, hey, IGL. We've got IGL. I mean, if you want to go to... I'm actually teaming with Destroy this circuit. We're playing our IGL match tonight. Playoffs, so...
Good luck. Who are you
We
playing
played the
against?
team last. I forget. Habeas Corpses is what they're called.
I don't
Um,
recognize that.
We played them last week. They took us because we kind of let our guard down a little bit. They played a Snake Roy, and we played a Palu Roy. And basically, it came down to who was the better Roy player, or who was the more accurate Roy player. And I from one tricking Roy for a long while. It was a tough one, but I fought it out, so we took it. But
That's why I was surprised. I think who was it you were playing that wasn't? This is showing me. Hold on.
Toon Link?
Yeah, is that what you were playing?
Yeah, I was
Very
playing
small.
Toon Link. Yeah,
Yeah. 'cause
I'm picking up Toon Link.
I just know you as a Roy boy.
Yeah.
Roy boy.
Oh, Roy's my number one boy, but Toon Link is his back throw is so underrated. I'd put it up there with like Nest. I mean, obviously Nest is better.
Look at your bracket. You got Foxfire and Cage.
Cage
That's a
was
rough-
tough. He
Those are
hit me with a
rough matchup.
9. He hit me with a 9 on the second stock of my game 2 with Roy, and that just screwed me. I was like, oh crap, okay.
Cage had a very close matchup against the
I saw that.
Bowser from earlier. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was close. He had him, I felt like, for the first 2 stocks, and then third stock,
Yeah.
I don't know if panic set in because he realized
He
it was
told me
kind
he
of
let
more
his guard
even than
down a
he
little
wanted.
bit. He
Yeah.
got a little stressed.
Yeah, so unfortunate result there. We're still waiting on Blimpatron and Jackson. I can tell you that it's going to game 3 all the way to the end. It's looking like, once again, Palu and Link, this time on Kalos Pokemon League.
Kalos. Interesting.
Yeah, they're going to Kalos. Hopefully, we can see a great matchup versus Smile here real soon. Looking at that, Soren moves on 2-0 versus Rex Topher, looking to take on Mouse in the losers round 5. We have Electronic waiting on Refraction versus either the winner of SNES or Twig Jabian. And then in the winner's semifinal, we're actually going to game 3, Burnt Toast and Yarkon. So things are getting close here as we go throughout the day. A lot more game 3s we're seeing, a lot more 2-1 results.
Yeah. I mean, going back to that Blimpatron Jackson, I love Jack. He's a great guy. I love Bishoy. He's a great guy. But at the end of the day, Bishoy's my 2v2 teammate, so I got to root for Bishoy.
I'm not doing this out of bias. I think it's coming down to the mental here.
Yeah.
Since they're going to game 3, I think since Blimpatron picked up game 2.
I think it's the momentum.
Jack
Come on, going to carry over.
Although could go to Blimpatron's head and he starts slipping up. So.
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I've used that against him multiple times.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, hey, we can't talk about Blimpatron without Halo Gavin, so we're gonna bring Halo Gavin in here.
Yes, sir.
Halo Gavin raised that boy.
Let's go!
Blimpatron expert.
Yes, let's go.
You want to talk about Blimpatron's work ethic, Halo Gavin?
Oh, like how much he practices?
Wait,
Yeah,
schoolwork or Smash?
It's a very simple answer,
kidding.
I think, you know?
Oh, okay. So is there like a way to say negative?
Oh no.
Blimpatron, if his practice was an integer, would be negative. All right, let's put it like that. We had to assign a number value to it. It'd be below 0. Blimpatron, definitely a naturally skilled player who has been competing against some of the best in our club and the best around, but he just doesn't put in the work. What do you think would happen if we saw Blimpatron grind it out?
Oh, if Blimpatron actually did grind, I feel like he'd actually be really good.
Gavin, I was there when I met Blimpatron. He was nowhere near as good as he is now.
Yep.
And you can attest for that. He's put in work and practice for this.
See, what he does is he says he feeds off.
I say he's not naturally skilled, but he has put in the work. I wouldn't say it's a negative integer.
You're right. This so wait, he says on how he practices, quote unquote, is he says when I practice, he usually fights me, and when I improve, he just fights me, and then he loses, and then he just slowly starts winning again. So he says he improves over me, which is pretty cool.
See, I mean, Gavin, I don't know if you remember the first time that Bishoy and Logan lost to Cage and I in 2v2s for the seeding.
Yeah.
Let's go back to
saw-
that. Let's think about that. That was close. That was terrifying.
Also, I just fought K-Dog,
Ooh,
that Piranha Plant guy.
how'd it go?
I beat him 2 of the rounds. He beat me 1 round, but I think I just know how to get around his Piranha Plant. That's all.
Yeah, we have K-Dog in the winners final waiting for his opponent. And we will be streaming the winners final today before we move over to the League of Legends, so don't go anywhere for that one. Right now, it's looking like Burnt Toast and Nyarkon are going the distance. They're in Game 3. Meanwhile, Refraction is going to take on SNES. SNES 2-0'd Twig Jabian. So, nice try there. Unfortunately, the Nest was too powerful. The Electronic waiting on the winner of that matchup, and we're still holding out for Jackson versus Blimpatron. Down below that, though, in the bracket, we're gonna see Mouse versus Soren. So this tournament is moving on. We're just waiting to see here. Can a Greyhound actually make it to the end of the Battlegrounds, running it through the losers bracket?
I mean, just as like, since we've got a lot of people in IGL here as well, is in a 2v2, I believe it was the fall 2019 circuit for IGL. The Electronic and I ended up taking first place on that circuit. I don't know Refraction scores, but I think he's placed high in IGL as well.
Oh yeah,
Podium placement somewhere high up.
we're looking to make a run in 2v2s this year, Bishoy and I. We're looking.
So
We're 6th seed, but we lost a couple questionable matches.
I think it'll really just come down to whether or not Refraction or Electronic will be moving on in the bracket.
Yeah.
So
Personally, I
just
think it's Fraction that'll move on, but who knows?
At least
It could
in terms
surprise-
of Greyhounds winning. Are
Yeah,
there any?
we'll see what happens. I just wanted to get your guys' take. Esports has developed a lot in Indiana over the past couple of years. You guys have been talking about IGL a lot. Once again, we are partnered with ISON for this tournament, the Indiana High School Esports Network. I'm on the advisory board, and one of the marquee games for that league is Smash Brothers. We've been able to go to some more scholastic lands. There have also just been more local tournaments and whatnot around here. What do you guys think is the future of esports in Indiana based on what you've been seeing recently?
I think it's very bright. I actually did an English paper on this and the positive effects that it has on a high school student.
What did you get on that paper?
A B-. You know, it's fine.
Let's
Okay,
go.
to be fair, I
Not bad.
didn't really care. It was the last assignment for my senior year,
That's fair. That's fair.
and it's quarantine. It's senioritis and quarantine mixed together. They don't do well. But
You're telling me, man. You're telling me.
Oh my gosh,
man.
Vogue. Oh boy, we'll have some stories to talk about later.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I don't feel comfortable talking about my my quarantine grades with Mr. G in the call.
Oh, I feel that.
We won't run you through the mud there. But what we will do is talk about this winners finals matchup that we just ended up with. We've got K-Dog versus Burnt Toast.
Oh, who does Burnt Toast play? Isn't it Ken?
Look here. I wanna.
Yeah, he's playing Ken.
All right. If he knows how to get around him, then he's.
Here's a small thing to think about: is K-Dog started with round 1, whereas Burnt Toast started round 2 with a bye.
Uh-oh.
So
Uh-oh.
K-Dog has come further through the grinder for this tournament. Maybe more motivated, not to lose.
Also, I found out who K-Dog's secondary is, but I'm not gonna say that because I don't want him
Okay.
to have as a partner to have an advantage.
Wait. How? Huh?
I just fought him.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty. How can I don't know what to give you.
Oh, did you do like a friendly?
Yeah, we just. did
Yeah, we
friendly.
got
I
some
was in-
insider info. We won't disclose the secondary here, but
Yeah.
plays
you'll be able to
DLC
give us a
number
little bit of
70.
insight into this match if he ends up having to bring it out. We're probably gonna have to wait to see if someone can
Oh.
take down his piranha plant first.
He just said
My
in chat,
question
not
is-
my secondary. LOL.
My question is, Gavin, did you win or lose against K-Dog?
First round I won. Second round I lost. Third round I won.
There we go.
To be fair, I was doing similarly good for staying up for how long has it been now? 6, 7, 8, 9. 22 hours and 30 minutes now. Man, I need sleep. This quarantine has got me tired.
Well, hey, you
This
know
has got-
what?
Awful. I'm just
Luckily,
surprised.
we've got a lot of stream here for you today. That way
I'm
you can
excited.
see everything that's going on. Real fast, though, everyone. We're going to transition to this lobby. We'll talk to you all in a few minutes. All right, everyone. After much anticipation, we are back here with the winners final. Sorry about that. We were having some issues with Burnt Toast and I getting in the same arena, but we had to make it happen because Burnt Toast will not lose. So in order to get this all settled out, we made it happen here on stream. Now we have Burnt Toast and K-Dog in the winners finals, and joining me is going to be a whole mess of people. We've got, first off, Marshadow is in the call now, and he's ready to cast this. Then we have Red Blade 21 joining us for the cast. And finally, the trifecta here as I step back and let them take over. It's going to be the Blue Laser talking to you about this winners final in the spring 2020 Greyhound Battlegrounds, brought to you by Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker. So, you three, you've seen K-Dog. Have you seen any Burnt Toast today? What do you think about this matchup?
I mean, I've seen Burnt Toast at Game Head Fest, I think, or something. He won. I think he won Game Head Fest. Anyone want to quote me on that?
Yeah, he did. I actually fought Burnt Toast. One round of Game Head Fest, he beat me. He was pretty good with landing uppies with Ken, which is like Ken's strongest move.
Yeah.
So he's pretty good with finishing stocks with that. That's all I know.
Yeah, I've seen K-Dog play, and I haven't seen much of Burnt Toast yet, so I don't know which way this is gonna go.
All I know is that K-Dog plays plant.
Yeah. So I've seen his plant today up against Daphne, I think. Earlier
Okay,
today.
we're gonna give them a ready in the lobby, just to let them know that we're ready to go when they are. Thank you everyone for sticking around for this. I know it's been a while since you've seen some action on the screen after a relatively smooth and speedy run through the winners bracket, but now we're ready for K-Dog versus Burnt Toast.
Piranha Plant.
Yeah,
Early impressions of this matchup.
I bet we'll see a lot of Patuis or
Yep.
neutral B with Piranha Plant, since that's like one of Piranha Plant's best moves. We'll see a lot of side Bs to get that percent up really quickly. We'll see a lot of up Bs, Hadoukens. So let's just see how it goes.
Safe to start. So.
They're kind of just dancing around.
Oh my god, 67%, 96% in like, what was that, 3 seconds?
Great
Wow.
start. K-Dog on the Piranha Plant.
Ooh.
Up 100 some
I mean,
percent.
he's already at kill percent in like,
Yeah.
what, 30 seconds? I mean, I think that just shows Piranha Plant's
Kill potential.
kill potential. Yeah, huge amount of getting percent really, really quickly.
Ooh.
154. Yeah, if Plant gets a grab and then does up throw, or that will work too. He's dead.
Was that an up smash?
That was neutral B.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, that makes sense.
Wait, neutral B?
Yeah. His Patui move.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
He's still trying for that. Oh, shield
Oh,
break!
shield break!
Oh, that cloud.
Oh my god.
That's not good.
Yeah, Plant has the huge advantage in this, but Burnt Toast did get the up B.
Ken can put on some decent amount of damage real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, if he traps him in like a down tilt or jab combo,
Yeah.
can definitely get him pretty high.
That, or just, I think Shuriken does quite a bit of damage on its own, yeah.
Yeah.
What, like 20, I
You
think?
just gotta watch the Patui.
Yeah. Which he's not doing a great job of right here.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Yikes.
that's unfortunate.
Plant is just eliminating Ken.
I said it earlier, is K-Dog technically started in the first bracket or the first round, and Burnt Toast started in the second round with a bye. So he's definitely fought more people to get here.
Personally, I love that Piranha Plant is getting a lot more hype in the Smash community.
Yeah, you're also a Piranha Plant player, you.
Okay, well, I've seen a lot of people playing Piranha Plant recently, especially online. I just think it's really cool because I think
Wasn't there a
Piranha Plant's a
major
sick
tournament where a Piranha Plant like did?
Yeah,
really well?
Best Ness.
Yeah, there we go.
He
Oh,
beat MK Leo.
yeah, that's what I
And
thought.
we also see Piranha Plant getting a 2-stock victory on Burnt Toast.
Wow.
So it definitely seems like Piranha Plant has the matchup favor here.
Man,
That
K-Dog
really-
is making that push for the grand finals. He is just one game away. What do you think about this kin so far from Burnt Toast? I shout out
I
to
think he
Gamer
needs to
Teach of
switch.
Tipton and IGL here. I mean, he is a huge kin fan. Does Burnt Toast have what it takes to make a turnaround here?
I think he
needs to
does.
switch.
I think it's just like from what I've seen is a lot of the projectile trades with Patui canceled both, but I think the Hadoken was getting blown through and the Patui was still moving on. So I think that's just the disadvantage for him is he can't use a projectile to cancel out that Patui.
I think personally, for me, I think he needs to play a character with a little bit more like range. Because
Yeah.
up close and personal with the Patui, if you hit the dude, the Patui's still gonna hit you.
And even if Burnt Toast gets in K-Dog's range, it's still easy for K-Dog to like find an escape and then do a hard punish.
Yeah,
So-
and he can space you out really well. Honestly,
Yeah.
I feel like a link or something would work well. I mean, we
Yeah.
talked about counters for Plant. Sam, you want to go
Oh. Yeah, I mean,
what are your thoughts on that?
well, if he knows Villager or Isabel or any character with the ability to pocket the projectiles, that can really make him win. I know from my own experience, Piranha Plant's worst matchup is definitely Isabel because she can just pocket both Patui and the Poison Mist. So that really makes it hard for Piranha Plant. But he doesn't even need to use someone like Isabel to win or to have a better matchup. There's a lot of characters that Piranha Plant struggles with because Piranha Plant is typically considered a low tier.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out, guys, I misspoke earlier. We're going to have plenty of time for Burnt Toast here to adapt because this is actually a BO5 since we are in the winner's
Oh, yeah.
That's fair.
I know also as a Greninja main, Greninja typically has the advantage over Piranha Plant, so maybe he wants someone that has range and speed to want to take over Piranha Plant.
We're seeing him be very
Hey,
deliberate
Sam,
here.
I
Really
have a
questioning
question
whether
for
or
you.
not he wants to
Yeah, what's
go
up?
back to that.
What are your thoughts on Juwan?
Jawan. Oh, Jacksub's me sword fighter. Yeah, it's funny.
It's a funny for sure.
He used Jawan in our 2v2's IGL. Ryu. I don't actually know much about Ryu.
I don't feel I don't feel super confident about saying that it's gonna go any better, but who knows? He surprised me.
Yeah, what are
Well,
the
I
key
think-
differences between Ryu and
I know Ryu has a lot more power, I believe. He has a stronger Hadouken, at least from what
Yeah.
I know.
So that could be what I was saying about the Hadouken from Ken not canceling. Maybe the stronger one out of Ryu will cancel
He just
out.
went right into that cloud.
Yeah, see the fire Hadouken there.
Yeah, and
I don't know, maybe
believe-
he just feels better about Ryu doing a better job in this matchup.
And I believe the Shoryuken is stronger on Ken than it is on.
I think while he's
Ryu.
charging that side B or the I think while he's charging that, I think he needs to advance. I think he needs to rush him.
Uh,
I mean, he
Ooh.
seems to be doing better here. They're
Yeah.
both somewhat.
Well,
Never mind.
Yeah, you got
Still-
Patui.
trouble with that Patui. Seems to be his biggest downfall.
Ooh, that looked really cool.
That was clean. Oh.
I'm not 100% sure if that canceled the Patui or not, but it looked like it did.
Oh, we're back
Dang.
to relatively even.
That'll give him the advantage on canceling it with the Hadoken. We'll see
Or
if
maybe
that-
maybe Burnt Toast is just reading more of Plant's options and like figuring out a better way to deal with him.
Also a
Yeah,
possibility.
because I think just specifically
Oh, missed.
the differences between Ryu and Ken will bring it back if I'm thinking that they are what they are correctly anyway.
Yeah.
I'm
One thing that I
sure.
see that Burnt Toast is trying to do more with Ryu that he didn't do as much with Ken is using down B as a way to
Negate the damage.
negate the damage to absorb some of Plant's attacks. Ooh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about with the power that Ryu has over Ken. He just killed the Piranha Plant at like, what was that, 100?
Yeah,
I don't know if I was just missing it when he was playing Ken, but it looks like he's getting more of the like input commands.
Yeah.
To boost up his attack on Ryu than he is on.
I mean, that was down tilt to side B. He tried getting a down air there to spike him, but Piranha Plant's down B has a super armor function.
Well, I just realized he actually had the stock advantage this time.
Yeah,
So-
full stock advantage.
Like, and I think everyone in the Smash community knows
Oh,
that
that's
stock really doesn't mean much, but
Oh!
matter
He
here.
went in side B instead of up B.
Yeah, I don't know why he went side B instead of up.
Maybe it was a misinput.
Probably. Seems about right.
What's the saying? I can't remember it. Like, a one stock advantage isn't an advantage or something. Is that saying in the community?
I've never heard that.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Well,
Oh.
Burnt Toast bringing it back to even up 1-1.
Maybe Gavin or somebody in chat will know what I'm talking about. But
Okay, and we do
kinda-
see Burnt Toast even it up 1-1 with the pivot to Ryu there. We'll see how this plays out. This is again interesting. I do have some big bracket updates for you though. So the Electronic 317, Carmel's own Jigglypuff, went down 2-0 to SNES. He got
Ah.
Nest. And then down below we see Jackson, Carmel's last hope.
Yeah, I was gonna
1-1
say.
versus Smile right now, and they are in the final
Oh.
matchup here. It's Link versus Falcon on Lilac Cruise.
Ugh.
Oh, Lilat. I've
Go
actually
down
played
on
against Smile
Lilac,
one
baby.
time.
Whew.
Okay, so run
I've
me
actually
through-
played against Smile one time. He and I practiced one time. He played Falcon. I remember beating him pretty well, so I don't know if he was just not playing as well that day or if he's just gotten a lot better. But it's cool seeing him getting further in the bracket.
I mean,
Yeah.
we saw Smile earlier on stream, right?
We weren't able to
really?
see Smile on stream, I think.
I thought it was Smile and K-Dog, actually.
It was actually Smile and K-Dog. You're right, you're right.
Pools are still in because we've got. I'm seeing MT for K-Dog. Burnt Toast is
Ben
Giant-
Davis, Giants.
okay. That's Ben Davis.
That's a local team.
And then who's SNES with? I don't see a team with him.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
sure where SNES is from. We'd have to look that up.
But I'm trying to just see who's still in because we got Ben Davis.
Oh!
Ooh, up smash. Yeah, that's another one of the things with Piranha Plant. Piranha Plant's up smash is so powerful.
Oh,
It just can kill super early against a huge majority of the cast.
Yeah.
We see Burnt Toast using a lot more down Bs to absorb damage from Piranha Plant, and that actually was able to punish Piranha Plant's down B there and kill him. So I think that was really good from Burnt Toast.
It's looked like a fairly even game so far as well. So
Yeah.
probably come down
That
to
could
why
change in a matter of minutes. For seconds.
I mean, it really just depends on who's getting more damage right now. Currently, it's Burnt Toast
Well, bigger comebacks than
losing here.
I'm holding out hope for Burnt Toast.
Yeah, no, Burnt Toast can definitely take this.
I think he's definitely the underdog in this situation, but would love to see.
Another thing with
Deadly.
I
For
mean,
Piranha Plant. Oh, no.
Goes for the forward throw, which I feel like he could have taken the stock with a F smash or up smash, but he does anyway with Patui. So right now we have K-Dog on the stock lead. In percent lead, only 50% on the stock.
60. Real quick. Getting some more damage.
K-Dog is out here representing all the way from Manheim Township High School in Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
What MT was.
How do you hear about us? I'm curious.
East Coast.
We've done some great advertising here to bring in this ringer straight from Pennsylvania.
Okay. Kind of rooting for K-Dog a little more now, as I got some East Coast family down in, like, East Pennsylvania, New Jersey. So.
Ooh,
Nice tag.
that was an amazing tech from K-Dog.
That could have possibly even.
Oh, burnt toast.
Oh, he was reading a roll-in. That's why he charged up smash there. But he
Yeah.
didn't. He absorbed all the damage, which I'm not sure was the right move there. But at least he's still able to hold his own for a while.
Well,
Can he make the comeback?
the last hit scenario.
It's gonna be close.
Oh.
It is. Oh, this is a real bad situation.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
K-Dog takes it.
Well,
Pennsylvania.
it seems like
one now in favor of K-Dog.
it seems like this matchup is going back and forth between Plant and Burnt Toast.
Yeah, whoever has the momentum is gonna take it.
Yeah.
the best
Yoshi's
fighter.
story even could have helped K-Dog there with having more room to edgeguard.
Since it's the winners.
Well,
Winner
listen,
fun.
we have to make sure Burnt Toast gets that momentum back real fast because it is match point. It's first to 3 here in this best of 5. K-Dog is up 2-1. Will we see the Ryu continue? Will we see a swap back to Kin? What's gonna happen?
I don't know.
Personally, I think he's doing good with Ryu. He just
Yeah.
needs to get the momentum. He just needs to get the damage up and take his stock early if he
Okay,
wants to win.
I'd like to
I
highlight
think,
a chat.
I think the big thing is Patui. You gotta watch the Patui. Oh, maybe a switch, maybe.
Yeah.
No, they're just switching stages.
That's right. That's fair.
Mr. G, I see you in chat responding to this. Ruby talking about K-Dog just looking for online tournaments all day.
Yeah, and apparently K-Dog found out about this tournament from the North American Classic Esports Federation Discord server where we posted about it. We are a NASEF school. Happy to see other people from NASEF schools joining the tournament. This is a national event. It's going to be around for a long time. So we hope to continue to have K-Dog come in here and give people the beat down with the plant.
Hey, K-Dog.
I think it's really cool that he saw this from like a completely different state.
Let me add him here. Where is he? Empty. Looking on the thing.
I mean, I'm kind of jealous that y'all have one more year. Sam has one more year. I don't. I wish I could go more tournaments with y'all.
Hey, Mitchell, we're both heading out.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh.
Oh, they did the wrong stage. He probably meant to pick Pokemon Stadium 2, but picked Pokemon Stadium 1 by
So we're
accident.
just going to do a quick reset here. No change of the score. That isn't the comeback Burnt Toast was looking for.
No, that's the comeback. We don't do mistakes here. We don't do mistakes. We don't take mistakes. That's on you.
Smells like cap. Next time, like once all this quarantine and stuff goes over, next time I head out to Jersey to visit my family, I may have to drop by for a LAN against K-Dog if he's willing for it.
I'm excited for after quarantine ends to go back to locals. I want to go to the what's it called? Boss Battle Games at the Indianapolis Mall.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know about
hopefully
the-
we can get the scene up and running back again in Indiana. We were just talking about that Marshadow a bit earlier, how It's really taken off the past couple of years with IGL and ISIN, and then you have all these collegiate tournaments like Ball State with the Cardinal Open and Manchester with their tournament.
Yeah.
We also have
and
Elkhart with Gamehead Fest, so we're just trying to put our hat in the ring there and bring some quality competition as we head into match 4 of Burnt Toast versus K-Dog.
We have a strong lead already, with Burnt Toast having 0% taken and Piranha Plant having 72, 85 now, 96.
I think this is what Burnt Toast needs to get back in this.
Yeah, definitely.
But getting back on the esports thing,
I thought maybe he could get a tech chase with the 1-2-3 hit jab,
Right.
but missed with the down B.
I'm gonna have to find other tournaments that aren't like collegiate or high school stuff, because I just plan on going into the workforce as tech leader. So other than IGL, I don't know where else I'm gonna.
Ooh, the Patui trade. That's definitely something you have to watch out for, and the edge guard there. Bring Piranha
Yeah,
Plant
that's unfortunate.
back. Yeah, one of the things with Ryu is that he has a very exploitable recovery. Side B is very predictable to read. Up B is pretty predictable as well, so it's easy to get a clean edge guard against someone like Ryu or Ken.
I think that was a good trade. I think they'll take that.
Low percent, same amount of stock. Maybe
Well, now he's at 60.
Yeah, it's a lot of just having to mitigate the damage,
84.
minimize
Ooh, I love that edge guard with the Nair. Actually managing and killing him. That was a really good edge guard from K-Dog instead of just using neutral B.
Yeah.
just a whole stock advantage. This is not looking good.
Yeah, the game seems to be in K-Dog's favor right now.
Yeah.
Unless a miracle happens.
He,
Oh my god.
uh,
Even knocks him down at the very bottom. That's funny.
And there you have it, folks. We have our first bid into the grand finals on Monday. You'll be seeing more of K-Dog there. He takes the set 3-1 versus Burnt Toast from Ben Davis. So we got Pennsylvania knocking down another Indiana student to the losers bracket. And
Indiana, we gotta step it up, guys.
we really do. If we look at this losers bracket right now, we see that Jackson unfortunately dropped 1-2 in game 3 versus Smile. So you got Smile versus Mouse.
He just told me
Moy Norrick's high school.
he got spiked at 0 and lost.
Spiked at 0. That's a feels bad, man.
like who? Like Byleth off stage, or
I don't even know.
Falcon.
Oh, he was Falcon.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
And Kix is up 1-0 versus Sness, the Ness Terror that has been making some great runs through the bracket today. Dropped down the losers pretty early on, and it's just been a 2-0 storm ever since. So we'll have to see if he can come back and get another 2-0, this time in reverse. And it's going to be the winner of Smile versus Mouse taking on Yarkon. And hopefully we'll be getting to the losers final of the Smash bracket here in the next hour or so. But before that, we're going to take a short break, then switch over to the League of Legends. But I'll make sure to have some student casters back here for that finals. Marshadow, Blue Laser, Red Blade 21, any last words?
I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what losers, see how people are going to fight it out in losers.
I think Burnt Toast can definitely make it back into grand finals if he does well in losers. So maybe we can see the run back.
Yeah.
Or maybe even a grand final reset.
Ooh.
We'll have to see.
Bracket reset in grand finals. My gosh, that'd be awesome.
I definitely think Burnt Toast has what it takes. He just needs to maybe mix up his recovery more so that he doesn't get hit by Patui as much. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just hard to avoid stuff like that.
All right,
Yeah.
well, hey, we'll be back with you real short for some League of Legends action, and then losers finals in about an hour for Smash Brothers, and then you heard it, grand finals on Monday. Might have a bracket reset. Who knows? Stay tuned. All right, hey everyone, welcome back. We are getting into our first League of Legends match on stream. Carmel Blue just finished their match versus, refreshing the bracket here for you all, the Sachem Flaming Arrows, excuse me. So we're gonna have Carmel Blue versus Carmel Gold. This is a classic matchup. These two have played each other a number of times in various tournaments. And we're waiting on the winner of Rossville versus Scioset to take on John Adams High School. John Adams High School, the winners of the IUPUI tournament back in the fall, the IUPUI Invitational. They won thousands and thousands of dollars in scholarships there. So John Adams, definitely one to look out for in this tournament here. If we look at the Battlegrounds bracket for Smash Brothers, we currently have Kicks versus Mouse happening. Mouse has made the run through the losers bracket. Kicks joining him there on the Wii Fit, waiting to take on Burnt Toast. Now, Burnt Toast versus the winner of Kicks versus Mouse, that is happening live on stream after this LoL match, so stay tuned for that one. That's going to be your last bit of Smash Brothers action until the grand finals on Monday. But for right now, we're about to see Carmel Blue versus Carmel Gold. And for this special matchup, we're going to bring in a relative novice to League of Legends, but an expert on esports. Evil, our very own Nico Zimowich. So I'm going to bring Nico into the chat to co-cast this with us. We're going to get the lobby set up here. Nico, how are you?
Doing pretty good. Can't wait to see Dylan Boyer play. I'm excited.
So, your boy, Dylan Boyer, what's he playing?
Top lane, as usual.
Top lane.
See how that goes.
Wow. Okay.
Him versus the infamous
We're
Tamir.
going to have to see how this top lane matchup goes. We are starting to make our way into lobby. Do you know Dylan's best champs? Spoiler.
Probably gonna Vlad one trick. Vlad one trick.
Vlad one trick?
It'll probably get banned. They're probably gonna ban it. That or just Nasus.
That
be
or
that or
Nasus, for sure. We'll see how that goes.
Unless both get banned, which would be very unfortunate for him.
We'll see. Hopefully the players are up on drafting today. Do some smart drafts there to make sure that nothing goes awry.
Yeah. It'll be an interesting one.
Now, I don't know if we're drafting in client for this one or if they'll be using the draft
I'm pretty sure they're
tool.
gonna be using the draft tool for this.
It is an elective situation here.
James flexing the platinum 2 from from TFT.
I know, so disingenuous. Try and get this a little bit better situated so we can see the players in their ranks. I gotta get in spectate, so wait for me to do that. Join Evil Unicorn there. The Jam Slam is now in spectate for you all. It's a great time as I reposition our sponsors here. First off, this tournament would not have been possible without Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker. That is star top laner, king of the alcove, his mother, one of our best contributors here. throughout the entirety of the club and its history.
Yeah, she's really helped us out at the club and growing everything related to the club, and Tamir obviously being a big part of the club when it comes to League of Legends and just around the community of the club.
And I'm just going to put this out there. She has already offered, even though Tamir is graduating this year, she has already graciously offered to continue to support the club in the future years as we add families and students to the Carmel Esports team. Very happy to see that dedication to the program that we're building here. It's done a lot for her son, and I know it's been incredibly useful for a lot of the other members of the club, so I'm happy that she feels so passionate about continuing to support us as we hold events like this for not only our students, but students across the country.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's fantastic that she's helping us out, and we really appreciate that, and it allows us to continue to grow the club and just esports in Indiana in general.
All right, so we are getting ready for draft. We're waiting for one more person to join the lobby.
We have the spectator link in chat too.
Spectator link in the chat. Taking that. And we will pull the draft up for you on our other screen. We were planning to use Pro Draft, but we found an alternative, so hopefully everything works out here.
Some iconic names placed here, better and worse. Really some trash talk already starting between these two teams.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see who the better and the worst team is. A lot of banter goes on between these two teams. First off, we're seeing the Kassadin ban. I can already guess who is better and who is worse based just off of that. Our mid laner on Carmel Esports Gold has a lot of Kassadin games under his belt. And yep, his other purple champ Syndra getting banned out here. But once again, you called it, Vladimir being the first ban by the red team here, taking that away from our very own Dylan Boyer, and also taking away the Katarina. That's an interesting one.
I wouldn't have expected Katarina, but Vlad and Nass is 100%. Other than that, I don't know too many of the other members on the team. Maybe a Rise for Nolan. But I think that's the only thing I can think of. Warwick makes sense for the jungler.
Yeah, so it looks like they have put Pokezang mid on the blue team, and they are actually having Nolan D4 T4 play jungle. So the Katarina is a direct mid lane pinch, and they're also taking away the MF from Abundant Memes. MF, a very strong ADC in the meta right now.
This is gonna be very interesting.
Yeah. Taking away Cookie's Warwick, not surprising. That's his best pick, and he is a diamond jungler.
What other bans do you think the team better should focus on here to try and ban out the CHS Gold team?
So first pick here, I would like to see. My philosophy in draft, like basically, if they have a pick that they just think is flat out better right now, they could go for that. So, okay, so they want to really get comfort here on the Yasuo pick. We'll want to see if they can match that with a Gragas or a Malphite, maybe a Jarvan. Typically, you see the Yasuo-Gragas combination, though. That way you have a really strong mid-jungle duo. However, they've played right in the Carmel Esports Gold's hand. Tamir, a.k.a. King of the Alcove, a.k.a. Ward Killer 6669, a.k.a. T-Bob, loves playing Renekton into Yasuo as a counter pick. And then we're going to see Morgana. That is definitely a flex. I know Midget can play that in the mid lane, as well as Barrels of Oranges as support. And then D4T4 taking the Sejuani. That is by far his best jungle pick. You do not want to see him on anything else. For this final pick here, I would like to see a support pick. Now, they could go Yasuo with Nautilus or Alistar. Abundant Memes does love playing Yasuo bottom, so Carmel Esports Gold might have actually gotten baited, because this could definitely be a duo lane Yasuo.
It's possible. I'm getting tripped up here because of the better and worse team names. I'm noticing because like I thought that better would be CH's gold since they're our varsity, and then worse would have been our blue, but it's swapped here and I keep getting confused.
Okay,
because they're memeing with each other.
Yeah, they are definitely memeing. I'm telling you right now, that is a Yasuo bottom with a Diana mid lane.
I believe
have been
it.
flexing the picks around. Pokezang is going to play the Diana in the mid lane. He is an assassin player through and through. Much like Katarina, he plays assassins that he can try and face roll and snowball on throughout the game. And it seems like Carmel Esports Gold has to be careful here. Do they want to go ahead and pick an ADC that they think can counterpick? That's probably their best bet. Or they could go with a jungler. They don't want to show too much of their hand. They want to try and keep that last pick counter pick advantage that they have.
Waiting here for the pick. I'm curious as to what they are gonna pick for this. Oh, possible Ezreal. Oh, and it's locked in.
So the Ezreal is a very safe pick here, especially if they go Morgana Ezreal. They're going to massively outrange anything that the blue team has in the bottom lane. Not the most lane dominant pick, mostly looking to survive and then spike in the mid game around that 20-22 minute mark, in that range, with most likely a Muramana into T-Force. We could also see him go with the Iceborne Gauntlet. He has a lot of damage out of his top lane with the Renekton. I personally think that if your team is lacking a CC heavy tank or significant pill, that Iceborne Gauntlet is a great pick. Even if your team just has a lot of damage in general, the extra utility provided by the Iceborne Gauntlet can be extremely beneficial. But we'll have to see what they end up going with here in terms of their last few picks and pick order. We're seeing blue team get rid of Quinn, afraid of King of the Alcove taking over the game from the top lane through that pick.
And the Yuumi, which means they probably think that Midget of Fury is going to play Morgana mid.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're thinking right now. They have no clue whether or not that Morgana is being flexed. And Yuumi is a terror on the Rift right now. I ban that champ almost every single game in Platinum Elo. I just do not like how it enables players, even if they're bad. You know, you could have an ADC go 0-6 in lane. Yuumi jumps on them in the mid game and spams E. Suddenly that player looks decent. So we'll have to see how they respond here. We have the Alawi in the top lane.
I mean, I think he's kind of just being forced into a champion he's not as comfortable as, because as we can see in the bans, he's been kind of targeted through the Vlad, Garen, and Tryndamere, which are three of the more common champs. I'm surprised he isn't picking up Nasus, but also on the other hand, if he puts Nasus into Renekton, it could end up badly for him in the top lane, especially in the early game. Oh. It looks like there could have been a bait for the support, Morgana, for them thinking that it was mid.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play out here. in the lobby. We have the last pick, Blitzcrank, on the support side. Not really sure how that's going to do into the Morgana. Obviously, Blitz Rocket Grab is on a lower cooldown than the Black Shield, so there are definitely going to be windows of opportunity. As always, too, he can just run up and get off the punch on his E. Galio here is a very supportive pick. I'm not sure what that means then for the Ezreal and his build path. He might need to go with the T-Force then just to keep their damage up in the mid game, as they're going to have to tear through Alawi and Sejuani. Lee Sin by Kuki is a very spicy pick. Kuki, not your traditional Lee Sin player. He definitely leans more towards bruiser junglers, but surprised that with Echo left on the board, he went with Lee Sin, but that does provide them with extremely reliable engage throughout the mid game, especially the combo of Lee Sin and Galio. I would, if I were Carmel Esports Gold, as usual, look to play between the solo lanes. That's where most of their advantages can be found, and rely on their bottom lane to play safe. And the bottom lane of the blue team here, Carmel Esports Blue as well, they need to definitely look to try and build an advantage, get this Yasuo rolling, get him an early Zeal item, and potentially just four-man that lane with Sejuani and Diana. So we'll have to see how this plays out. It's definitely a clash of styles here. Kuki can exploit the Sejuani heavily early. Lee Sin into Sejuani, kind of a sitting duck matchup.
Yeah, and we have to remember that they've swapped positions. D4T4 is no longer in the mid lane, and he's taken the jungler role. And then Pokizang has ended up taking the mid lane role here.
Yeah, so not only is there a difference in rank here between the two, there's also a pretty significant difference in experience. So we'll have to see if D4T4 can adjust his pathing in order to not run into the Lee Sin, because if this Lee Sin catches the Sejuani anywhere in her jungle or in the river, this could spell doom.
Yeah, this could be catastrophic for them if the Lee Sin is able to get a lead through doing that and just constantly invading, and her being unable to do anything about it without assistance from other champions in other lanes.
And right now they have gone through the draft in client, are ready to load into the game. Let's take a look at our updates here. Burnt Toast versus Mouse in the winners bracket, at the end of the losers bracket, losers bracket final. That's coming up right after this stream, so don't go anywhere. Losers bracket final, BO5 after this match. And in the League of Legends bracket, Rossville moves on to take on John Adams. We'll see the winner of this game versus the winner of Rossville versus John Adams in the losers bracket. Now we have Northwestern versus Sachem and Set versus North Central. Awesome participation in this tournament, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this. We're excited to bring you an entire weekend of action. And I mean, Evil, you're going to be playing tomorrow. What do you think about the turnouts thus far?
I mean, with how quickly we put all of this together, I think maybe a month time frame area, that we've really gotten a lot of participants join. We're at 212, which is absolutely insane. I think that's really good turnout for a month of advertising, setting everything up. Maybe not even a month of advertising, to be honest, as we only started advertising 1.5 weeks ago, kind of. And
yeah,
I mean,
we thought of the tournament originally just about a month ago.
Yeah, and then just only started advertising about a week-ish ago, which is pretty amazing that we were able to get this big of a turnout for our first event. I mean, the goal obviously is to continue to grow this. I think we're leaning towards probably doing this per semester. So obviously, since we're in summer now, or most schools will. We'll see if we do another one during the summer, but I know we'll do one in the first semester when we come back to school in August.
There's a chance that we might have an end of summer Battlegrounds?
Possibly. It depends on the time frame, other events that are going on, because someone needs to fill the gap if there's nothing there. And
Okay,
I mean,
that's awesome. Yeah, I I think that would be great to have an end of summer battlegrounds and see these teams face off again and potentially have a lot of new teams join them in the matchup.
yeah, especially with the advertising that we did with other leagues like Michigan Esports League, Ohio Esports League, Illinois, and Missouri. I reached out to all of them, and they were willing to advertise for us through their organization. And I think that with a bit more time for these teams to like discuss and everything, then we could definitely get a even bigger turnout, which would be absolutely insane. And I mean, the goal is to continue to run this for as long as we can and just hold as many large, enjoyable tournaments as we can with prizes and just good experience and practice for these teams during off season of ISIN or whatever league they may be playing in for HSCL, NASEF, anything like that.
Yeah, and I just want to point out once again, this tournament having prizing without any sort of entry fee, all of that was made possible by Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker. Tamar Karen, she really is in a league of her own. Okay, and you can get
100%.
a league of its home as you look for your own home here in Carmel and the Indianapolis suburban area. She has been a fantastic supporter of the club, and we're happy to bring to you prizing that includes $20 per winning player. Okay, so if you have a team of 5 League of Legends players winning this, your entire team will win $100 and a championship plaque. And we are moving into the loading screen for this game, Nico. So you've seen the draft. We've talked a lot about the players. How do you think this one is going to play out?
I mean, if we're Ezreal or Ender on Ezreal, that's a pretty comfort pick. He's played that a good amount. He's used to it. Galio for Eternal Midget. He's definitely used to that pick too. That's a champ he plays a lot in ranked. And then we have the Renekton top, which King of the Alcove, Tamir, is very experienced with. Alawi, I know Ol Spencer plays a good amount of. Other than that, the right now it looks like there's more of a comfort pick on the side of CHS Esports Gold. And I mean, I think with the comfort picks, it could make a drastic difference in this, especially with the lane swaps or the role swaps of jungle and mid laners on the CHS Esports Blue side.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty low mastery across the accounts. However, important thing to keep in mind is that a lot of these players have multiple accounts, and it's very possible that, you know, we're just not seeing them on their main account play these champions. So we'll keep that in mind as we're getting into the match. We'll see if we can get some level 1 shenanigans here. These teams sort of have it out for one another.
Yeah, no matter what happens here, they're gonna give it their all. They really want to beat each other, especially CHS Esports Blue. They're definitely gonna try some creative plays. They're gonna try things that are not ordinary in order to get the edge over CHS Esports Gold.
Yeah, the phrase "no hard feelings" is not applicable here.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
This is definitely a grudge match. Whoever wins will have bragging rights, and for Blue, they haven't done a lot of winning. Okay, just to be frank, there hasn't been a lot of winning on their end versus this team. So if they can overcome in this match, I don't think Gold will ever hear the end of it.
Yeah, and Gold here just sitting in a single bush hoping for an invade, but that it doesn't seem like that's going to happen here. I think they've understood that, and they're gonna go to their lanes.
So we're seeing
a top leash for Gold.
A top leash for Gold. Interesting.
And Ezreal, Ender is in the top lane here with Renekton in the bot lane.
Sorry here, guys. I'm trying to look up some of the hotkey commands. That way we don't have to see any of their banter, because there will be plenty of banter as we go through this one.
I mean, Ezreal top lane? What's going on here?
Well, I told you the Renekton counter pick came in. Tamir is prideful. He is going to play that counter pick no matter what. But Pokezang going in. Eternal Midget barely gets out with his life. But Kuki not backing off. Continuing to 1v2
First
here.
blood.
Will he pick it up? He gets the first blood on Diana.
Can he get the double?
Can he get another resonating strike? He
Oh.
fails the flash over the mid lane wall.
An unfortunate flash here. He just probably misclicked here. Or, I mean, he probably just wasn't aiming in the correct position, and unfortunately, it did not end well for him. He will, however, come to steal the blue buff.
And in
Which
the
is good
bottom
for him.
lane, we see that King of the Alcove and Barrel of Oranges pushed for the level 2, and we're able to sort of establish control in that lane. Kuki going for another invade here, taking the blue buff away from Sejuani.
He
and
might get
oh,
the kill
you
here.
hate to see it.
He got the kill.
You really do. The Godfist Lee Sin making sure that Sejuani says a prayer right there.
This is really bad for CHS Esports Blue, for Lee Sin to already be this dominant over Sejuani in the first 3 minutes of this game.
And that's exactly what they didn't want. We probably should have seen the Sejuani start topside and try to parallel path with the Lee Sin rather than open herself up to the second buff invade. Now Sejuani is really just going to be going around looking for leftovers, taking her Krugs right now and attempting to get back into the game as much as possible. She's really on a path to farm to 6. I'm not really sure there's much she can do. She has 2 melee solo laners. Every lane is actually full of melee champs, so all viable for her to gank, but you don't want to really gank at level 2 on Sejuani, so it's going to be a rough path that she paths to Raptors and try and claws her way back into this one. So we look at the gold here early on. Kuki already has a 150 gold bounty, but King of the Alcove going in there. Sejuani showing up with that level 3 gank. The E procs it, and now going for another one. Can they pick up the double? No! In fact, Barrel of Oranges turns it around. We see a double TP there. A bit quick on the trigger to do that. Kuki is here, giving up that 150 gold bounty. Is the Yasuo going to get rolling off of this? He is 2-0. He's picking up a third. Is he going to end up with 4 kills at the end of this exchange?
Oh my.
Carmel Esports gold. That's literally the last person they wanted to get these kills. They go a little bit too hard on that one. And now Yasuo is up 1,600 gold on the Renekton. He can recall right now and get his Zeal item.
Yeah, I mean, with the Lee Sin being able to invade on the Sejuani, that's obviously a big deal, but with the Yasuo getting all of these kills, that's also a big deal. And I mean, the later we go into this game, the bigger impact we could see from that.
He's not only getting the kills, he's got a 2-level advantage off of that one now. Now down to a 1-level advantage, but still that massive XP difference could mean that a level 6 all-in from the Yasuo is coming up soon. Eternal Midget trading very well in with Pokezang, but having to back off. He did not go Corrupting Potion, so we're going to see him try to sustain using the Hextech Revolver here. However, that is the Revolver, so he doesn't get back the Omni Heal. So it's going to be rough for him. He probably needs to grab a refillable if he wants to continue trading heavily without the teleport.
I think another major thing here in the mid lane is Midget of Fury is out farming pretty hard compared to the Diana, which is not good for her.
Yeah,
And,
we're seeing some good farm advantages from mid and jungle, but if you look at that gold difference, it's still really in the favor of the Yasuo versus the Renekton. Overall, Carmel gold is up 500 or 600 gold, but Renekton himself is down 1,600 gold. We're just seeing CS advantages across the board, though, from the side of gold. And
we have a
early
dragon
pickup.
And there's really nothing the Sejuani can do about this. She has barely any pressure currently, and she's just going to have to continue to farm for leftovers, as you said earlier.
And Kuki going into the mid lane. Eternal Midget trading himself for the kill here. Can Kuki pick it up? He does, and he hits 6 off of that. Unfortunate to give up a kill in a 1v2 like that. But Eternal Midget went a little hard there, trying to make sure that Diana took the bait.
With the Lee Sin now hitting level 6, that means he'll have a 2-level advantage over D4T4 in the jungle.
Once again, I just want to point out, we do have a little bit of griefing on behalf of the Lee Sin here. He did take Minion Dematerializer from the jungle. I believe I saw him say he was going to use that on all of the Canyon minions. So we'll have to see how that plays out as we continue going through this one. He has built up a sizable advantage over the Sejuani. He is up 1,300 gold, but once again, we look at the bottom lane. Yasuo continuing the build elite. He now has a 22 CS lead over the Renekton.
Yeah, I'm still amazed that the Renekton ended up going bot, but
I think it makes sense in theory, but I feel like there was just a massive committal by Carmel Gold. I think they were feeling a little bit overconfident and thought they could just run it down bot. However, they were already in an advantageous position. They got the Sejuani, they got the Blitzcrank. They didn't need to funnel into the Yasuo after that.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see how it builds up over the course of this game, but it could be a dangerous thing.
Ezreal just poking and prodding at the Alawi. Alawi not able to really trade back too well with him, but also able to sustain extremely well. D4T4 looking for a gank in the top lane, trying to get off an Arctic Assault here, but he is in the tri-bush and Indra is left unaware. Galio instantly ults. Was this a bait the whole time? The taunt comes out from Galio. A Justice Punch into the queue, but is Diana going to come in and clean up?
Grab a double with only the Sejuani.
Makes out alive. However, Diana not finishing that up. Will Kuki finish the Alawi? Kuki is a crazy one, so he is not one to back away from a fight. He's got the red buff. He misses the resonating strike. He is sitting on a completed warrior enchant against just a catalyst from the Diana, so he didn't need to be too afraid there. She had no cooldowns. He could have potentially fought that even a level down, but he backs off, plays the a little bit more safer odds there, walks directly by a pink ward in the pixel brush, trying to make a play there, trying to invade for the second buff. He has the respawn.
Lee Sin's coming here. Oh,
and
the Alawi is not
definitely going for the kill, but he's invading without his laners.
He's still gonna get the kill, but it may come at a cost.
Is he gonna be able to get the 1v2? Alawi does not have her ultimate. Lee Sin, one more resonating strike. And bottom lane, the turnaround. King of the Alcove had full rage. The Ignite goes down, able to trade 1-for-1. That's huge shutdown for the Renekton. He's still down 2,000 gold. Action all over the map. We're able to see Barrel of Oranges narrowly get out of that one. Some trading still happening in the mid lane. Eternal Midget does have his proto belt now. Yeah, any flashes in the bottom lane are huge cooldowns that need to be taken notice of. However, Morgana still has hers. Kuki not passing off that blue buff. A very greedy jungler, especially since he's 5-1 right now. Morgana 3-1 in the bottom lane, picking up a lot of those kills, not really helping the Renekton get back into this one. She has built a 900 gold advantage, but King of the Alcove still down 2,000 gold. In the mid lane, we're seeing just a 300 gold disparity, mostly off the back of a 20 CS lead by the Galio. And then Sejuani, we knew this was going to happen. 0-4-2, down 2k gold, sort of equalizing the difference between the bottom laners here. And then Ender through farm, through the kill, up almost 1,000 gold in the top lane.
Morgana lands a stun on the Sejuani, and they're gonna pick up a free kill here while he was trying to steal the dragon.
And the
But
Dark
Steph
Binding
died.
spells Doom. In that scenario, for all of you solo queue junglers out there, do not int for the second Drake. It is not worth it. You do not have to int when you're down this much gold. They're down 2k at the 12-minute mark, which is a very appreciable amount of gold. You do not have to int for that. You can wait. Yasuo going in there. He hits the tornado. He's feeling the pressure of the game on his back. He gets the kill, but once again, trading 1-for-1 with the Morgana, picking it up. Is Blitz going to be able to return fire here? In the meantime, Spencer in the top lane, all inning the Ezreal ADC in 2020. Galio making a long TP behind the Blitzcrank, picking that one up easily, getting off the passive. Lee Sin going for the Alawi. Oh, he misses the resonating strike.
They may be able to pick up the kill here on Kuki.
Yeah,
A flash
Kuki
does come
with
out.
some
Yep.
massive misplays there. Once again, not the most experienced Lee Sin player. He's used to those point and click Qs on the Warwick, so unfortunately you do have to aim the Lee Sin Q.
I mean, despite him getting that death, he is still doing rather well. 6-2-1 here. And with Diana having to go top, Midget of Fury was able to get a plate, and he is able to get away as well from the gank.
And Sejuani, she's reached level 7. She's got her ultimate. She's got her Cinderhulk enchant. It looks bad, but not as bad as it seems. Right? Like, she is a low econ jungler. She's going to build tank items. I'd like to see an early stone plate, maybe a Warmogs. There's a lot of mixed damage on the side of Carmel Esports Gold. So just building some very cheap items to keep her in the game for now. That's what I think would do the best here for her. She doesn't need to overinvest in anything. Right now, we're going to move to the bottom lane where it seems like they are really
Giving the
pressing this
cannon
tower
over.
down. Yeah, giving the cannon over. Kuki establishing his dominance on his laners there. Blitzcrank missing another rocket grab. And we have a lane swap here. Seems like Ender is just going to take over the mid lane, keep farming that one safely while Galio handles the Alawi. Renekton, though, going in, activates the Sands of Fury, but Diana, once again, all over the map.
And the Sejuani here to stop the Morgana from being able to get away. However, she does keep running.
And
Blitzcrank will get her in
Sejuani,
the end, though.
once again, that passive, all 4 of her teammates are melee champions. This is constantly stunning people. And Carmel Esports Blue is now just 200 gold behind. Spencer dying in the top lane, but he's able to trade 1-for-1 and kill Kuki. Kuki taking his team's kills, taking their minions, and not really doing much with it now. Now this game will blow up with first tower. Diana once again not playing for the lane, playing the map, roaming around with Sejuani. They are just ganking buddies right now. Who will get the first tower and get that lump sum of gold into the pockets of a carry?
At this rate, it could very well be the Yasuo bot lane, depending on how the Renekton does down there for now. The Morgana is going to start roaming a bit too as well.
Yeah, we're looking at 1,098 health on the bot lane tower of the red team and 1,346 health on the blue team's mid tower. Ezreal heading back to the top lane. He is going for that T-Force. He's opting in for the extra damage. Renekton in the middle of sort of a hodgepodge build here. He wants the Black Cleaver. He wants the Blade of the Ruined King. So he's got a Cutlass. He's got a Kindle Gem. The test of spirit there. You have to dodge those allow EEs. However, Carmel Esports Gold sending 4 bottom. This is being followed up by a TP. It's Diana coming in, and this could be a massacre if she gets off a good ult. Only 2 in that one. Still, it's a 1-for-1 team fight right now.
Sejuani's also coming up here.
Sejuani's also coming up. Barrel of Oranges falls, and Kuki's also going to fall. That's with third Drake on the map. This is what they wanted the fight for. This keeps it from being soul point. But Ezreal does get first tower, so that's a trade of objectives, a trade of gold there. You like to see the cross mapping. A little interesting for Carmel Esports Gold to go for that fight. A lot of hubris on their end with Ezreal being on the top side, still scaling up for this one. There is an argument to be made here that Carmel Esports Gold does have an advantage by having a traditional ADC on their side. But man, oh man, does this look bad right now, as it is a dead even game in terms of gold while they're up 1 tower. At this point, we're seeing just some vision control being regained. Carmel Esports Gold once again barreling down into the bottom lane. Yasuo, Abundant Memes, feeling himself here. He goes in on the Renekton, wind walls the Dark Binding. Eternal Midget coming in with the Galio, or they're going to get the shutdown here.
I think he's going to try and get at least a kill here before he dies, which he
trades
does get.
1-for-1.
But there is obviously the shutdown coming from that. So
And we might see another trade of objectives here. Blue does not have enough people to defend this tower. Spencer misses the E. Galio sees his opportunity. He goes in, trading extremely well, but that's pretty much all of his cooldowns. Kuki somehow between the towers? That's not where you want to be right now, buddy. And Ezreal having to go in, trying to save him. The Dark Binding doesn't land. Diana has picked up mid tower and is now on her way bottom. The Sejuani is so tanky right now. Ender has to go for that one, but Diana sneaks up on him in the end. They didn't have the river vision they needed. He was in a bit of a pickle there, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Carmel Esports now down about 1,500 gold in this matchup.
on top of that, the Diana is really starting to pick up kill after kill. And, I mean, that's going to be a big deal going into the late game for this.
Yeah, we're seeing exactly what Carmel Esports Blue needed to happen for this. They got the Yasuo rolling. Diana making plays around the map. She has her Roa. She has her Nashers. It looks like she's speccing into a Zonia so that she can get in and isolate herself throughout some of the counterattack being put up by Carmel Esports Gold. Hopefully, Carmel Esports Gold can macro their way out of this one. But right now, not looking good. Their lane assignments are a bit rough. Still having Ezreal in the side lane with the Renekton pushing bottom. I would like to see the Ezreal go mid.
On top of that, like despite the Sejuani having a really rough start with the Lee Sin being able to invade, as we've gone further into this game, it's really starting to like catch up. And Sejuani's really starting to get back into this game. She's not having as many issues when she gets into encounters with other champions.
Kuki does have the angle.
Starting to make an impact.
He landed the resonating strike. He's able to get on the Yasuo. He takes out Yasuo, okay, but does he know the Diana's there? She's going in. He gets out. The black shield able to save Barrel of Oranges. This could be the fight they need to turn this around. King of the Alcove has cut off D4, T4 down below, keeping the Sejuani out of the fight. This could be Baron. And they immediately ping it right on cue. Now, mind you, Sejuani and Alawi are up. Alawi is taking Krugs, but if she stops taking Krugs, she could end up taking the lives of Carmel Esports Gold here at the Baron Pit. That's the perfect spot for her to go in and wreak havoc. However, she's not looking for that. She's backing off. Are they just simply going to give and try and stall out?
I mean, I'm unsure here, but I think the Diana play earlier that we saw just wasn't a good idea after the I think it was the Sejuani was killed with the Blitzcrank. And
it was the Yasuo that was already
dead.
The
Yasuo.
But Alawi going in, getting the massive cleanup that she needed. We're seeing 2 flashes out, but Yasuo is alive again. He's going to get taunted. Galio with the Winds of Justice going in. Ezreal trying to clean up. He's in the middle of the pit. He's getting debuffed, and Sejuani steals it. And that whole time, King of the Alcove, bottom, Galio dying to the Alawi passive. And this is 4th Drake, King of the Alcove, going to try and solo it. Oh, he's not. He's just going to back off.
With the Alawi and Sejuani making their way there right now, I don't think there's really much you can do. However, the Lee Sin is back up, as well as the Morgana, and Renekton is still there. So they could make their way down there and try and get that contested. Lee Sin is going for his wolves though, which means I think they are going to plan on giving away this dragon.
Yeah, I
they
think
won't
they
be able to
have
get there
to.
in time.
They're down 3k gold now. It looks like Renekton is actually going for the second item, Visage, rather than the Black Cleaver. He's flecting that Kindle Gem into Visage, trying to get a bit tankier. Ezreal has reached his spike. He's got good items right now. The Executioners is very important so he can tear through the Alawi, who has a Death Stance second item. It was really unfortunate that they didn't commit 5 to the Baron call. I think if they commit 5 to the Baron, especially with the way that Alawi pathed to the Baron, they could have finished the Baron before ending up in that scenario where death timers had expired and D4, T4, and Spencer were collapsing. If we look at the gold differences now, Ezreal is now down 600 gold versus the Alawi, despite having a small CS advantage. Alawi sitting on a 400 in gold bounty. That one's going to be hard to collect. Kuki still up 1700 gold on the Sejuani, but does that really matter at this point? Kuki has to get off a massive engage. That's not really gold dependent. You look at Sejuani, she has the 2 items that she wants. I'm not quite sure at her level if she's getting the dividends on the Warmogs. Yes, she just picked up another Ruby Crystal. Looks like she's building towards either a Thornmail or a Randuin's. So Sejuani is getting that Warmogs passive regen now. Pokezang is up 2,000 gold in the mid lane versus Eternal Midget, but Eternal Midget lands the taunt. Will Kuki go in? He goes in a little bit too late there, but King of the Alcove is here for the stun, able to pick up the kill. This looks like a hard commit, but they have Alawi coming up behind them in the choke. The ultimate, though, a little bit too spread out. Yasuo going in. Ender, can he clean up this fight? He's having a hard time. King of the Alcove helping him out there with the stun. Yasuo, though, diving underneath the tower, gets taunted in his dying breath. Ender over the wall trying to clean this one up. Can't do it. Yasuo with the quadra kill. Ender backing off so he doesn't give up the Penta.
I mean, with this, they're gonna break into the base completely. There's death timers on everyone except for Ezreal, and they're gonna have enough time to take this tower and inhib even. The Ezreal is gonna try and disrupt that though.
He's gonna do his best, but he can't stop this inhib being taken. It's actually a massive item disparity and gold disparity between the two. Yasuo currently has 3,300 gold in pocket. He's nearly 4K up right now on King of the Alcove. He already has what looks like the makings of a frozen mallet, so he's probably going to finish that up and start building toward another BF item, and either that or he's going to go for some sustain. Meanwhile, King of the Alcove speccing more into tankiness, not going for Black Cleaver at all, just sitting on the Bork and then looking like he's going to build either a Thornmail or a Randuin's Omen. It actually looks like Galio
Diana
is going...
could be in a lot of danger here for Diana.
Could be, but the taunt misses. Diana could potentially turn this. She misses the Q though, but the R does so much damage it doesn't even matter. She still trades 1 for 1. I question the double grievous wounds here on behalf of the Galio. I've seen this build before in solo queue on a Silas, and I memed on it because right now he has the Oblivion Orb, which is an early pickup. He should probably not finish Morello's, or if he does finish Morello's, he needs to sell the Bramble Vest. I don't think it's useful for him to spec into both. His taunt actually will proc the grievous wounds regardless of the Bramble, because the taunt does damage.
Yeah, and I think the next major objective that we're gonna see a fight for is this Dragon Soul, because if Blue gets this, could be big for them.
And what looked like a potentially easy game for gold has now become a disaster as Renekton gets rocket grabbed.
Yeah, he just walked right into it, and unfortunately he was picked up by the rocket grab, and then that resulted in a pretty free kill for them. Now they're going to be 1 man down going into this dragon fight, and they kind of have to contest this, but it's going to be really difficult with a man down here.
And Kuki taking the CS, getting the early kills, is now the same level and only 2 CS up on the Sejuani. We have a TP here from the Diana going in, basically blowing up Ender. He doesn't stand a chance.
They
and
have
it looks
Infernal
like Carmel
Soul too.
Esports Blue has this in the bag. Infernal, not the best Dragon Soul out of them all. That's probably an honor saved for Ocean, but very potent, and it looks like this game is just over. Carmel Esports Blue pushing it in for the win here. This one went the other way on us.
This went south for Esports Gold. That we did not expect this, but I mean, they're never gonna hear the end of it if they lose this, which it looks like they're about to.
This is the 3rd tournament in the row these two teams have participated in versus one another, and oh my goodness. After the first 2 tournaments where Carmel Esports Gold sent Blue to the losers bracket and then Blue just FF'd the rest of the tournament, it looks like Blue is exacting their revenge and making this one a series for the long run. We'll have to see if Gold can make the run in the losers bracket and face off against Blue again in the grand finals.
This is impressive. I cannot believe we've seen this, and this is how the game turned out.
Just an absolute upset here on that side of the bracket for the Carmel teams. We'll have to see how this plays out as we continue to advance in the tournament. If we take a look at the bracket right now, switching over, we're going to see that Carmel Esports Blue moves on. They will play the winner of Rossville versus John Adams. To refresh that just to see if there's anything updated here for us. No, but Carmel Esports Gold in the meantime waiting on the winner of Scioset and Northwestern Sachem still finishing up their match. We've got a lot more action for you coming up throughout the day, so stick around and stay tuned. Thanks for watching. This is the Spring 2020 Greyhound Battlegrounds. Hello everyone and welcome to the losers final of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We have with us Mouse and Burnt Toast. So Burnt Toast from Ben Davis, Mouse from Lloyd Norrix out of Michigan. This one's gonna be a crazy matchup here. It's a best of 5, and with me for another TriCast, I'm gonna have Halo Gavin, Jackson, and Mark Shadow. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring them in right now so they can talk a little bit more about this last SSBU match for the day before grand finals at 1:30 on Monday.
It's in Japanese.
All right, fellas. So
Gaming.
Mouse versus Burnt Toast. What do you think about this matchup?
I don't know. I haven't watched enough of these two players, but I do know that Burnt Toast won a tournament like a few months ago. I think it was
a
March.
Game Headfest.
Yeah, or he didn't win it. He got second place. However, he
thought
did
he won
beat
it.
Refraction. No, he got second place to Refraction, who he beat earlier. This is a really rough matchup for him, though, mostly because, like, I mean, Terry's a combo character, and it's really hard to combo someone like Pichu, who's going to drag you off stage.
Yes, but if he does get the go meter, Pichu probably will die at 20.
Yeah,
That's true.
Pichu is very light at being the lightest character in the game.
he's got, like, really good ground movement, though, so
Ooh.
far. But, yeah,
Already
I think
seeing, wow,
Now
58%
to be really
just in
early
the
percent
63
combo.
in like the first 15 seconds. What a clean combo right off the bat from Mouse.
Yeah, I think Mouse definitely just has a better matchup in this scenario. He's already dead.
25 seconds in, and Burnt Toast's stock is already gone.
That was crazy. See, watching Mouse
Yeah.
makes me actually like want to pick up Pichu again, but then I realize every time I play, I die like 4. So you know, Mouse Pichu is fun.
Yeah.
I'll just keep up on the shoot.
I remember Mouse also has won a few tournaments, isn't that right? Or, like,
He's
has
gotten
gotten
high
pretty far.
placements, yeah.
Okay.
I do
Yeah.
think Terry definitely does kill.
Oh my god!
Oh
so
my
many
god.
again.
Oh.
I was this Pichu actually is crazy. He's actually doing these
Yeah.
combos at 0%, and
I don't
Terry
even-
just goes from 0 to 63. Terry just has no breathing space, and that's
What
what
does
Mouse
Terry
needs to
even do here?
He's really just gotta
He's dying
wait for
before
an
go
opening,
percent
but
can even
he's
happen.
not. He's really not even giving him an opening.
The good part about what Mouse is doing is he's just not letting Terry breathe, and that's kind of what you want to do. Is Terry kind of wants to like stay back and just get go
Yeah.
meter, just use the projectiles. Mouse is just capitalizing on it and just going crazy on him.
Does
I mean,
actually
this is-
have the meter this time, so I don't know. Oh,
I was just about to say
God,
Terry with the go meter, and then he just gets downbeat off stage again.
like,
Mouse,
he's at 165. Oh, he's dead.
he is dead. Yeah,
You're not
Jack that
living
powered
that.
him.
You're not living that at 165 with anyone.
It's just insane, the amount of pressure, the amount of damage the Pichu Mouse is getting. What does Burnt Toast even do here? Like, what
Well,
can he improve on?
I think the main thing he needs to do is
I
just
think
try
he's
and
dead.
focus and wait for Mouse to make an opening. But the issue is Mouse isn't giving him an opening because he's pressuring him so
He's just
hard.
all over him.
Because Burnt Toast definitely will kill at this percent against Pichu.
I don't know. Mouse looks like he's making a comeback.
Yeah,
He hasn't had it in a while, and he's just getting a small percent.
I
See,
do think that Burnt Toast could definitely bring this around as long as he's just careful. But the second Mouse brings him off stage, he's probably going down for good.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Burnt Toast gets to go percent, he can use that for, like, the rest of the game, but it just does not seem likely at this point.
Mouse.
Yeah, he's really got to hurry because he's already almost a whole stock behind. Really, he would. Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
I
don't
mean, there's a
count-
kill,
don't
but he's
count
already at
what comes out.
123.
He does have a. Oh, that's dead.
Oh,
That's
That's dead.
Pichu down,
Pichu down smash is so strong.
yeah. I do think because Burnt Toast also plays Ken and Ryu, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if either of them would be better in this situation. I know Ryu's like F tilt can break shield really easily, and that might be something he could use against Mao's. However, I haven't seen Mao's shield almost at all, so I don't know if they would be the best choice. If anything, I'd want to play someone that just is based on kill power.
I'm gonna wonder what Toast is gonna do. Is he gonna switch or is he gonna stay? He started making a comeback halfway through. I think he actually got like not a full down. Oh, Mouse.
No, I think
No,
there's-
there's
Oh, it's
switching
stage.
stages.
I was like Mouse. I was like, why?
Well, I know Mouse also plays Palutena.
I think
Uh,
Palutena is also really good in that matchup because you can.
But I don't think he would switch. He already
Yeah, I
had
think-
such a
yeah.
huge lead.
I think Mouse is just switching the stage that Burnt Toast wants to go on.
Yeah. Yep, same
Although
characters.
Burntoast didn't switch the stage, so
Burnt-
I don't know what's going on there.
Burnt Toast.
Oh,
No,
maybe
he
he
is.
forgot.
Maybe he's just switching the alt. I don't know. Oh, Burnt Toast didn't switch the stage. Oh, okay, I just like.
Yeah, I don't really think. I don't know what I would do in Burntoast's situation because I don't think any of the other characters he plays would make much of a difference in that matchup. He just
Yeah.
kind of has to hope he can get an early kill.
I
Is
I
it
don't
only
think
for the
even
Soyuz?
Ken or Ryu would work as well as Terry would, honestly, because their side beats are super exploitable and Mouse can get in position for like a down B or something.
I think Burnt
Yeah.
Toast is making a comeback at the end. I think he's just needs to get more comfortable with the Pichu matchup. Pichu is a
Yeah.
hard character to fight.
Yeah, I will
Definitely.
say Burntoast did a really good job of adapting to the matchup. We saw him getting hit by the combos less, being able to DI some stuff better. So it might be he just hasn't adapted to the matchup. So we'll have
This-
to see.
Oh, he's going. He's
won't-
staying.
With the plant matchup did earlier, where he just needs to get a sustainable lead early on
Mhm.
and just
I
keep
think
that
something about
momentum.
Burnout.
I
Burnt-
think that's definitely how he could win this.
Burnt
Because
Toast, he's
Terry's
not-
a strong character. I mean, his side B, I think, is that the one that shoots you forwards?
Yeah.
That kills like really early usually, and especially against Pichu. But
And then there's
Wow.
also the
He can't even
infamous
touch the
jab
ground.
power dunk that he could
Yeah.
use.
He's already at 73%. Mouse is just going off.
I think Mouse is doing more damage to himself.
That's the problem with Pichu. Pichu is very light and does damage to himself, which does not help him.
Yeah, Pichu is
He's-
definitely a very risky character.
He is
to
the
play.
definition of a glass cannon.
I think what Toast needs to do to work on it as well is just not get hit by a lot of those down Bs. Toast got, I mean, Mouse got a lot of early kills just because he got down B. Maybe staying off stage a little bit more and just jumping out there and just like stalling out there.
He does
Maybe
have go meter now, so I wonder if he could pull something out here. Oh, he
He
tried
almost
to
had
for
it.
it. That would have
Pichu's
killed
just too
Pichu.
that would have killed Pichu. Is he back gonna kill? Back air killed. Wow.
Yeah, Pichu is at 70 though, which is definitely way better than what happened or what he started at last time. But I mean, Burn Toast is already almost back up there. But that uppercut, that was a really nice uppercut from Burn Toast.
He knew that Pichu would have been in more shield lag. Because that's the problem with electric type moves. If you hit a shield with an electric type move, they're actually in shield longer. And you're actually more vulnerable. Like, Pichu is actually, like, has more lag. Because
Yeah.
of the electric type move. So,
I know, as someone who uses Link, who I have to shield all the time, I do know. He's got to be really careful, Mouse does, with hitting shield, just because, like, especially how out of shield moves work in this game.
oh my gosh!
That was an
What an
incredible
amazing
fight.
With the recovery, Mouse making a mistake and actually going way too high. Maybe you could have just clipped the ledge or go on stage.
That
I
was
was
a
just gonna
really
say
good
that
read. But Mouse is able to bring it back.
Mouse hitting the F smash. It was pretty good for
Yeah,
him.
I mean, they're really even now, but that spike might be all that Burn Toast needs to get, like, this momentum, because he's just forced this back into his favor.
Yeah.
He's actually ahead of Mouse now, for the first time this set, really.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I
if he
think,
keeps up this lead, he can definitely win this.
if he can use this momentum against Mouse, he definitely has a solid chance at bringing this back. I mean, Mouse is already at kill percent for Pichu. He's just got to be careful that he doesn't get downbeat, and I think he's been doing a really good job about that this match, is being more safe. But right now, he's throwing out a lot of power dunks, which
I mean,
don't know.
Pichu is at
he's
80%.
looking
And
for an early kill, which I think he should be a little more careful, because, you know, if you just run in there and throw out moves, especially with someone like Pichu who's very combo heavy, he can definitely get you out of that really fast. So I think he needs to be a bit more careful and less jumpy.
At this
I
point,
would-
all it takes is one strong hit to win it, and
Oh, wow.
we almost saw it there.
Oh,
And,
and the
it is
down smash.
Down smash.
from
So this
Pichu
is best
from
of 5,
Mouse.
right?
yes.
Yes, it's yep. I mean, I think he was just trying to get an early kill because Pichu's weight value is only 62. He's pretty light next to Puff. on a balloon weight. So I think he knew that he was at 80%. I think he knew that if he got a solid hit, he would have killed.
Yeah, I think he was just throwing out a little too much moves because he was getting desperate for a kill.
I think he should have stayed back a little bit more and just kind of played
Yeah.
more patient and let
'Cause-
Mouse do more damage to himself. Because the more Mouse tries to commit, is the more Mouse is going to hurt himself, and is the easier he'll die.
If I were Burn Toast right now, I'd stick Terry because he was really close to winning that. And I feel like he should capitalize on that momentum and try and pull it back. But we'll have to see.
I think Burn Toast just did really well that round,
Yeah,
especially with that
hopefully he
down air
knows that.
spike to seal the second stock. I think that was really good. Honestly, I think that game could have gone to either one of them if the conditions were different.
Mhm.
Also, why aren't you guys sitting next to me?
Huh?
Oh,
Come on, why don't you guys
spectating, I think.
Man, like, I know Mashik, man, and there's like, I'm pretty disgusting, but like, come on,
I don't know,
even
Jack.
all-
Oh,
me
he
and Jack are homies. We're 2v2 partners.
bro, come on. Even
I'm
the
not
teacher
sure.
stood behind us. He's like, I'm too cool for you guys, or something like that.
Well, he's like, I don't know.
Sure, he's the teacher.
Oh, he
but-
did switch to Ken.
Not sure
I'm
if I
not
like
sure.
that switch.
Ken?
Yeah, I think he was doing better with
Especially
Terry.
on Battlefield. I don't know about, because,
Ooh.
you know, normally ledges aren't very good for these fighting game characters.
I mean,
And they're very good for Pichu because he can ladder him. So I think he's got to play really careful. If I were him, I would have just stuck and tried to capitalize on the momentum.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this will go. He's already at a...
Yeah.
he's already dead.
His recoveries are just way too exploitable like that. I
Yeah.
think he definitely should have stuck with
Wow.
Terry.
Burns,
I mean-
12, like 20 seconds into the game, already taking the stock. Mouse is going crazy.
That's kind of the pattern with like all of these matches. Mouse just
Yeah.
gets a strong lead really early and then
Burn
seals
Toast is
his first stock.
Oh,
Burns
that was a
is
solid
really
combo.
good player. You can tell that he's actually really good at this game. You can just tell he does not know how to fight this Pichu matchup.
Oh,
He almost
that was almost an
had a
FD.
ridiculous recovery.
I'm
Luckily,
surprised
Pichu
that
has such
uppercut
a strong
control.
recovery.
It is pretty gimpable, but it's pretty hard to start gimping. Like, they can mix it up and match it up so well.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a
yeah,
nice
recovery.
recovery from Burn Toast.
That was a
Burn
pretty-
Toast is bringing this back like surprisingly well though. Like he only took 70%, which, I mean,
He could die right
that's-
now.
I
He
mean,
can
he's at
still
kill
die at
percent,
6%.
so I don't know.
He can die at like 20.
yeah, I think he is definitely adapting really fast to Mouse in this
Yeah.
matchup, especially since he hasn't even played Ken the first two games. So I think he's just got to be careful because something like that will kill if he tries to go for something and misses.
Mouse
I think
is
that's
just
the thing with
sitting back
Pichu.
and letting. The problem is Mouse is actually sitting back and not really being aggressive, and Burn Toast is being aggressive.
Oh, and that
Oh!
sure you can almost
Ooh, that
got him
almost
off the
killed him.
top.
I've never seen a Ken player ladder with the up B.
See,
Yeah.
did you see how Pichu just waited there and waited for Toast to approach him? Toast is approaching too much, and Mouse is just kind of capitalizing on it.
Yeah, I think the main thing with Pichu is, you know, if you mess up once against
Ooh.
Pichu, you're getting punished for 50%.
Just like that right
But
there.
it's the same oppositely. If
Yeah.
Mouse messes up, he can just die at like
I
20.
know. So I think both of them are just, they're both playing like, you wouldn't guess it, but they're both playing like really careful, you can tell, even though they're being aggressive at the same time. Because they know if they mess up, they're going to get comboed.
Oh,
because both
okay.
of
He's
them are
kind of
combo.
bringing this back. It's only a 50% difference.
He's got to be
30
careful
now.
though, because he will die really early. That almost spiked.
If he gets a
almost
real,
dead.
he's been getting really good reads off of Pichu's uppy.
Mhm.
There was the down air from last game and the uppy from this game. So
Yeah, he-
maybe if he can get that, that can seal it. But this is incredibly equal right now. It's
does
so
look
hard
like-
to tell who's gonna win.
Mouse
I
is
think-
definitely throwing out a lot more F smashes. I think he
I
just wants
think-
to get this kill over with.
I think I'm gonna see a
That could've-
Shoryuken. I'm gonna guess. I'm just gonna guess that he's gonna Shoryuken.
I am
Yeah.
really surprised. Oh, that could
He's
be
going for
it.
the Shoryu. He's going for the Shoryu.
That's it.
Uh,
Oh,
Whoa, he barely
I'm
missed.
really
They're both
surprised
He's
that-
going
so
for Shoryu
nervous.
way too much. He is. Oh.
they're both going for their moves, really. Oh!
Oh!
Oh my god! That was a really... He
That
really
was so
got that back.
intense.
Wow, so maybe switching to Ken was the right choice, kind of threw
Yeah.
Mouse off, and he really came back and adapted well.
Because now he has up B to work with, which is such a strong kill move, as we've seen with Burn Toast throughout this entire game, throughout this entire bracket.
Can we talk
I
about
think
how cute Pichu
What
is?
Burntos does really well is he's just been so good at adapting to Mao's. Just because every time he messes up, he definitely like notices it and improves on that specific aspect. I think the only thing is they both are getting a little too antsy and trying to go for
Yeah.
kills.
I mean, you saw that after they both were at 100%, they were just kind of throwing out moves just to seal the stock because they were both so nervous. It was such an intense situation for the both of them. Even me watching, that just made me feel really tense.
Yeah, same here. I really like that they're playing characters that you really don't see much online because
Yeah.
they honestly aren't too great online with the amount of buffer that they have, especially like Ken and Terry. Which is what I've liked about this whole tournament is there's been a lot of character variety. I haven't seen a whole lot of the same character, which
Was there a
it makes
Joker
it really
tournament?
nice. I don't
Except
think
for
I
the
saw
Wager?
one, which is
Except for
surprising.
Wager.
Let me check. I don't think I saw a Joker this whole
Because I
tournament.
swear I see Joker in every tournament.
Yeah, same here. I
It's
see
surprising that there was no Joker.
the only Joker was the Blue Laser.
Blue Laser was
Oh,
the
that's
He's
true.
the only person that played Joker, which is really surprising because Joker's like one
I
of
mean,
the most
we
common characters.
have a Joker main on our Carmel team. I guess he didn't sign up.
Probably not. I mean, I didn't sign up either.
I don't think he did.
I just didn't sign up because I didn't think I would be up this late. I just stayed up all night. I was like, I'm fine.
Final destination.
This
We're going
could be Burntoast's final destination.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're saying,
especially-
curse.
I
bro.
think he's
Commentator's-
definitely going to try and Shoryuken more, especially because that's
Yeah.
what won in the last game. And I think he shouldn't do that because Mao's is definitely going to be looking out a lot more for Shoryuken.
I would assume so, yeah.
Especially because it leaves Ken so open, especially in the air where Pichu can either down B. Yeah,
See what I'm saying? It's the same pattern. Burntoast dies, but then is able to make it up later on.
oh, is this the
Oh
gift?
my god!
Oh.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, and the
what-
taunt.
With the taunt, oh, I can't even be mad. When a Pichu taunts on me, I can't even be mad. They're so cute. I love Pichu so much.
Wow,
It's
I
gonna be
don't
hard to
see
make up
Burntoast
this
bringing
huge
back.
deficit that Burntoast has.
I don't want to curse it for Mouse, but I think he's got this in the bag. He has to
Yeah.
like a Pichu. I believe in Toast, but this is a Pichu that we're dealing with. Pichu is
I mean, even I
like
struggle
this
with
character.
Pichu.
Oh, wow.
These cool
Is this
combos.
a free stall?
Oh my god!
Oh my
three
God.
star.
You spiked him too? I mean, he didn't have to go that far in for it, but
That game
wow.
lasted 1:10.
Bro.
I just want to point that out.
So there we have it, everyone. That is the result, the 3-1 ending to this losers final. Two dominant forces are going to meet up in the grand finals on Monday. We had Miles from Lloyd Norix just make an absolute beast of a run through the losers bracket, only dropping 2 single games. And on the flip side of that, we have K-Dog, who only dropped 2 games as well, maybe even 1. Yeah, he dropped 2 games in the winners bracket. So we're gonna have K-Dog from Manheim Township and Mouse from Lloyd Norix at 1:30 on Monday, May 25th for the grand final championship of the spring 2020 Greyhound Battlegrounds. Guys, out of what you've seen today out of both of these players, what does that matchup look like for you?
It looks really hard for the Shoryus. Pichu just kind of rushed him down really hard.
Yeah.
I feel like he couldn't really do anything to, like, I think Mouse just had that on the lock. Pichu was just going at, like, he couldn't get anything. Like, Pichu was just pressuring him so well that Shoryus needed their space to be able to get their combos, needed the shield. Mouse didn't really even shield, and Mouse was just playing it really good, as Burn Toast couldn't really do anything about it.
Yeah,
And
I think that's probably
I think
one of
that
the
last
reasons.
game really showed Ken's exploitable recovery with
He died at 60. Like, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
I think that Mao's greatest strength is really just being able to pressure so well, especially on the Street Fighter characters who are all very aggressive and combo-based characters. But he was able to pressure him the entire match, even like how fast Burn Toast adapted, he was still able to like just keep pressuring him and getting damage and combos off on him.
I think Toast was just a little bit too aggressive, and I think he needed to play back a little bit more. I think that's something he could improve on, is just being a little bit more patient, because Mouse just kind of played a little patient, and every time Toast approached, Mouse would capitalize on it.
I definitely agree with that. I think
you still need to approach. I'm not saying don't approach at all, but I'm just saying approach a little bit less. Like maybe send out your projectiles, maybe just dash dance a little bit. Just do something else.
yeah,
Alright,
it was
so-
a
Go
Oh.
ahead, finish that thought.
okay. It was a very aggressive match, which is like really nice to see in finals because it makes it a lot more exciting, which I did really like. Seeing a more aggressive match, but also because they're both like very smart and they were both very good at making sure that they capitalized on each other whenever they messed up.
So looking at this, we have a Pichu versus a Piranha Plant on Monday. Who do you think has the edge?
I really don't know.
Point.
Pichu, I think Pichu has the edge of that matchup just because with Piranha Plant's recovery, it only covers his sides and doesn't cover his top. If Mouse plays it right, he can easily just downer him, just kill him at like 30 off stage. But
Yeah.
Well, I
I-
think on the other hand, Piranha Plant could do really well against Pichu because of Pichu's lightweight, and Piranha Plant could probably kill Pichu at around 40 or 50 with one good Patui or one good up smash.
yeah,
I don't know. I think
definitely.
Pichu just really needs to be careful with that specific matchup.
Yeah, I think that can be a very tough matchup on both ends because Piranha Plant is all about pressuring, especially like with his gas, his neutral B, all of that. I mean, we saw how Mouse played where he focused on pressuring the other person off the stage a lot, and I think Piranha Plant also does that, so it'll be really interesting. I feel like that's going to be very back and forth.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it could really go to either one of them.
I definitely agree with that.
All right, well, Monday, it's going to be quite the showdown between the two of them. All of you are going to be included on the cast if you so choose. So for those of you watching right now, you can expect to hear more from Jaxib, Marshadow, and Halo Gavin Monday at 1:30 during these grand finals. Hopefully we get that bracket reset. That would be so hype. And for Smash Brothers, these three are signing off for the day, and we're going to transition to League of Legends for the remainder of the afternoon. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, everyone. We are going to transition very quickly to League of Legends. We're going to have the winners final of Carmel High School Blue coming off their massive upset of gold versus John Adams High School, the IUPUI Invitational Champions from this past fall 2019. This is an exciting tournament. Can't wait to see this match play out. I'll be back real soon. All right, hey everyone, we are back with the draft for this next game. It is Carmel Blue versus John Adams High School. And we have Carmel on the blue side, John Adams on the red side. We're seeing some bans come out. First off, we've got Leeson being taken away by Carmel High School from John Adams, trying to avoid letting the John Adams jungler, Big Red, have his way on that one. Also another targeted jungle ban there with the Graves. John Adams instead focusing on the solo lane, trying to prevent, it looks like D4T4 moving back to the mid lane, trying to prevent him from getting his picks. Of course, the Yasuo is a flex pick. We saw that last game, that if you let Carmel Blue have the Yasuo, they will take it mid lane, they will take it bottom lane, they might even take it top lane. You never know what they're going to do. After that, we've got the Yuumi ban, so switching from the jungle pinch down to the support ban. A Yuumi, very annoying champ. I can go on and on all day about her, but the cat is back in the bag. And finally, we're banning our last mid lane focused pick here. It's either Akali or Echo, and they're going with the Echo. D4T4 plays a lot of those melee mids, especially assassins. I've worked with him repeatedly on transitioning to a 1-3-1 play style in the mid to late game with that. But it looks like here they might be going with more of a hyper-focused oriented strategy. Showing a lot of picks, the Diana, that melee mid assassin. Or will they go for the Vladimir? The Vladimir was taken away by Carmel Esports Gold in their previous match for the day. So Vladimir, that is technically a flex, but we will probably see it in the top lane. And John Adams is answering with the Gnar. Waiting for them to lock that one in. Interesting on red side to go for the Gnar counter pick already, especially since they do not have full info on the Vlad pick. Instead opting maybe to go for that Elise, that way they don't get more of their jungle pool pinched in second rotation, or just locking in the Karma. Karma traditionally is a support pick, but it has historically also been a flex pick. We're probably going to see Karma support here though. Very strong in the bottom lane, a pick that can get a lot of priority and look to make plays happen in the lane, enabling their jungler. And it looks like we will get that a very aggressive early game Elise pick here, probably looking to do a 3 camp into gank or potentially even an early invade solo, especially around that bottom side of the map where he might have that pushing lane with the Karma support. Answering that Elise though is Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is a jungler who is pretty stagnant in solo queue in terms of his viability. If you're good with Kha'Zix, you can make Kha'Zix work. He is an assassin that has a lot of tools in his bags. However, right now, not the most dominant pick in the game. However, we will see Diana mid being locked in potentially, and that does very much fit the MO for D4T4. That's his play style entirely. So the entire top half of the map being drafted on the blue side by Carmel Blue. And that's an interesting draft strategy. Once again, I think you want to sort of hold off on showing your lanes as much as possible. So I would have liked to have seen more flex picks on behalf of Carmel, potentially their bottom lane being shown. Here we're seeing the Garen top lock-in by John Adams. Technically, the Garen could go elsewhere, but it's most likely going to be a Garen top with the Karma still being support, but the Karma could be flexed to the mid. And it looks like they're banning out Zintiant's Blitzcrank here. Not sure that's really the pick that did a whole lot of work in that previous game. It was mostly Carmel Gold funneling into the Yasuo and giving him the gold in that early double TP play down bottom. The Morgana takeaway, though, that is actually a good one. Morgana could have been a very annoying pick that might have prevented some of the burst pick engages from the Elise in the mid to late game when Elise transitions from an early game dominator to more of a cocoon bot. Carmel Esports taking their time on this one, really having to think about potentially banning bot laners out here or mid laners. The smarter pick is probably a mid laner, looking at directly what counters Diana and just banking on the Karma going bottom. And that's probably what they're spending their time doing right now. D4, T4, thinking about the picks that he doesn't want to play against in the mid lane. But no, they actually ban out bottom laners here. So not willing to toss a ban in the mid lane. Potentially D4, T4 isn't worried about it. Diana's a very strong pick right now. If you're ever on r/League of Legends, you'll find frequent complaint posts about her and her ability to snowball games. John Adams sticking with a support-focused second ban phase, banning out the Leona. We might see Zintiance break out the Blitzcrank once again, and Carmel, following suit, bans another bot laner. So both pick bans target at bot lane here. We might see John Adams. If Karma is indeed mid lane, they might try and take away another support here, but no, that's a Cho'Gath mid lane, which is interesting. I'm not sure I agree with the pick. I also, in this place in the draft, I don't think Cho'Gath is going to be contested. I would have liked to have seen an ADC being picked here, so let's see if they lock that in, and they do. I really feel like that's a draft error on their behalf. Would have liked to have seen the ADC pick. That way, Carmel Esports effectively loses 3 ADCs out of the pool, 4 if you count Yasuo being banned. In response to that, Cho'Gath, probably a decent pick into Diana. Diana's going to have a hard time bursting him. Abundant Memes looking to put the team on his back with the Vayne pick. That's a champion that very much is known for hyperscaling into the late game, but has a great 2-item spike, especially going the Bork Rageblade route. And for the final pick here, we're waiting to see what Zintiance locks in as support, and it's going to be the Nautilus. And the Nautilus pick is what I would say is the strongest pick left for his pool right now. It's a much better pick overall than the Blitzcrank, provides way more utility in CC. The passive on the Nautilus auto attacks will be extremely useful for trading in this lane. However, the Tristana is an extremely safe pick. Tristana bot lane can buffer out of a lot of spells that are being cast, can ult away some of the Diana and Kha'Zix jumps onto her. So John Adams here has a very safe bottom lane, tanky solo lanes, and an early game jungler that could be looking to make plays all around the rift. Based on the drafts here, I personally like Carmel's better, but ease of execution is probably on the side of John Adams. Garen and Cho'Gath, they can just kind of hang out in lane. Cho'Gath will need to make sure he hits some Qs and Ws. We might see a Glacial Augment build out of him, but it's a little bit up in the air at the moment what this may actually end up being. In terms of late game threats though, Carmel has way more. Vladimir, Diana, Vayne, all 3 of those champs can pop off and take over a late game team fight, as opposed to John Adams, where you're pretty much banking on the Tristana late game unless this Garen can get rolling in the top lane. And right now, we're seeing them finish the draft in client. That way, we can get started on this game. See if there are any surprises up their sleeves. I doubt we're looking at anything too different from what we've seen thus far. It's most likely still going to be that Cho'Gath mid, Karma support, but we could see some of these picks flexed around to other lanes. It might actually be Garen mid, now that I'm looking at this. Yeah, they are picking in order of their roles, so that's actually Garen mid versus Diana, which does change the dynamic. Garen is a very aggressive pick, a lane bully. He might take Ignite, and once you have that, Garen just runs in, Q, autos, spins, ignites, and that's almost a kill every time early game. At level 6, he's going to do that every 3 minutes and potentially snowball the game that way. So we'll have to see. I would like to have the Diana roam around the map and make plays out of lane, very similar to what we saw from his teammate Pokezang in the previous game. That was enabled by the Sejuani pick. Sejuani with the 4 melee champs was incredibly potent at chain CCing the entirety of Carmel Gold. We're going to have to see how this plays out. If D4T4 sits in lane, John Adams could look to build an advantage that way. Now we're looking at the chat. We got some people, big fans of Spencer over here, ready to see his Kazakhs take to the Rift. Now, little bit of concern here. They would have loved to have seen the Trundle jungle, but unfortunately, we're just getting the Kazakhs on this one. Remember, if you're in the chat, hit us with a donation, hit us with your Twitch Prime subs. All of that goes directly toward Carmel Esports. We recently this year, as a result of fundraising with our community, we were able to build an 8-computer gaming lab that lived in my room for the entirety of the second semester, and next fall it should be getting its own dedicated space within the building, and we can't wait to show you what that looks like as we get it set up. But we now have 8 gaming computers hand built by the Carmel Build a PC Club, of which I am also a sponsor. That's 2 of the 3 clubs I sponsor working together to make a great place for our students to play these games. Unfortunately, we can't be using those computers right now, but hopefully once the school year starts back up and we're allowed back in the building, we're going to be getting a lot of mileage out of those computers donated to us through the efforts of the parents and their hard work and local businesses like Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker, our sponsor for the 2020 Spring Greyhound Battlegrounds. Tamar Karen, a league of its own. What more can I say? She is the mother of King of the Alcove, our starting top laner for Carmel Esports Gold. She has been an advent supporter of the club. She has officially sponsored us for previous major tournaments, such as the Indiana High School Esports Network Fall 2019 Finals. She bought hoodies for the entirety of the Overwatch and League of Legends teams. Both of those teams went on to win the Indiana State Championships in those titles. Coincidence? I think not. She has once again donated to us for this event, and we are very grateful that she is providing prizing for the first place participants in all 4 games. That's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, of which you saw the bracket run today. It's Mouse versus, excuse me, I'm forgetting the bracket. I got so excited. It's Mouse versus K-Dog. That's right, he won so early in the day I completely forgot him. It's Mouse versus K-Dog at 1:30 on Monday. And then today we're seeing the result of the League of Legends bracket. Tomorrow we're going to have Rocket League at 10 a.m. and then Valorant at noon. This is it all weekend. It's going to be a grind. Stay with us for it all. We're getting in the match real soon. All right, everyone, and we're in game for the beginning of this one. Carmel Esports Blue, early on, doing a lane swap to have the Diana avoid that direct matchup with the Garen, getting that more favorable Vladimir v Garen matchup where Vladimir will just queue the Garen all day for sustain, hopefully with the blood rush up, keep himself up. We're looking at a relatively chill start at level 1, but Elise already making the play down bottom, catching them through Tri-Brush. Hitting the cocoon on Nautilus mid dredge line. However, not able to get a summoner. Able to get some chunk damage, but I'm not sure that's going to be able to stick. Meanwhile, the ramifications for this are huge. D4T4 able to play more aggressively topside because he knows where the Elise is, showing bottom. Elise now going to fall behind in terms of tempo pretty massively. We could see BWB here make an aggressive move into her jungle, but he's actually not going to. Big Red 7-11 instead pinging out, hey, my red buff. He knew I went bottom. He might be there. However, Garen walking with him. Walruto helps him out. No harm done here. Instead, BWB setting up to take the scuttle on the river, but Garen looking to contest. And Garen with the Q, E, and can we get the ignite? He's not going to do the full combo. Could have been a kill potentially, but realistically, Kha'Zix might have gotten out with just his life. Garen, meanwhile, though, Walruto solo contesting the scuttle, and that feels horrible as a jungler. And now Elise, realizing that Kha'Zix might head bottom, is going to contest that scuttle against him. Meanwhile, bottom lane trading very heavily, potentially getting a kill here, forcing the flash, forcing the exhaust, using the ignite, switching targets. Are they going to get both kills? They pick up the double kill bottom. Abundant Memes and Zintians are playing out of their mind this tournament. And we see there the single Nautilus auto in conjunction with Vayne's ability to stack her passive W rather quickly, get those silver bolts on with the auto tumble auto, means that Elise, Big Red 7-11, has to flash away on a gank. D4T4 meanwhile has his flash up. Will he flash away from the Cho'Gath? He has to, as the rupture would have definitely resulted in a kill. One thing to note though, Carmel does have scaling on their side. The solo lanes aren't as far behind as you may think looking at the matchups once you adjust the scoreboard for the actual lane assignments. Diana is down 10 CS, but Vladimir is making that up a little bit, up 6 CS. So we're seeing that sort of equalize between the two. Also, double TP on the side of Carmel Blue. That means if they're able to make it through lane phase without necessarily giving Garen the kills that he's looking for with this ignite, it could be very positive for them in the later stages of the game as they're preparing side waves for objectives. Meanwhile, Abundant Memes already going back, getting the extra mobility and the attack speed from the Zerker Greaves. That's a very good pickup here, and has an 800 gold lead as well as a 150 gold bounty, and is starting to build a CS lead. Jamboni opting not to buy anything on his back. He's currently sitting on 1,000 gold. He could have at least gotten a Cole and boots. There were a few different options for him. He could have gone boots, dagger. Interesting that he is opting instead to play this very greedy lane with just a Doran's Blade, no pots. Probably hoping to hold out for another 300 gold or so. That way he can not only get the BF sword, but also get some potions to help him sustain through the lane. We'll have to see if Carmel Blue spots this and plays aggressively in response. Carmel Blue does an excellent job of spotting the fact that Cho'Gath and Garen wanted to lane swap again. Elise invading topside, but there's nothing there for her to take. Meanwhile, Kha'Zix simply farming his blue side jungle. Very interesting that Elise would go for that topside invade, knowing the respawn timers. She should know that Kha'Zix did start the same side as her, and Kha'Zix, right when his red is respawning, ganks from bottom side. That's exactly what you should know as a jungler. You should be telling your team, hey, he started the same side as me. When his second buff respawns, he is going to gank from that side most likely. And Carmel's now in a good position to potentially get some river vision and even go for this Drake. So we see the Kha'Zix starting up the Drake. He can definitely solo this. He went for the warrior enchant rather than the smite. And Diana has roamed down to help him finish that. So it looks like Carmel's going to go ahead and get an early Ocean Drake to help them out, which is a great Drake for the early game, giving them some extra lane sustain in terms of both mana and health. Excuse me, just health. I'm thinking of previous seasons. Spencer, though, goes for the all-in on the top lane on Walruto, and it's just an even trade of some cooldowns. Garen, though, comes out a little worse for wear by using that ignite. Spencer simply had to use his ult. The cooldown is not equivalent. Now Danjam looking to have a party in the bottom lane, but just simply gets caught out in the river. Elise making an aggressive push into the topside jungle, invading that buff, misses the cocoon, and doesn't have her flash up. Kha'Zix simply able to leap out of there. Zintiant gets a nice dredge line down. Karma W roots him, but not able to capitalize on anything there. Very much playing on the back foot. This Vayne is popping off in the lane. The level 6 all in by Zintiant. However, Vayne was not in position to follow up, and BWayB gets caught between towers here. Big Red 7-11 after what looked like such a good initial play to potentially harass. Spencer with the clutch blast cone pop. That spells doom for Big Red 7-11. A little greedy on that one. That's sort of a classic solo queue play. His junglers, as a jungler, you don't want to make a risky invade like that if your lanes don't have priority. Garen was recalled, and Cho'Gath wasn't even at the tier 2 tower mid. And Cho'Gath, in that situation, isn't going to be able to match Diana's roam nearly as easily. Walruto, even without the ignite, able to get the all-in, the Q, E, ult onto Vladimir. Vladimir being a little bit cocky there, taking for granted the fact that Garen's all-in potential, even with just a phage, is immense. Big Red 7-11 looking to get some revenge on this Diana in the mid lane. However, D4T4 not scared at all. Simply walks away, goes back in, has the TP. They're looking to make a play here. But Spencer, he doesn't have anything. He's just going in, blood pulling, and then Tides of Blood. D4T4 gets some plate gold, but can't pick up a kill off of that one. Meanwhile, on the top side, Walruto gets tons of plate gold off of that tower. Very unfortunate situation for Spencer there to put himself in that sort of a bind. Big Red 7-11 covering mid as D4T4 is getting to the point where he can push around this Cho'Gath. I don't think that pick is really working out in this scenario. It feels like it doesn't have a proper matchup into either lane. The bottom lane roam there, thwarted by a simple repel. Zintiance trades the ult cooldown and flash cooldown for that. Looks like his ult cooldown actually reset because he didn't connect, so he gets away with that one. And bottom lane will simply go back to tower and catch the wave. They are up 23 CS down there, which opens up the map for them. Garen Walruto looking to take over the game, though. In the mid lane, will BWayB be able to clean up? He does, as BWayB is in a very scrappy position with the Cho'Gath up top. BWayB making his way toward the Drake. This is Infernal. Elise, though, is in a good position to answer, and I don't think Carmel can force this one. But the double TP coming into play. Diana trading TP for the Drake. Zintiance not able to steal away the blue buff from Big Red 7-Eleven. And overall, this is just a disappointing performance from Big Red right now. I would have liked to have seen him exert a lot more early game pressure on this pick. It feels like he wasn't able to keep tempo after the failed gank through Tribrush at level 2 on bottom lane. Not even getting a summoner spell out of the bottom lane in that scenario was crushing for him as he was continuing to try and make his way around the map, and he has since fallen down in CS by 11. He's down 3 kills to 0 and has a single death to his name. But the Garen has Triforce. He has the potential to kill anyone on Carmel Blue right now. Vayne will be able to answer him eventually, but I'm not quite sure we're there. She does have the Blade of the Rune King finish and is probably moving on to that Rage Blade for her next item. So there is a window here that John Adams can exploit before Vayne just simply tosses Garen to the side. And Jamboni working his way toward that Infinity Edge. Still about 1,200 gold or so away from it. This is a moment where Carmel can look at potentially letting Zintiance roam around the map a bit more and letting the Vayne hold bottom by herself. But it looks like they're going to continue the 2v2 and just play out their lane assignments to see how this one works out for them. Cho'Gath did go with the Glacial Augment build, rushing the GLP. That will be helpful for his team in team fights, but it might be more useful for disengaging, potentially, looking at the way this comp is being played out right now. BWayB going in on the Garen mid. Walruto, though, looking to answer, and he does in the 1v2. And Spencer not going to be able to pick this one up. He does. He gets it with the Blood Rush on the Q, equalizing that exchange despite the fact that it was a 2v1 in Carmel's favor. Big thing to note, though, Garen got the shutdown gold onto Kha'Zix, and that's another tool for Garen to get back in this game, as John Adams, even though it looks bad on the scoreboard, it's a 2k gold difference, pretty big in the early game, especially when I feel like their comp doesn't scale as well. But there's still a chance for them here. But D4T4 looking to do his best Walruto impression here with the 1v2 on a gank. Dan Jam, is he going to be able to survive this one? I think not. pretty clearly dead, but Big Red 711 cuts his losses and able to get out with his life on that one, but still down 15 CS, down in pressure. It feels like he's always late to the play after that initial gank bottom. What can he do to turn this one around? Right now, Harold is on the map. He could look at that one. His team doesn't have adequate vision though. Walruto does have priority in mid lane, so he could have forced that and hoped for Walruto to rotate over if there was any pressure coming from the top side of the map. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Vayne having that Bork, she has the sustain advantage, she has the damage advantage. Carmel continuing to gank Walruto, trying to curb his ability to snowball, and they get him that time, and we're seeing them set up for this next Drake that is popping up shortly. And here we have some excitement down in the bottom lane. We're seeing the TPs come out. Cho'Gath, Dan Jam going down, but Vayne is popping off. The final hour has been activated. Is she going to be able to get the kill here? No, Cho'Gath with the feast takes her down, gets that shutdown gold, and in return, Zintians get the kill, but D4 has his Conqueror passive proc. He is ready to go in. He gets one kill and then gets back out. And looks like Carmel's just going to try and take the Drake here and build up. They're going to fight for that soul point as Spencer using phase rush, trying to escape from the Garen. The ult not able to help him sustain. Probably should have popped that before he ran off. Garen with the Zeal, with T-Force, is not an easy foe to flee from. John Adams picks up their second tower, keeping this gold lead relatively stagnant, around 2.7k right now. Not over, insurmountable here, but I still think Carmel Blue has the scaling on their side. The Vayne, the Vlad, the Diana, those picks do extremely well in the later portions of the game. They can skirmish, they can team fight. Kha'Zix probably scales better than the Elise due to the resets. Once he activates some of his ability evolutions, Elise basically going to be a cocoon bot, and right now she's not even trying to get more damage at this point in the game. She's just conceded the fact that she's going to be a cocoon bot, probably trying to get a Zonya so that she can survive some of these fights. And Spencer doing a great job surviving in this 1v2. D4T4, kind of a late teleport there. Would have probably preferred to see him take the mid lane tower to open up the mid lane. B not really doing anything on the top half of the map there, just clearing out some vision, leaving mid lane tower relatively low without any sort of answer for what else is happening on the map. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are still just farming this one out. I think Abundant Memes is very content to do that. He's got a 31 CS lead. He knows he's up in kills. He knows he's up in gold. And I think they feel safe enough that there's no way Rave Master Calvin and Jamboni could kill them 2v2. And that is definitely something to be reflected in the gold difference here. Zintian's up 800. Abundant Memes up 1200. Basically a BF sword difference between the two of them. We see Garen holds pretty much all of his team's lead on himself with a 1500 gold lead over the Vladimir who he was initially laned into. And Cho'Gath and Elise both about 1,000 gold below their counterparts. based on the early game matchup. So John Adams needs to make a pick here. Can Walruto get it? He goes in on the Vayne. Q-E-R. That's all it takes. Throws on an Ignite for good measure, and that's the end of it. Can they get this other kill? It looks like it's going to be free. Big red 7-11 coming in, hitting the Cocoon. Just what they needed to spell doom for that one. And they're looking to take out the last outer tower here, which is a very good play. I like the methodical approach to this one. The fact that they're looking to knock down all the outer towers. Meanwhile, Carmel finally gets that mid outer tower, and Spencer is putting some pressure on the top inner turret. So can he get that tier 1 tower on the top side in exchange for their tier 1 bottom side? He does. So an even exchange of turrets there, but still John Adams is in favor 1 turret. But because of the even exchange, it still comes out to about a 3k gold difference in the end in favor of Carmel Blue. And that's with the Drake spawning here not too long from now. We should look at Carmel going for this soul, all inning on it. If they fight as 5 and have Peel for the Garen, if Nautilus uses the dredge line, uses his passive, uses his ult on the Garen, they shouldn't have any problem keeping him off of this Vayne, who is inching ever closer toward that Rage Blade. We're about 1 minute from the Drake spawn right now. Danjam getting off a recall. He knows it's going to be best for him to just be at this Drake rather than TP into it. They do have one potential flank position, but that is in try. He's going to the mid-river bush right now. They almost picked off Rave Master Calvin. They've gotten the ult off on Jamboni. Jamboni's able to get away. Danjam, eyes focused on that Kha'Zix. He knows that if he can eat Kha'Zix, they can kill the Drake, but Danjam, his teleport is answered by Spencer's. D4T4 meanwhile gets spin to wind on, and now we're looking at a 4v4 around this soul point, but Spencer's going to get caught by the Cocoon bot. He doesn't care. He goes in, he flashes with the Tides of Blood into the ult, gets off the transfusion before he dies, and is now at a point where Vlad is looking like an absolute monster now. He gets the Zonias in conjunction with the Proto Belt usage there. Vladimir is 5-2-1. I think that's a pop-off. And Carmel locks up the Mountain Soul heading into this game. That's going to make it even harder for John Adams to do what they want to do, which is make a pick with Cocoon to have Garen single someone out. QER Ignite. All of that is going to be further mitigated by the Mountain Souls effect, which is that shield. So right now, Carmel already has an additional 12% armor and MR, but when we look at the way this plays out, the Mountain Soul provides them with an additional shield of, and if you look at on Diana in particular, around 280 effective shielding. And what that means for their effective health is that's going to be much more difficult for John Adams to make those picks. Of course, the Cho'Gath with the True Damage Feast doesn't really matter, but Cho'Gath is not a tanky menace on the Rift right now, and it's not quite clear if he can help his team with that Glacial Augment build, which is very potent at CCing up people. However, Zentiant caught out, no one near him, solo goes for vision in the top half of the river, trying to get vision for Baron, and yet ends up with nothing. The entire top river is dark. John Adams looking to set up a death bush here. They don't want to start Baron and have D4T4 teleport in with a Vladimir ult on top of the Diana ult. That could spell disaster. So we're going to see here, can they pick off Spencer? Spencer gets Cocoon. He gets Ruptured. The silence. The death. John Adams is in a perfect spot to bring this game back. They're now down only 40,000 gold to 43,000 gold. They've maintained and stabilized this gold deficit the entire game to the point where it means less and less than it did before. Carmel, realizing that they can't contest this Baron, is trading towers. They get the mid tower, they get the bottom tower. We could see Abundant Memes rotate to the bottom tower to try and get that before it's over. It looks like D4T4 has that one taken care of. So all in all, it is a 3-tower swing for Carmel High School, making sure that it's still a 3k gold lead, even with John Adams picking up the Baron on their side. We'll have to see what John Adams does with this Baron. They don't have the best siege comp. They have a pick comp. They've been getting the picks. Carmel High School has been careless over these past few minutes, walking around by themselves, solo contesting vision, especially around that top river. If Carmel sits in a lane and clears these minions and makes John Adams walk into them and their towers and their base, then we could see John Adams having a very difficult time playing out this win condition that they've set up for themselves. Carmel opting to try and match lanes here. Big red 7-11 missing the cocoon. That could have turned into a disaster for blue, but D4T4 has his dancing shoes on today. Walruto in the bottom lane trying to get this inhibitor tower versus Spencer. Spencer is going to have a rough time clearing all of those minions and putting appropriate kill pressure on. D4T4 solo in the mid lane, going in, gets off a massive ult but doesn't get the damage proc, and John Adams gets their pick. Where were Zintiance and Abundant Memes? They just left D4T4 out to dry there. Can they pick up Walruto here? That would be a massive kill. BYB, he gets the reset. He's going back in. He's ulting. Can they get Big Red 7-11? They get Dan Jam, and they turn this around. Abundant Memes is trying to hunt them down using the Vayne passive, closing in. Jamboni just concedes his death. And it looks like John Adams might have given up off of that play. And there has been a bit of a pause, so there could have been a potential lag or disconnect on the part of John Adams there, leading to Jamboni's death. We're going to have to see how that resolves itself once the game resumes.
A summoner has disconnected.
All right, hey everyone, thanks for sticking with us through that pause. Unfortunately, we had some connection issues, it looks like, with Jamboni, and the game had to continue, so we are just looking at the resolution of the game potentially here. I'm not sure the final outcome though, so John Adams maybe making a comeback here. We'll have to see if they can pull this out 4v5. Walruto, he is extremely strong right now. He's got the Phantom Dancer, he has the Steris Gauge, he has the Trinity Force. And they are setting up for an Elder Drake face-off. John Adams has to fight this. Big Red 7-Eleven could go for a solo steal though, potentially rappelling over the wall. Can he go for this? It's the 50-50 steal from Big Red 7-Eleven. He went hero mode. John Adams though, will they lose too much off the end? Dan Jam dies. Abundant Memes on the hunt, but not able to get anything from that. Big Red 7-Eleven picked up by D4T4 at the end there in the pit, so they lose two, but Big Red 7-Eleven with a massive steal after the early game he had. Great to see him be able to make plays like this. Helped his team get the Baron, stole the 50-50 Elder Drake, and that's not really even a 50-50. That's more like a 90-10 or 80-20. But now, can they hold the Nexus? They have 6 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Big Red is up. Can they hold out for Dan Jam? Dan Jam coming in. Walruto holding the line by himself. It's not enough, but Spencer may fall here. Cho'Gath not able to finish him off. D4T4 goes in, and it looks like they're trying to finish on the Nexus. D4T4 hitting it. Abundant Memes firing safely from afar, and they're able to take down John Adams here in the end. Unfortunate for Jamboni there. However, great effort by John Adams. Big Red 7-Eleven, props to him for the Elder Drake still. That was amazing. Walruto played extremely well there with the mid lane Garen counter pick. Happy to see that come out. Unfortunately, they are dropping to the lower bracket for this afternoon's remainder, and we'll have to see how it plays out from there. So, John Adams moves down. They're going to be in losers finals. You will see that here after the winners finals today. And, oh, excuse me. That was the winners finals. This bracket is moving so quickly. We have another game coming up here. No one's dropping anywhere. Stay tuned in. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, and we're back with the draft for the second game in this best of 3 winners finals. We are moving so quickly through the day, I didn't even realize that this was the finals already. 6 hours in nearly on the stream. I'm getting a little tired. I'm getting a little old for my age, but, you know, we're hanging in there. John Adams this time on the blue side in the winners finals. Banning the Yasuo once again. They don't want that flex pick in the hand of Carmel Blue, and Carmel trading back the Graves ban from last game. John Adams mimicking the Silas ban from last game. So we'll see if this draft plays out similarly in the ban phase. Yep, once again we see the Lisa and Gone. And we'll wait to see what the final ban is on the side of John Adams. They get rid of the Vladimir, it looks like, taking that one away from Spencer after the fantastic game. They're able to persist. Once you get to 2, 2.5, 3 items on Vladimir, you're pretty much a monster. And then Carmel with the stock and standard Yumi ban that they've been going with all tournament long. John Adams looking to put Big Red 7-11 in a position of power, potentially locking in the Warwick. Warwick is probably not the most contested pick in the draft I would first pick here, but if this is what Big Red 7-11 thinks he can carry on, then it might just be what John Adams needs. Carmel can respond here with the jungler and give away very little info. Probably go jungle support if they're looking to play this draft out to keep counter picks for as long as they can. They also might just be going to trade any OPs that they find. Okay, so we do see the Blitzcrank pick potentially. Okay, we get Blitzcrank here and maybe a jungler, but they could try to get another flex pick or take away something like the Diana that was left on the board that D4 T4 is so comfortable on. And Carmel, instead of grabbing their jungler, is potentially going to go ahead and lock in Ezreal ADC, a very safe bottom laner here for Abundant Memes. But instead they go with Syndra, and the Syndra is indeed a flex pick. They intentionally hovered the Ezreal probably to try and act like the Syndra could go bottom, but this is very much a Syndra mid pick as well. We'll have to see how John Adams responds. They're going to go ahead and pick their bottom lane here. Morgana could go mid, but by the quick succession of the picks and also just looking at how draft typically plays out, going jungle and then picking the entire duo lane. Very standard, very safe way to go about it. And Carmel locking in the Kha'Zix once again for B-Way-B. Had a pretty good game on that one, especially after Elise revealed early on in the game for that misplayed gank at level 2 on bottom. Carmel now looking to pinch the mid pool of John Adams, taking away the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is definitely a pick that could take over the game once she gets to around 3 items there. We'll see what John Adams chooses to do here. It's going to be difficult if they play the gamble of the Syndra being a bot laner. Do they ban bot laners or do they attack the mid lane pool instead? Throwing some bans top lane's way. And then finally, we see the Ezreal ban from John Adams. So they are playing with the gamble that this is a mid lane Syndra here. And D4T4 can play Syndra. I'm not sure where it will go, though. I think it's very much up in the air. Abundant Memes, Osa, he used to play mid lane for Carmel Esports back when the club first started in 2018. Fall of that year, he and D4T4 Nolan, they split time in the mid lane. He has since transitioned over to ADC and is now playing for Carmel Blue, but he may still have some of his old mid lane tricks up his sleeves. And after the Annie ban here, taking away another mid laner, Carmel looking to solidify probably the top laner. No, they're showing that was a mid lane Syndra pick this, bot lane Syndra pick this whole time, excuse me, and that they are instead going with the Ahri mid lane. So they're saving top lane counter pick. Very intelligent, actually. They baited John Adams into banning Ezreal. So that played out in their favor. We'll see how John Adams rounds out the draft here with their solo lanes. Warwick likes to be an aggressive jungler. Pushing lanes would be very helpful for this, enabling him to get into the enemy's jungle and cause mayhem. Vel'Koz is a terribly difficult champ to pilot. Hopefully John Adams feels like they have the mechanics to pull this one off, angling the different abilities, making sure that you're maximizing spacing due to your immobility, especially against the Ahri. We'll most likely need to see a cleanse here taken for the Vel'Koz in order to provide him with a safer laning phase. And John Adams is going to end it with the Fiora, a hyper scaling pick. Can definitely push down a side lane, uncontested in the late game, especially versus a lot of tanks and bruisers out there. So we'll have to see how Carmel counter picks the Fiora. Warwick most likely going to have to play around that bottom lane. That bottom lane is going to have a lot of poke, be able to get off a lot of uncontested damage. And it is once again going to be the Alawi. Looking at this draft, Alawi and Kha'Zix maintain the split damage that allows Carmel Esports a little bit more diversity. That way John Adams can't just spec into MR and mitigate some of the effectiveness of the Black Shield. It's primarily a CC blocking ability, but it does mitigate a bit of magic damage. Syndra and Blitzcrank in the bottom lane versus the Morgana. I'm not sure how much they'll be able to do down there, but it's still a pretty strong lane with a lot of all-in potential at level 6. Blitzcrank lands one rocket grab at level 6, and that person is donezo. Then we look at the mid lane matchup here. I expect D4T4 once again to try and make plays around the map, not tunnel in, focus solely on the Vel'Koz himself. And then Fiora versus Alawi. That one feels pretty skill dependent for the most part. It's going to be interesting to see how that one evolves over the course of the game. I think we'll be looking at Alawi getting an edge early on, and Fiora overcoming that further and further into the game, and Alawi looking to group as a result of that. I don't think anyone on Carmel can really contest Fiora in the side lane, especially if this goes past the 30-minute mark. Walruto with the Vel'Koz, though, he's got a lot of responsibility in his hand. He did really well on the Garen in the previous game. We'll have to see if he can have similar results on the Vel'Koz.
Think what I could offer. I want to turn.
Hey, you're lost. But I get it.
Hey, and I want to give a special shout out to everyone that's subbed today. Got Mapo Gallery in the chat. He's been helping us out. That's a close personal friend of mine. So if he's gifted you a sub, make sure you say thanks. He's an amazing man. So happy that he could come in and support the stream today. For all of you who've been giving us your Twitch Prime subs, I can't tell you how much that means to us. Every dime is going toward making sure that we have as many gaming computers and setups as possible, that the lab is something that is we can be proud of, and that can continue to host tournaments like this for years to come. And I'm using equipment that we've been able to purchase with the club funds today, so I've had to go into the school and borrow some of our own equipment. All of the Smash stream was done using a capture card, Ethernet cable, and LAN adapter. That is club property, so we're happy that we could purchase that and bring that to you today. And then of course most of the other games are streamed off my own personal system, but in the future, once we're back in school, all of these will take place, the streaming setup and everything, off of the equipment that has been purchased for us by the families of Carmel, as well as some local businesses such as Sigma Builders and Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker. And Tamar Karen has just been an amazing supporter since we first started the club in fall of 2018. She's once again supporting us for this tournament, providing all of the prize money. That way we do not have to charge anyone an entry fee for this Corona tournament that we're throwing here. We're glad that all of you could be with us during this pandemic and quarantine, taking part in this esport event. Esports has been one thing, fortunately, that we've all been able to continue to appreciate and participate in, as we've had to socially distance from one another. So happy you could all stay safe and be with us, and that Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker could make this all possible. We also want to point out that we are officially partnered with the Indiana High School Esports Network and representing their partnership with the Indiana Army National Guard. The Indiana High School Esports Network has been around in the midst, the minds of a few people since early 2018. Two individuals, John Robertson and Nate Thompson, Tipton and Munster, co-founded it. They reached out to people like me in Indiana that were just running programs and participating in other leagues to ask if we would be interested in creating something special in Indiana. We've been able to do that. We've grown immensely in size over the past semester, and even from fall to spring, we saw the program over double in terms of participation from Indiana schools. So if you're a school in Indiana and you're wondering, hey, can we actually make esports happen here? The answer is yes. Please contact myself. My name is Dylan Gentlecore. I work at Carmel High School. I'm the sponsor for this club, as well as Build a PC and Debate. And you feel free to contact Nate Thompson and John Robertson. You can find us on Twitter. Ben Underwood has been incredibly helpful. He's the man who inspired me to start my club. He's from Rossville. We have Stevie Robinson Jr. from Elkhart, who throws Gamehead Fest every year. He does an amazing job with that. We have Nathan Stahl out of KBHS. They're doing big things. They ran a Smash tournament this year, so they're another inspiration for us. There are a lot of people in the state of Indiana making high school esports something special that can happen, and we're happy we can now host other states in our events, such as having K-Dog all the way from Manheim Township in Pennsylvania make the grand finals in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That's going to be at 1:30 on Monday. That's going to be amazing. Happy to see him there. And Lloyd Norix's own Mouse from Michigan coming in and placing so highly and participating in that grand final, showing us a fantastic Pichu through the losers bracket today. And if you're interested in more tournaments like this, of course, the Greyhound Battlegrounds are going to keep happening. We've had over 200 people register for this event, and turnout is amazing. Tomorrow we're going to have so many Valorant games, so many Valorant teams. I'm going to watch more Valorant than I ever have, especially since we all know we just AFK'd for keys in Twitch streams. Now we're going to be actively watching some fantastic high school Valorant play. Pretty sure we have 4 teams from Carmel, as well as so many other teams. Let me get the official count on this, because it's actually really impressive how many Valorant teams we were able to get. We have 19 Valorant teams for tomorrow. 19. That's insane. If you love Valorant, if you think this is going to be something you want to participate in for a long time, let us know, because I will throw a Valorant tournament every single time if we get this many entries. That's fantastic. And then we have 12 entries for Rocket League, and that's Rocket League 3v3, the best way to play the game. We'll have that for you tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. with Rocket League, then transitioning over to Valorant as we head into the afternoon. After this is all wrapped up, it's going to be another week out from that day. So we end on Monday, May 25th. The following Monday, June 1st, I want you all to register for and watch the Ison Schools Out Invitational, the Indiana High School Esports League. Once again, my work doesn't stop here with the Battlegrounds. Ison is throwing an all-week tournament featuring every Ison title. So that's Super Smash Brothers, that's Hearthstone, that's Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League. It's going to be a massive week for esports, not only in the state of Indiana, but once again nationally, as it's a tournament we're inviting everyone in the country to join and watch. So hopefully you all can make it out there as well. As we move into this game, we're seeing a level 1 invade by Carmel Blue, and they get the Morgana with the rocket grab. Morgana has to use grab. Carmel's not going to follow up. They're going to take the flash. They're going to take their small victory and walk away. Getting a nice dark sphere off there is Abundant Memes. Remember, he was a former mid laner for Carmel High School, so the Syndra is right up his wheelhouse, as was the Yasuo you saw earlier today. He's very comfortable playing these ADCs that are more in line with something like you might see from G2 Perks, who was a mid laner who swapped professionally for his team and went to ADC, and not only started to learn ADCs, but very much brought over some of his mid lane champion pool picks. And as we get into this one, we see Dan Jam has gone to the bottom lane, is playing Varus in this one, but we also have some swaps on the side of Carmel High School. Zintiance has subbed out, and we are now putting in Pokazang for this game. Pokazang role swapping to the bottom lane. That way B and Spencer can continue on their top side of the map. Big Red 7-11 getting off the level 3 gank, very impactful, did a 3 camp clear, standard, red-blue gromp into a gank. Spencer should have been looking out for that one, wasn't, was caught unawares, and has to burn the flash as a result of that. We'll see what Big Red 711 can make out of that one. He's one to keep out an eye out for here. I feel like he had an underwhelming first game, but that Elder Drake steal at the end, that might have been what he needed to get him going and potentially take over this series as we're in game 2. Oh, and there we see Rave Master Calvin able to pick up an easy first blood on Spencer, capitalizing on that early flash force from Big Red 711. Now on the other side of the map, we're looking to make a cross-map play. B-Way B, Abundant Memes and Pokazang moving up, but Dan Jam and Jamboni not having any of it. Jamboni now on the support here, on the Morgana. Hopefully his connection is stable for this one. Would love to have this one go all the way to 3 as they play this out. I want to look at rune choices here for a minute. We're noticing double Comet from the side of John Adams High School. Comet Varus, who is going to build lethality, probably an early Umbral Glaive, has become extremely popular lately. It is a very gold efficient build. He builds straight lethality, which are items that are relatively cheap for the amount of income an ADC has, and extremely effective at dishing out a ton of damage in the early to mid game. And Rave Master Calvin is just running down Spencer's Alawi, and they need to do something about that, because Alawi going down this hard this early is not a good sign. And Rave Master Calvin has that wave in a prime position to really make this lane a living nightmare for the next 10 minutes or so for Spencer. He is going to be able to freeze that wave right in front of his tower and deny multiple waves of CS to Spencer. And if Spencer walks up, he's going to get run down again. So we'll have to see how this plays out. On the bottom side, Abundant Memes is building a small CS lead, but he's not having the type of game that he's had previously in the early game. Earlier in the tournament, mostly he was capitalizing off of the other team's mistakes, and it seems like now that they're not trying to force anything down there for fear of that happening again. Rave Master Calvin, though, is up 900 gold, so that lead that bottom lane was able to obtain and sustain in the previous games has now been shifted over to the bottom side, and B-Way B is getting caught out here. He will have to leap, he will have to flash. Warwick, though, the Bloodsin is on him, he won't dive, but Abundant Memes and Pokazang are just out of mana. There's no way that they can play this gank out. D4T4 ulting bottom. Danjam getting the kill with the Q there. Vel'Koz TPing in bottom lane. He took TP instead of cleanse, and he is coming down to support his team. He's able to pick up the kill on Abundant Memes, and D4T4 is not able to get anything off of that roam. Carmel Esports Blue is down heavily early. They are down 1.3k gold. And game 3 is looking likely. Right now, Carmel has to try and find a way to slow this game down. Varus already has Umbral Glaive. Danjam is in a prime position to just dominate the bottom lane from afar, staying well out of Syndra and Blitzcrank's range. But there's still the chance if Morgana mistimes one black shield, all it takes is a Q, E, R from the Blitzcrank with a Syndra QR, and I'm pretty sure Danjam is dead and that bounty is given up. Spencer has been able to stop the bleeding. Calvin did not sustain a freeze on his side of the map, so Spencer has been able to get back in the lane a little bit. He's still down around 600 gold, but it's nothing that can't be overcome as this game pushes on. Potentially in the mid game he can start to play for team fight objectives, but D4T4 misses the charm. If he hits that charm, this is a cleanseless Vel'Koz. That's probably a kill. Abundant Memes, he lands the EQ right there. And it is answered by Big Red 711 ulting onto the defenseless D4T4. So a trade tit for tat there by John Adams and Carmel High School. The bottom lane, Abundant Memes and Pokazang able to get out a turret plate. Calvin and Spencer trading flashes. I'm not sure if Spencer can trade back here. No, the healing is just too much. The Triumph plus the ult. Pokazang hooks a caster minion. You hate to see it. Danjam has to play carefully. Their big advantage lost, dwindling in fact. He's now not only down in CS, but giving up that bounty, swung the lane in the other direction, and it looks like Syndra might be able to purchase the Ludens here. And it looks like we're going to be able to have another person join the stream here. This is, wow, we've got a pair here. We have starting bot laner and starting mid laner for Carmel Esports Gold here to join in with the cast. Happy to have some students come in and participate here, just like we had for Smash Brothers. We have Ender, aka James Linos, and Midget of Fury, or Eternal Midget, coming in to talk about this one as D4T4 picks up the kill in the mid lane, hits the charm that time to finish him off. All right, hey you two, happy to have you join me for the cast. Big Red 711 targeting D4T4 in the mid lane, gets another kill, but D4T4 trades, and that works out for Carmel as they're starting to come back in this one.
Yeah, although it seems like they're down a lot of gold right now, it's mainly focused in the top lane. The bot lane stance is really even right now, especially with Syndra picking up Sork Shoes. It'll definitely help them against Varus and Morgana.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Abundant Memes on that Syndra pick. Not really something we've seen from him yet this tournament, more of the traditional ADC player from what I know, but proves to be working pretty decent as we've seen so far.
Now, Spencer does get a return kill top lane finally, which does get the bounty. Ends up being a positive gold trade, but still not the greatest for top lane, especially if Fiora can outsplit the Alawi. It's going to be very hard at later stages in the game.
The win con for John Adams here is going to be looking like a 4-1 split push with that Fiora. Just keep running it down, drawing lots of pressure, especially with their high kill pressure. It's going to be interesting.
But around the lanes, even though Fiora's up in gold, she still does have less CS. Bot lane does get killed here. The Syndra not really going to do that much against Warwick here.
Yeah, we're going to see ADC traded for ADC here. Blitz still trying to get something out of this. Both junglers are in the bot lane. If the flash expended by Morgana, looks like they're going to walk out trading just ADC for ADC.
Oh, Ahri here now, they're re-engaging.
Possibly going for the dive if Morgana gets too greedy and stays. Looks like they're going to peel back for the dragon.
Now, an interesting thing here is Ahri did opt for the slow belt instead of Ludens, which will change her playstyle a decent bit. Instead of being able to one-shot burst Vel'Koz, she'll be more looking for picks and helping needing the help of her team for the damage.
Yeah, taking that utility role in this team. We're gonna see a lot of the damage coming from Syndra here, so hopefully she can turn to that carry they need in late game.
Alright, looking at the top lane here. Top lane is just getting repeatedly pushed in, however, Spencer still managing to stay up in CS. 30 CS up at this point. Does have the Bramble, which will definitely help him out in that laning phase. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's really even right now. Oh, but going for the all-in. Now Vel'Koz going for the ultimate here. Will get killed, but Warwick, sorry, is coming in for the cleanup, and that'll do it.
And Big Red 711 is in Walruto's back pocket there every single time. We always see a trade kill there as Abundant Memes just gets caught out with the Dark Binding. And it seems like D4T4 is having a lot more success landing these bindings now that he has his, not his bindings, his charms, as he has the GLP finally, which is a bit unfortunate. It feels like he could have taken over this game a few minutes earlier, but he now is 4-4-1, has as many kills as the Warwick, as the Fiora. He just needs to keep an eye out for that Warwick, maybe press into the jungle with Kha'Zix to get some better vision to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, this duo pressure created from the jungle mid lane combo is really insane for them. It allows them to keep up the pressure, get those objectives like Herald and Dragon. And yeah, Soloku recently, looking on Big Red 711's part, he's been playing a lot of that Warwick practicing, so turns out to be pretty useful in this matchup.
Now, although they did just get the Varus kill bot lane, Syndra's actually very behind here. She doesn't have her Ludens. Meanwhile, Varus is sitting on 1.5 items with Umbral Glaive being such a efficient item. So it'll be interesting to see, especially when he comes back with all that tower gold.
Yeah, bot lane does score that first tower for the side of John Adams, so very beneficial for them. It's going to keep snowballing that lead he has. With that early spike he gets from the lethality Umbral Glaive, Blitz looking for a nasty hook here.
Yeah, one thing that's commonly overlooked when you compare mages and traditional bottom laners in the bot lane is how they scale, right? So Abundant Memes getting off a great kill there. He's going to scale better with levels than with gold, and Danjam vice versa. However, this build on the Varus is so efficient that he gets his spikes much earlier in the game than he would otherwise.
He's gonna look for the cleanup here, landing the Q. Flashing in for it. Blitzcrank will go down here. However, Varus' flash is now down, which will open up plays for the bot lane.
Oh, Big Red.
Into their tower. No.
You hate to see it. And D4T4 charm after charm now. He's getting warmed up on this pick. Dodges the calculus coming out from Walruto.
Yeah, early game was looking a little rough for and rocky for D4T4. Now he's landing the charms that were needed. Some gank spot lane didn't turn out as they wanted, but we can see him starting to come back, reel it in, and really starting to make those big plays he needs.
But with that, you can also see the downsides of his build. He charged in there against the Vel'Koz, but just didn't have the damage of Ludens. Instead, he had the slow bout, which did let him guarantee the charm. However, it didn't let him walk away with the kill.
Niall, what do you think about taking teleport on Vel'Koz there as opposed to cleanse?
So the mentality behind teleport is, one thing you can think about is if Ahri lands a charm on you, there's a high chance that you'll die even if you cleanse it because of the Kha'Zix jump and the Ahri dashes, which does create reasoning for teleport. However, the cleanse is also useful against Syndra stuns, which will definitely be able to pick out Vel'Koz into the late game. So either or, honestly. I see why teleport was taken here.
Yeah, we're going to see the bot lane shift to mid lane, starting that siege, trying to get that mid tower cracked. Varus very good at this poke, just keep red team at bay. It's going to keep harassing them and harassing them with those charged up Qs, lethality, making it very hard to sustain.
Now this is part of the problem with the Vel'Koz. Like, he can't just go in a side lane and chill, but you want the Varus and Morgana in mid lane. So now Vel'Koz and Varus are just splitting farm, which is ultimately going to hurt their econ in the long run.
They are looking for an aggressive play here from Big Red. Pokizang though, trying to make something, barely missing that hook. Fiora is heading down into the bot lane now, so as Carmel decides to group mid, Fiora will be bringing a lot of pressure down there, which is exactly what they want.
the team fight capabilities from Carmel's side with the Alawi and Syndra are very strong. If they get an early pick, they can really secure some of these objectives that they need. Possibly get this Ocean Soul, which would make the Alawi nearly unkillable.
Yeah, and the Ahri opting for the full slow build, going the belt along with the Twin Shadows.
Really
It's gonna be very
relying
high on utility, lower on damage though.
Yeah, gotta really rely on the rest of the team for the damage in this one. Might see a
Dude.
fight break out here as they try and rebound after this dragon. Looks like
Yeah.
they're gonna peel back off.
A little late to the rotations onto the dragon there. John Adams really needs to secure these objectives first because their team excels at poking out the red team before the objectives start. If they don't
Yeah.
get that off, the hard engage is just too much.
Yeah, they're very good at holding down the space they create, that they obtain, but it's really hard for them to create that space to get.
Now, even though Fiora is 4-1, she still is down CS, which is very interesting to see.
Yeah, as you're watching here, you can see she's gone from top to bot to back to top again. Interesting choices.
Now, Vel'Koz is opting to go for the Leandries. Not entirely sure why here. It'll help him shred the Alawi and Blitzcrank, but I'm not sure if that's what the team needs right now.
Yeah, he brought his compass and his protractor this match, but I'm not sure he brought the right shopping list.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice indeed. We'll see how it plays out for him though. He's gonna be chilling back in mid lane, pushing those waves out as bot lane rotates back on the bot side of the map, try and push those back, maybe get the second tier tower.
Now, if you look at the gold here, I mean, John Adams is still ahead, but they don't have the tempo on the map that they used to have.
Yeah, they lost their line of vision on the bot side. It's really receded back into their jungle, with those red wards very prevalent from Carmel side.
Yeah,
It is
the
interesting.
majority of the gold lead on John Adams' side is on the Warwick and the Varus. Big Red 7-Eleven, definitely one of their better players. They've got a lot of grievous wounds so far. Big Red 7-Eleven just annoying Spencer there with the little blue smite. D4 T4, is he going to get caught out? No, nice dodge there. He goes in.
Does get a return kill. Going for the 1v2, gets the double kill, and meanwhile bot lane, Varus is going to go down. That's going to open up a huge spot. They're probably going to get bot tower here, along with a lot of deep vision into the enemy jungle.
Oh, and
Yeah,
just
as
like that, John Adams
That gold
gives up
lane
the
is
match.
diminished.
John Adams still does have the gold advantage, however, it's dwindling. There is a 500 gold shutdown now on R8. D4T4 has to be very careful not to throw that away, because that's one of their main points to getting back into the game as John Adams.
James,
Yeah,
I
Syndra
think you'll agree with me there. That's one of those moments where you're sitting down there as Varus and you just start question mark pinging your support who's dying mid lane with the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. The roaming support not really getting much done. Maybe we'll be able to save that bot tower if he's still there. But as we can see, Abundant Meme taking that level 11 on the Syndra. This is going to be one of those big power spikes we were talking about earlier. Hopefully they can just keep snowballing this and might close out the game pretty soon.
Especially paired with the Syndra level 9 spike with her passive, her Q dealing 25% more damage to champions. That'll definitely help them out. Both of the AP carries on the red side are really fed right now, which will allow for a lot of burst damage, but it'll also allow the Warwick to start itemizing heavily into magic resist and start to live a lot longer.
Interestingly enough, we see the chainmail, or not the chainmail, the Bramble Vest coming out from Warwick, even though most of the damage from the other team is going to be the AP archetype. Gonna get that anti-healing in though for that Lally.
Yeah, you can see many of the blue side players did opt for Merc Treads, which will definitely help them out here. Top lane though, Fiora is still down CS, so I'm interested to see how this top lane 1v1 will go. But Ahri's walking in now.
Misses the
Alawi
charm,
coming
which
down.
is probably a death sentence for the Alawi, but Ravemaster Calvin
the
going to
turnaround.
fall.
Getting a little too greedy there, trying to push it under the tower, and ends up falling. Yeah, we do see a pick mid lane though, with that pressure created from Ravemaster Calvin, drawing two people. Two picks, that big shutdown from Ahri going onto the Warwick, further increasing how much impact he's going to have in these team fights.
D4T4 trying to put on a carry performance series all over the map, going top, getting the kill, trying to go mid, get a pick maybe, and stop the push here, but unfortunately just immediately turned on Dan Jam point blank Varus ult there, right on the mark.
Now you can see that even though he's trying to be all around the map, he still does have the most CS in the game, so he is maintaining his lead. Top lane has
Great job
seemed to
of
farm
shoving.
back. Top lane has seemed to farm back into the game. Still 30 CS up on Fiora, plus a bounty now.
I think it's to the point where
reset.
they can't contest these objectives against the Alawi.
We got an interesting reset from John Adams here as the dragon is spawning, basically giving these up for free as it's going to be really hard for them to retake this from Carmel.
And
Yeah,
this
for the
is going to
second
set up Soul Point.
Yeah, for the second time, they're late on the rotations, especially for Ocean Soul. You can't be giving that up. However, let's see if they can steal it with their poke here.
Yeah, heavy damage
five
coming in from Varus. He gets the steal, or no, he doesn't get the steal. He jumps in, throwing his life away.
Fiora is making pressure on the top, though, forcing them to go back. If John Adams can stop these recalls, Fiora can get a lot of value. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it, though.
The thing you have to take into note with this Fiora pushing his top lane so hard, it gives them a lot of pressure for his Baron that could happen very soon.
Yeah,
But they
Alawi
need-
using the TP, however, not even going to save anything with it.
Interesting choice. We really would like to see John Adams starting to push their vision into topside red jungle to try and secure those picks that they can get for Baron. Maybe Death Bush instead of actually taking it. Lots of possibilities they have as well as pressure top lane.
Yeah, especially with the TP prio on Fiora now. She can split bot lane really heavily, go for that tier 2 tower, and force red team into really bad situations.
It's a game of little things, right? And James, you did a great job of being very nice to a fellow Greyhound there. Niall, you as well, pointing out the interesting choice there. I'm just going to call it a bad TP, and I can say that because I'm his coach. Flat out just TP to a dying objective, and you don't want to do that when you know the other team, for one, already has TP advantage, and one of the TPs is on the split push menace, that is Fiora. D4 T4 though, trying to make a pick here in the mid lane, misses another charm, but it doesn't matter. Syndra's not gonna miss that powerful ultimate ability there.
And an interesting thing to note, Varus actually flash queued forward that time, and he doesn't have QSS yet, which means he can really get caught here. Red team opting to set up their Baron vision, maybe even will start it.
But
Yeah,
Fiora,
they-
she knows her win condition. She's gonna sit down there in that bottom lane and she's gonna push. I would like to see Fiora keep pushing, and now that Spencer's down there, maybe play the 4v4.
Yeah, this is not great, especially losing one of their strongest team fighters, Alawi. They're going to get poked out of this Baron pit from the Varus. Almost getting pincered by the Warwick. If he can land a nasty ult here, it'll be looking a little grim.
They're on the wrong side of the map.
Warwick getting a
Huge
massive
Warwick
ult there.
going in. Is gonna get bursted down, but did take down one with his damage resist from his E.
A little bit of mispositioning there from the bot lane. They tried to rotate back through their jungle, but it may have just been better to run it through river into that bush, seeing as they had vision on there.
Yeah, you have to think if Warwick, look at that Q damage, okay? If the piercing arrow lands, and Varus and Morgana both had ult, so if you follow that up with corrupting chain onto all of those CC'd targets, man, that would have been a wipe and Baron for John Adams. That could have snowballed this game into a game 3.
But
Now-
yes,
Carmel
Sorry,
is
you
just
go.
gonna look for the Ocean Soul here. They're playing really slow now, just trying to minimize their the amount that they can lose, and just set up their Ocean Soul.
yeah, John Adams going to start to retake some of the pressure that they had on the map. Hopefully they can push out this line of vision, clear some of the wards in river. They really need to fight for the soul point, because if they get Ocean Soul, it's going to be looking really tough to get a win.
Now, Syndra, interestingly, opted for the Morellos here. Personally, I think Oblivion Orbs would have been better here in this scenario, since there's not a lot of heavy magic resist on the enemy team, and it would have allowed her to opt into Zanyas much earlier.
Yeah, we're not going to be seeing much use from the anti-heal either, as Fiora is mostly just going to be in a separate lane altogether from the team fights.
Alawi fully completing her Thornmail now, opting to beat the Fiora into the side lane with her build.
So what do you think? Do we have some pretty efficient Grievous Wounds buys here, it seems like?
Personally, I believe that the Morellos on Syndra is just too costly to be worth it right now. I think a pickup off of Ari for Morellos may have been better, because she provides mainly utility and not the hard burst.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do like the executioners from Fiora though, because she's going to be mainly doing that Alawi, and cutting her healing down is going to be a major part of that fight.
And I like what I'm seeing here from Carmel Blue. Very disciplined, very by the books. They're going in well before the Drake spawns. Not when it spawns, not when the icon turns yellow, but well before it spawns, getting river control, pink warding the brush, sweeping the river, putting themselves in a position where they can make a pick with a Syndra E or an RE or a Blitzcrank rocket grab. However, Alawi sort of gives away the position by trying to randomly poke with a Q.
Yeah, it's really important for Alawi to be here early. She's going to be a part of the team fight. She can get those tentacles set up and cause some major damage in those team fights. I do like Carmel here pushing some of the wards, a lot of the wards, into their jungle to get vision on them.
Well, Carmel did set up really deep vision. They chose to stack very defensively in front of that Ocean Soul bush instead of stacking into the enemy jungle where they could have gone for picks. Now they're going to just try and burn Dragon, sorry. Warwick going in with his ulti. Dragon is going to get reset. Vel'Koz ult coming in huge here.
They do secure the Ocean
The soul.
But it does look like it's a lost team fight. This can be very costly for Carmel Blue here, as Baron is up, so might be a trade here. We're going to see if they can get even more picks.
Extremely close. I thought Big Red 7-Eleven had another major steal on his hand.
Yeah, considering it's 2 levels up, it's kind of unfortunate that I wasn't actually able to secure that, but they're gonna most likely get this Baron for free here. Fiora, the only one to die, taking 3 of the other team down with her. We can finally see the power she had in those team fights.
Now with John Adams picking up the Baron, you have to keep in mind that Carmel does have the Ocean Soul now, which is incredibly good against their poke comp. So it'll be definitely difficult for John Adams to deal with it. They do need to pick up some anti-healing.
Unfortunately, Fiora did not get that Baron, so she's going to be a little bit less powerful on her split pushes, but still all the more prevalent.
Yeah, that's something you got to min-max in comms, right? They are in comms. They know the Baron is uncontested. Fiora was just about to spawn. They could have held damage for a few seconds to ensure that their most potent split pusher has the buff and can maximize the potential of it, because I feel like if they just try and group up as 4 or 5 away from the Fiora, they are not going to be able to get much through the wave clear and the sustain of the Ocean Soul Carmel Blue comp.
Now, from the AP carries on the red side, an interesting choice. Both of the AP carries seem to be going for Rabadons right now, which will definitely be a hard spike once they both get it. However, it leaves them kind of weak right now. Especially, I would like to see a stopwatch pick up on that Syndra to make her safe from a Warwick ulti or what may have it.
Yeah, we do see the rocket grab, possibly securing that pick on Morgana. It's going to be not the greatest thing in the world for John Adams, but they do still have the Sphera pushing it in bot lane, possibly going to draw some pressure to relieve that 3v4 scenario on the top side of the map.
And that's just a classic mistake, you know, when you're at this phase of the game, you've really got to look into buddy system warding and ward clearing. The support and the jungler primarily needs to be the ones grouping together and sweeping out or establishing vision in an area.
Yeah, it's also going to be a big part of the wave clear Yana. She's not going to be able to throw her pools on the back of the minion waves to keep those pushing. The mid lane trying to get a siege in here with the Baron buff. Fiora still bot lane, possibly going to draw some more pressure. Just keeping those waves crashing.
Going for another rocket grab, trying to pop the spell shield. Vel'Koz able to stand up really aggressively because of that spell shield. No one able to pop it yet. They're just trying to siege with Baron. However, the Morgana pick really broke their sieging power. Baron's going for the flash play, burning the flash of Syndra.
I do like the play there, because if it did land, that would have been a massive team fight to follow up with the Warwick ult. Fiora not too far away. Could have been nasty. I like the ambition there.
Now you can see on Ahri, nearing the Rabadons, going in here, getting binded, but popping the Zhonya's in time. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Warwick seems to be going in, but not seeing much success yet. Ahri 1v2ing, now in the 2v2, gonna clean it up here as they flash for the Morgana. Kha'Zix's gonna look like be able to clean it up here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Warwick and Vel'Koz did actually manage to win that fight, taking the top inhib and backing off.
Yeah, while they may have lost 2 there with the Baron buff, it was running out fairly soon. They got 2 inhib towers and 1 inhib. That's going to create a lot of pressure on the map for them with these objectives coming back up soon. Elder Drake probably going to be the final decision of who wins this game.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with top inhib being down, if Fiora splits bot, the red side is pressured from all 3 lanes. It's gonna be tough for Carmel. They're definitely gonna need to pick up this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, we're gonna see Varus having less impact in this game as it goes on, especially with the Ocean Soul on the side of Carmel. He's not gonna be getting as much use as he was in the early game.
However, he does pick up the QSS, which will definitely keep him safe from Ari and Syndra at least once. Kha'Zix, though, can still manage to one-shot him.
Yeah, we can't count him out yet, though. With his ult, he can make some massive plays as well with that chain CC they have from the rest of the team.
Fiora, grabbing this red buff here, is going to be able to run down anyone she finds in a 1v1. As she is very strong.
We do see that CS lead get minimized more and more with the top lane. They were down very early on in the game as they were trying to roam and get their lead to other places on the map, but we can see it's coming back to her now.
Now, it seems like for the first time this game, John Adams is rotating on time and is going to be able to manage to poke down Carmel.
If you look on the map, you see Fiora in the top lane. They're going to be forcing backs from at least one person, make sure they don't lose a Nexus turret. She's opting for the inhib instead, seeing that Lowy was backing.
Going back to respond. Spell shield's getting popped by the ghosts.
This puts John Adams in a very good spot right now.
Going in now with the ult, landing on the Ahri, burning the Ahri ult in return. Running down the APCs while the Blitzcrank and Kha'Zix just aren't there. Huge stun from Syndra, flashing away from Warwick. That'll keep the APCs safe for now.
This is very rough for Carmel Blue here, as they lost a Nexus Turret and an inhibitor. And they're in a 4v5 situation. They got the early pick on the rotation on the Fiora, though. Gonna get caught in the Blitz. They popped the GA, but it looks like they're not gonna be able to
coming down from Malawi, looking to respond. Now it is 5-on-4 here, with Elder Dragon coming up very soon. Ahri walking back to base along with Alawi. It looks like John Adams may get this Elder.
And there was some mistiming there on the EQ from Abundant Memes on the Fiora GA. Didn't quite get the timing right. Blew his abilities before she came out of stasis. And that's just unfortunate because that could have swung the entire fight.
We do see the Ahri pick up the Rabadon, so she does land a charm. It's going to be pretty easy to get picked, but the hard part's landing the charm there with the QSS and the spell shield from both Morgana and the Banshee's Veil on Vel'Koz. Maybe a little too late.
The issue here, as you can see, Syndra still isn't on that Rabadon. She's been building it for such a long time, and she's just been not scaling as well just because she's had to get through these needless.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
I would have personally opted for the stopwatch over the Seeker's Vanguard there. But that's all their own.
Vel'Koz's going to pick up the blue buff here, going to be able to spam skill shots. It looks like Carmel's opting to try and deny this Baron, while Fiora splits in the bot lane with Elder. Very lethal combo.
Yet again, we see Alawi backing to stop that. Oh, we see a pick here on the Varus.
Varus getting picked here, but let's see if they can make any response with the Elder Dragon. Gonna eat that entire Vel'Koz ultimate. Blitzcrank's gonna fall. Ahri's gonna ult backwards. Meanwhile, Fiora and Alawi into the 1v1. Both ultimates being used. Fiora and with the Elder Dragon, it barely doesn't get the kill. Kha'Zix going for a greedy back, getting picked here. Now it's just Ahri, Syndra, and Alawi. 3v3, getting some good poke damage. Syndra's on the flank, along with Alawi. Morgana missing the Q there. Ahri missing her charm.
Super strong buffs.
Syndra going in for the R. It does not kill. It looks like Warwick's deep here, getting put in a 2v1, but still so tanky. Last Nexus turret is gonna fall. Warwick getting very low here.
Warwick has that increased healing when he's lower on HP, so he's gonna be healing a ton here, making his effective health much more than it appears.
On the respawn. Morgana's gonna fall along with Warwick, and Vel'Koz is just gonna walk out here. Very important to note, Vel'Koz did place that ward, and there are 2 TPs on the blue side.
Now, we're going to have to see here, does Carmel opt to try and take the greedy Baron here? They leave their completely open base left for the TPs. It's going to be interesting to see what's going on.
And it looks like Vel'Koz is going to pick up another blue buff here. We did see in the 1v1, even with Elder, Alawi did come out on top. So if that's able to be replicated, Carmel has definitely a good fighting chance here.
Yeah, one thing to note with John Adams always on the sideline, or almost always in Carmel's base, they've been taking their jungle over and over again, denying them those very much needed buffs, like the blue buffs with the 2 AP carries. We finally see Syndra pick up that Rabadon, so she's going to be able to get much more damage off.
Now, Syndra, with this Rabadons, will be able to look for the more one-shots. As you can see, in that last fight, she ulted Morgana, but it didn't kill. But now, it definitely will, and that'll be a definitely an important factor in this next team fight. The Elder is down now for John Adams, so this team fight is looking a lot more even than it was before for Carmel. John Adams setting up the Baron here. Still up 6k gold, but down Ocean Soul, opting to start it off very early. Now, in response, Carmel is still just hovering around their base, forced to clear waves. Alawi going into the side lane to match Fiora. Looks like they're going to start rotating towards the Baron. Kha'Zix walking first, looking for the Vel'Koz.
I am smelling a big fight if this Vel'Koz doesn't back off.
As you've just heard, we got our trio cast in here, all from the varsity roster of League of Legends. We got
Starting
Tamir,
top
So, and
laner.
Karen, starting top laner, King of the Alcove, legendary 1v1er.
Can also be
All
found twitch.tv/TV11.
Now, Baron is
If you
going to
cut
start
out
to be
there.
shredded here. What is Carmel going to do? Vel'Koz
Massive pick!
getting a massive pick here onto the Kha'Zix. That means this Baron will likely go uncontested as there's no smite. However, they're going for the team fight here. Fiora is in this team fight. They're just poking him off now, zoning. Meanwhile, Warwick still on that Baron.
Ilawi has the teleport if she does recall.
Vel'Koz
Vel'Koz
creating a
kind
lot
of in an
of
aggressive
space.
spot here, getting picked. Hit with the Blitzcrank.
Vel'Koz is dead.
He's gonna
And
trade
he
his
falls.
life for the Baron. John Adams should just take what they got and leave.
Trying
They're
to peel
not
back,
gonna win
but
this fight.
Alawi is looking
Carmel is
for
trying
more.
to push their lead.
We do see 4 people. I'm not sure if Fiora got the Baron buff there. Can we check that out?
Now, it'll be very interesting to see. Fiora does have the Baron.
So it's going to be very important. As opposed to last time, she was the only member of the team that did not get Baron buff. With her with this Baron buff, her split pushing pressure is going to be through the roof here. Might be able to push it through the game as the only thing standing, or there's only one inhibitor tower standing on the bot side for Carmel.
Now, an interesting itemization choice from Fiora. She went for the Hex Drinker, although she's mostly been in the side lane. This is not going to help her at all versus the Alawi. So in this 1v1, I think Alawi still does come out on top.
That is tricky because Fiora does have her 2 important items and a GA. So she might still be able to win those. That's just becoming more of a skill match instead of a free win for Fiora.
It'll be interesting. Historically, we've seen Fiora lose the 1v1 about once or twice now. So we'll see how it turns out. Now, John Adams kind of on the defensive right now, even with the Baron, just trying to set up for the next Elder Drake, it looks like.
Yeah, second
Looking for the
Elder
early
Drake of the
rotations.
game. Hopefully it's going to close this one out. It's going to be a big fight here, as both of them know this will probably be the game-winning objective here.
Fiora is walking top lane. John Adams on the early rotations. They actually beat Carmel to the Elder spawn. Now they can start poking him out really hard, and they can stall for the Fiora pressure.
Okay,
Flash
hook misses.
Misses, but
Warwick
Warwick is
looking
kind of in
out
a
of
rough spot here,
position
stuck in the
here.
pit.
He's going to have to
Ulting
ult
out.
out.
That is a
Those are
huge thing
important
missing now.
cooldowns, But Carmel's
I
getting
think he
pumped.
should have flashed, as his ult's going to be one of the vital decision makers in this fight. John Adams going to keep poking
Getting
at
hooked by the
Morgana
Morgana.
gets hooked!
Lands a huge ultimate though with the stopwatch turning. Vel'Koz ult landing completely
Alawi
obliterating
dying is
Alawi.
enormous for
Fiora
this fight.
is going to
Fiora's
be
ending
on to the
the
Nexus.
game.
Fiora in the back door. This looks like it's going to be game, folks.
The Elder Dragon fight was genuine, just a giant bait, and John Adams will take the Nexus with the back door. We're going to game 3.
Alright, Silver scraps this up.
Intense
Okay.
fight from both sides.
And there we have it, a back door into forcing us a game 3. Either way, we were at a game deciding moment with the Elder Drake spawn. We're going to get game 3 set up. In the meantime, I would like the 3 of you to once again introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about your first name, last name, IGN, and then your experience with the club.
Alright,
I'll start. Oh, okay. Tamir, you go first.
Oh, I'm going first. Okay, well, I am Tamir So and Karen, also known as the King of the Alcove, also known as Larry's Pizzeria, also known as T-Bob, also known as twitch.tv/T-Bob11. And I am a senior about to graduate from Carmel High School. I play top lane for our club as a varsity, and I am pretty much a star player. Let's be honest here.
Tamir does
Interesting
take
to
the
say that
carry
2
role
and
in
9
the team.
Renekton. Okay.
The Tamir
What side
usually
you coming
does
out?
take the top lane carry roles, mainly AP champions.
Yeah, that is
Infamous
true.
Wars, Vladimir and Kennen plays early in Season 9, and haven't been able to see much of that Vladimir, though.
Perma-banned.
Oh, get a burned band.
And
How about
Kennen.
you, Niall?
I'm Niall Nasser. I'm the varsity captain and mid laner for League. And, I mean, on the team role, I mainly play a variety of things. I play Peel, such as Galio, and I also play damage mages, such as Syndra. And sometimes I spec into other control mages as well. James, how
Very
about you?
cool. Alright, my name is James Lenos, also known as Ender. I'm team captain of the Overwatch team, varsity player for both Overwatch and League of Legends. Regarding League of Legends, I play the AD carry role, normally leaning towards the MF. Sometimes my years of experience on Lucian also lends me some favors. But yeah, normally playing those scaling ADCs and losing bot lane.
And that role really be like that right now, honestly. We are already getting started into our next lobby for this game 3 of this winners final best of 3. It looks like both teams are ready to start the draft, and we'll have that on the screen right
Who do you guys think will win?
I don't know, I think it's really going to come down to the draft here. Both sides are both teams very even in skill. Yeah, I really think it's going to come down to which team drafts a better comp.
Carmel is on the blue side, which does give them first pick priority. Now, we have seen certain picks be prioritized by John Adams, such as the Warwick, so it's interesting to see if they will be banned out here.
Alright, so far we're seeing Lee Sin, Graves, Yasuo, and Silas banned. Seems like a bit of a targeting a couple players and their key champions. Carmel targeting the jungler, and John Adams getting those flex picks out of the way.
The Warwick ban will come down. That priority pick for John Adams is now gone. Interesting to see what the third ban is going to be like. They will ban the Vladimir, as it is the top laner, Spencer. He is a Vladimir one-trick, so it makes sense to ban that out.
Who plays Vlad?
We do see
Now-
the Yasuo ban coming out. Kind of an interesting choice, as it's more of a flex pick for Carmel, but...
And
Does
Carmel, the
limit-
one game they don't ban the Yuumi, they pick it.
First pick, Yuumi.
The cat is out of the bag.
Very interesting start to this draft. Interesting to see how John Adams will respond.
Now, I personally like to see a super aggressive jungler here paired with a pretty passive bot lane, so like maybe an Ezreal and an Olaf, seeing as the Warwick's banned. I'd like that from them.
Yeah,
it'd
it
be
seems
really
like
good.
John Adams can really work with the aggressive junglers, especially if their mid lane can get prio.
Yeah, if Carmel's able to pick the Olaf from them, it's going to put a lot of the pressure early game off of them.
Now, I can tell you right now, I've got some behind-the-scenes information. It seems like Big Red 7-Eleven, after those 3 target bans, feels like he's been banned out. So we'll have to see as he reaches into his champion ocean what he's able to pull out for us.
Yeah,
they're gonna be
pinching
really-
the jungle pool is really going to harm John Adams here, as a lot of their strategy revolves around it.
And
So-
they're gonna take their time.
Looking at the tournament thus far as we wait for these picks to come in, how did your run in the losers bracket go, guys?
Stomp. We stomped
It has
everyone.
been a very interesting ride. We've had a
destroyed
lot
them.
of laughs and fun, and maybe a little too much fun, which ended up making us drop a game against Low Blue. But
We are
Yeah.
gonna see the Fiora pick by John Adams.
once again, it did seem to work out very well in the early game, besides the CS numbers.
John Adams looking to take away Nolan's infamous Sejuani pick.
Oh no, what would we do without it?
However, we did see Nolan in the mid lane last game, so I doubt we'll be able to see the Sejuani this game.
Obviously not, John Adams picks it.
It's unfortunate to see Big Red 7-Eleven, who is definitely one of the more prominent carries on John Adams, be relegated to Sejuani duty.
Yeah, as unfortunate as it is, hopefully he's going to be able to make those massive tank plays for the rest of his team to enable them get those massive teamfight wins. I'm curious as to what they're going to pick for the bot lane here.
Who knows? Maybe we're gonna see the 5 melee comp coming back.
Possibly get that
With
run
the
back on
Yuumi,
it.
it'll be interesting to see what character they decide to pair along with it, because it has Ezreal Yuumi is always a standard bot lane. However, I'm not sure how well Abundant Memes does play Ezreal. Have not seen it very often. They will opt for the Nasus here.
Dog.
One of Spencer's comfort picks. It'll be very interesting to see.
Oh my!
Especially with the late game Yuumi Nasus rundown. However, Nasus into Fiora can be kind of a tough matchup, especially in the early game.
Yeah, that dueling potential from Fiora is really going to shut him out from getting those early stacks. But as the game goes on, he's going to have much more of that advantage.
I doubt he's going to be able to 1v1 Fiora later when she gets that true damage and lifesteal and all of that fun stuff.
However, if history does hold true, Nasus may still be able to outfarm Fiora even though he is losing. So we
see the Trundle pick most likely going to the jungle. Now this really leaves up the question: is he going to go support build in the jungle? Is he going to try and go that carry damage? Really rely on the rest of the team. You know it.
With right now, John Adams just has a solo tank Sejuani, and Trundle is especially good into solo tank team comps, as his Arc can steal the resistances and absolutely shred the Sejuani. So it'll be very interesting to see what their support pickup will be for John Adams.
Cassiopeia is an interesting pick here, considering that Carmel doesn't have any dashes yet. Seems like maybe he's just trying to get a good.
It is a very good hyper carry, but that does leave mid lane counter open.
Yeah, I would have honestly expected to see like a bot lane pick there, because as we all know, that role is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah,
this could be Cassiopeia bot.
Oh, you're right. It could be a flex pick.
Opting for the double ban, Carmel still banning Varus just in case it isn't Cassiopeia bot, banning the Morgana as well. Interesting, no hard engage ban supports from Carmel, even though they did pick Yuumi.
So interesting choice. The MF is actually not banned here. We do see the Lulu probably going for that hyper carry potential on the Cassiopeia. I really hope one of these teams picks up MF as an AD carry. She's super strong in the meta right now. She's left open, making it all the way to the final 3 picks of the draft.
Lulu here, a very interesting pickup from John Adams. It'll allow Cassiopeia to better hyper carry. However, in the bot lane against a Yuumi, that's not going to go too well. Yuumi definitely excels when she's against other Enchantress supports.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what the ADC is going to be from Carmel here. Yuumi MF, pretty strong. Yuumi Jhin, also another option. Mid laner also still up for grabs. Yuumi Aphelios, we'll have to see. Aphelios, rather challenging mechanically champion.
It is important to note that Carmel is also very AD heavy still. So these last 2 picks will definitely have to see at least one heavy source of AP, or else the Sedge is just going to be too tanky for the full AD comp.
Yeah, really running down in their bank here. 65 seconds. We see the Echo pick probably going to mid lane. That is a heavy AP. Not as heavy as an AP as I would have liked to see, but that has some AP damage.
Into
Cassiopeia.
Honestly, I kind of hope to see a Rise mid lane here.
Yeah, if he uses the miasma properly, Echo's gonna have a really tough time getting on top of Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I personally, I believe that a scaling AP carry such as the Rise would have been a better pick, as Tamir said.
Yeah, we've seen that D4T4 definitely is very comfortable on the Rise, being one of his more comfortable picks. Echo, also one of his signatures.
Now, it'll be very interesting if they end up picking a traditional ADC. Personally, I still think their comp's going to be still too AD heavy. They'll have to funnel resources into Echo to hope and get him ahead.
Or just put the Sejuani behind.
Yeah, if they do pick an AP carry in the bot lane, we see the Jinx.
The Jinx Yuumi bot lane.
This is looking like a very traditional comp from like Season 9, Season 8, with that hyper carry crit ADCs. Yuumi, pretend she's a Lulu.
Ah, yeah.
Basically
like
the same thing. Yeah. We see the hyper carry ADC though. That does put a lot of their damage on attack, or a lot of their damages. Attack damage.
It is important to keep options open, however, because Spencer has been infamous to pull out the Nasus jungle every once in a while, so that is a possibility that we could be seeing.
I sure hope not, as this Game 3 would be very unfortunate. Getting a free win to John Adams.
Kog'Maw Lulu coming up from the bot lane. 2 hyper carries for the John Adams team.
Going back to that Ardent Sensor meta not too long ago. Getting some flashbacks. John Adams has a much better mix of AP and AD compared to Carmel.
Yeah,
Must
I'd
be
have
how
to
it
agree
ends.
with that. Looking at the draft, I think this game is looking like in John Adams' favor.
Yeah.
It is
Their team
all
fight's gonna
dependent
be-
on how it plays out, however. I think it's important for Carmel to secure early dragons so that they can pressure Soul Point earlier into the game, or else they're going to be in trouble. If they can't pressure Soul early, then they're just going to get outscaled.
I'm just confused as the reason for them picking Jinx and Nasus if they're not gonna try to outscale them with that comp.
Yeah, both comps going very far into the late game. They're looking for those front-to-back fights. In my opinion, John Adams is going to have a better time with that with the Sejuani. If she can land one of those massive ults, Kog'Maw's just going to have his way.
Yep, the Sedge, the Cass, and the Cog having dual targets plus Fiora being absolutely disgusting in side lanes.
I'm absolutely livid.
Any more input, gentlemen?
Not much, as we see just them going through the tournament draft, picking their champions.
Yeah,
It'll
I
be-
think this is going to be a crazy game here with some hyperscaling bottom lanes, the Cassiopeia in the mid lane. There's not a whole lot for Sejuani to work with. She pretty much has to focus around the top lane if she's going to maximize her E-proc. And the Trundle pick is actually super strong into what John Adams has drafted because they have a single tank comp and Trundle can just sap those Sejuani stats, especially in the late game. Carmel scales better than you might think.
Hey, you're lost. I get it.
Remember, everyone, after this game, we are moving over for our final best of 3 of the day. It is the winner of this game-deciding match, this series-deciding match, versus Carmel Esports Gold in the losers bracket. So either way, we get a rematch of epic proportions here. We either see Carmel Esports Gold try to extract their revenge on their classic sparring partner, Carmel Esports Blue, or we see Carmel Esports Gold try to extract their revenge for the IUPUI Invitational, in which John Adams relegated them to 3rd place. Could
Thank you, Mr. Genocor.
this
Thank
be
you
the
for reminding
Battlegrounds
me of that.
where the Greyhounds make John Adams 3rd place? We'll see.
Or second.
Hopefully so.
Once again, Rave Master Calvin taking the Fiora into the top lane. Jamboni and Dan Jam bottom lane is back in town. And we have Pokazang on the Yumi, ready to ride on Jinx's back and hopefully get carried to the finish line here as Carmel Esports Blue loads on to the Rift versus John Adams one last time.
In 30 seconds.
And then we have our 2.5 minute delay break for competitive integrity.
All right, that's a thing.
With that in mind, we have a few thoughts to pass along to all of you. First off, we have Tamir here. I've mentioned his mother all day today and have sang her praises because she has been instrumental to making this tournament happen. And Tamir was a big part in helping us have his mother participate in sponsoring this tournament. We first thought of this tournament 1 month ago with
When
Tamir,
we got
James,
out of the tourney.
Niall, and Nico, who was on the cast earlier, Evil. And the 4 of them and I thought about, you know, what would it be like if we were to throw our own tournament? And that's how we ended up with the Greyhound Battlegrounds. And Tamir procured his mother's sponsorship and has allowed us to provide everyone with a $20 per player payout, as well as championship plaques without any entry fee for today's matches. And Niall, James, and Nico have taken over orchestrating this whole affair, creating the Discord, creating the website, creating all of the graphics, doing the vast majority of the advertising. Guys, looking at what went into making this tournament happen, what was that experience like for you?
Alright, I'll go first. Well, personally, I looked into the rewards that we could do and how we could go about paying for them. And I thought it was a very good experience looking through local businesses and finding ways to get sponsorships and just help build a local community. We ended up finding a Carmel company, a local Carmel company that makes plaques, which ended up giving us a very nice discount. And that, I just loved looking into the financial side of this tournament. I know James did a lot of the GFX design though as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this tournament for me was just kind of getting the culminations of all the failures of tournaments in the past that we've played in, and just kind of making those corrections so we can have the ideal tournament for these Carmel high school, or not just Carmel, for these high schools around the nation. Just try and get that experience in there, because we really want to break this esports into the main scene, and just make it commonplace for everyone to be able to have a place to play video games competitively in high school.
I will say it was especially nice being able to write the wrongs of all the rule sets I had seen before. Especially since for the League of Legends rule set, we have seen some frustrating tournaments in the past, and being able to just fix that in our own tournament just felt very satisfying.
Yep, I must agree. As though I wasn't that involved in the production of this whole thing, I'm simply a man with connections here to sponsor this thing. So you're welcome for all of you.
Everyone counts.
Many connections indeed. Wouldn't have been able to do without you, Tamir.
Now the spectator delay ticks down. Let's make your predictions. Who do you think is gonna win? Let's start off with James.
Okay, well, I think that Carmel actually has the better team comp in general here, because as Mr. G stated earlier, late game they're going to have much better scaling with that Trundle being able to steal the stats from Sejuani. He's going to be acting as a very heavy tank, even though he's not alone in the front line. Nasus, as he scales, is going to get super tanky, getting a lot of the damage with his stacks. And Jinx, everyone knows Jinx. She gets a kill, team fight's basically over. So really, we're just looking at the front-to-back fights here from both sides. Whichever gets the first pick is going to be looking like the team winner there.
Alright, Tamir, what are your thoughts?
Well, I would like to disagree here with James. I think Ja's draft looks a little bit better, and I think that's because of the top lane matchups. I just am really not a fan of the Nasus pick into the Fiora here. I think there's so many things so many ways it could just go wrong, especially if Sejuani decides to invest her early time to gank top and set the Fiora ahead, because once she gets ahead, she will pretty much just stomp Nasus to the ground and just starve him out of stacks for the entire game. And then I think that will allow her to win team fights.
Of Sejuani and Fiora. Now, me personally, I just do not think that Carmel has enough dive to get onto Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw through Lulu. The only dive that they truly have is Echo and Flash from Nasus and Trundle. And because of that, I do think John Adams is favored in this draft.
Yeah, as I stated earlier on in the draft, I really would have liked to seen something combo with the Yuumi, maybe like an Olaf who can just really create that opening, just run in with his ult, and take nearly no damage with the reduction from Yuumi and the healing from Yuumi. Would have liked to seen something like that to really give these front-to-back fights some more prevalence for John Adams' side. Or sorry,
And
from Carmel's
now,
side.
it is time, as the spectator will be about to begin, and Game 3 of this close series will begin.
Yeah, I expect the early game to be pretty slow, but as the time keeps ticking, things are going to start ramping up with fights breaking out more and more often. We're going to see if there's going to be any early invades.
Alternatively, you do see John Adams on the red side this game.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. Both teams taking the passive approach, not quite going for that 5-point on John Adams' side.
Cassiopeia forgetting to buy items, kind of breaking their 5-point, unfortunately.
Interesting choice indeed.
Yuumi also didn't buy any items, as you can see.
Possibly saving up for a good back early on.
I
That would have to be a really
that
good
is-
fact then.
That is quite interesting.
Might go for that 6 fairy charm power spike.
In regards
And now
to
he is recalling.
at
Interesting
least
choices.
noticed in time. In
The
regards to
pressure is getting to their
Cassiopeia,
heads.
she did start Doran's Ring as opposed to Sapphire Crystal. Now, Doran's Ring will give her a lot more early power, but it'll make it really punishing if she has to go back before she can buy tier. Alternatively, you see Echo on the Corrupting Pot. Does give way more sustain, way more ability to lane fight. So, mid lane might be pretty volatile. We'll have to see.
Yeah, melee and ranged matchups normally pretty tough for Echo, but with his
we
Q,
are
he's going to be able to
lane
throw these.
swaps.
Interesting choice. I don't
That is
necessarily
very
agree.
interesting. Why would John Adams do this? They had good matchups in both lanes. I'm baffled by this lane choice.
Maybe it's a possibility that the Cassiopeia was scared of the Echo, and so the Fiora was willing to take mid lane. But we'll just have to see how they play out, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Seems like Botan is going for a little bit of aggressive trading early, trying to zone Carmel out of CS.
Now you can see, interestingly enough, Lulu did go for commencing stopwatch, so we'll see how that comes into play later into the lane.
Maybe
Fiora with the biscuits in the mid lane will help her trade with the Echo that has Corrupting Pot.
Big trades coming out from the Fiora. Corrupting Pot not actually getting as much value as he would have liked. First blood coming out at only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Really seeing that expertise on Fiora from Brave Master Calvin. Hopefully he's able to make this lane swap worthwhile.
Now, this is I guess the lane swaps did work out for them because Fiora was able to get the solo kill on Echo. Who knew?
Yeah, this is going to put Fiora in a very snowbally position as she gets that dueling pressure much earlier on. Possibly getting some roams off. We'll see how it is. Bot lane pushing the wave under tower. Really harassing that Jinx. Going for a W. Checking if the jungle is there for a dive.
Never can be too safe.
Indeed. Unfortunately missing the siege as his health was at an awkward...
Although John Adams is zoning them off in the bot lane, they did opt for heal barrier. So it removes a lot of their early kill power, but does make them a lot safer in lane.
Seems like there's not a lot of kill power anyways into this lane, so this was probably the right choice by John Adams.
Looking at the junglers here, Trundle's going to have a much healthier clear, opting to take the early Scuttle Crab, while Sejuani having not so much luck, as she's going to have to back without taking any of the Scuttle Crabs and just going for a full clear minus Shrugs.
Now you can't see, both junglers are directly passing to the Scuttle Crab. Nope, now Trundle is opting to take the more defensive path, likely taking his Raptors now, which will give Sedge the Scuttle that she needs. Trundle could have contested it, however he doesn't have Prio in either of his lanes, so it would have been extremely risky.
It does seem like both Solins decide to go for another swap, putting the Nasus and Cass in mid lane and the Echo and Fiora in top lane. Probably just a counter swap by Carmel that was then countered by John Adams.
Yeah, I really don't like putting the Echo top lane as he was without TP, so that really takes away some of the pressure they had.
And the Nasus can't secure roams as easily as the Echo could. This does not look good for Carmel.
Now, a very interesting thing is, back at the IUPUI Invitational, this exact scenario happened between Carmel Gold, our team, and John Adams. They kept lane swapping, and it really, it seems like John Adams is comfortable with this kind of style. They're able to match the lane swaps and make very quick rotations. Anyways, we see Trundle coming down with the nice pillar bot lane, but Sedge is in for the counter gank. Trundle flashes away. Jinx now flashes away. Heal is going down. Yumi is going to detach. And it looks like they're just going to be able to walk it out here. A lot of summoners used in the bot lane.
Yeah, not that expending summoners. More had to come out from the side of Carmel, which really puts them at a disadvantage as they're going to be really primed for a ganking from Sejuani again. As we can see, some more skirmishes going on top lane. Echo going to be forced to retreat back under his tower with low mana and low health.
Even though he has Corrupting Pot, he is still heavily getting out-traded, as he only has Corrupting Pot, but Fiora has a full Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, it's going to be really
in the mid lane, you can see that Cassiopeia was forced to back early, which leaves her with just a Sapphire Crystal, which will leave her temporarily weak for a little bit on the mid lane.
Yeah, once she gets that tier, she's going to start stacking very early, though. We do see the first dragon coming out super early at only 5.5 minutes. Cloud Drake is going to help with those ults coming up just a little bit faster. Going to be really impactful with that Sejuani and Cassiopeia as they have those team-turning fights.
With the heavy
Team-turning fight
trio
ultimates.
from
it was
both
sold by
mid
the
and bot.
Sejuani, but as you can see, he's still in even CS with the Trundle. So you gotta just ask yourself, is Trundle heading the right path here by just going for the bummy Cinder instead of completing his jungle item here?
Yeah, interesting choice. His ganks are gonna be less impactful. In my opinion, I feel like Sejuani's gonna have the upper hand if she counter ganks. Bommy Cinder gonna give him a little bit of a better time clearing though, even though he doesn't really need it.
Now we can see Echo picking up the boots. Will help survive in the laning phase.
And maybe assist for some better rotations for those lane swaps.
Yeah, but looking at the bot lane here, John Adams seems pretty much ahead. Another W to check for a random jungler that may pop up.
Yeah, Sejuani pretty good with those dives. And as you stated earlier, curious what they could do with that stopwatch. If Lulu grabs aggro of that tower first, she can pop stopwatch and make it for a clean dive.
Now, John Adams' bottom did just get a recall and is now ahead in a lot of items, while Carmel is still sitting at the starting items. So we might gonna see a bit of zoning here, trying to stop their backs maybe, push this lead even further as they can.
I would like to see some more heavy play around bot lane from the Trundle. They did blow Kog'Maw's flash earlier, which leaves the bot lane heavily immobile. And especially with them constantly pushing in to the blue side, there could be some very good gank potential here if Trundle decides to come down. Meanwhile, on the top lane, you see Echo getting ganked. However, he does have level 6, while Sejuani's only level 5. Gonna get the shield here. Is gonna tank all of them. Gets a huge ultimate for damage. Sejuani dipping very low, getting ignited. Fiora ult coming down along with the blue side TP. Flashing away. Fiora's forced to flash out of tower, missing the parry. And she's just gonna ride the blast cone out.
Nasus
Flash Wither coming in here with the Flash Wither. Will he be able to clean up the kill, or will the parry come down? He will. Plus
Nothing
12
but
for the
another
Nasus.
12 stacks to him.
Very T4 there, getting that 1v.
As mentioned earlier, bot lane without any summoners on the Kog'Maw, without flash on the Kog'Maw. Massive dodge on the ult.
Dodging the Cassio ult, but still might die, dipping very low. Cassio is actually out of mana though, so he can't finish off the kill. Nasus unfortunately does not have flash to finish off this one, but that was a very important early play to get down. Echo actually outplaying the gank, and then Nasus able to clean it up on the back end, especially with Cassio being forced back to base now. Nasus is going to actually come back to the map pretty strong.
Looking at bot side, we can see the Trundle. Maybe looking for an invade. He's lurking bot lane and see if they push a little too far. Opting to go back to mid.
Gonna burn the mid lane TP. So now there's no TPs on the map.
Once Lulu hits level 6 though, even without summoners, it's going to be very hard to gank Kog'Maw, as he's just going to sprout up with the Lulu and shred anyone who gets close enough to be within auto range.
That is true, and we are seeing that Jinx is still sitting on her starting items together with the Yuumi. Still didn't go for a single recall, so bot lane is going to be really weak here compared to the, what's her name?
John Adams. Yeah, seeing that early back really did some favors for John Adams. He's 20 CS up on the Jinx, who has yet to back. Her back's not going to be looking too great as of now. Getting some of that great poke under tower with that massive slow coming out. Again, looking at that top lane matchup with the Cassiopeia and Echo as well, massive CS differential. Really putting her at a...
On the contrary of last game, we're seeing a CS lead in favor of John Adams now. And especially with the heavy scaling of Cassio and Kog'Maw, this is really going to benefit them. Sejuani here, looking for a dive. Jinx does not seem to know. Landing the Sejuani ult, popping the Jinx really fast before the Yuumi can manage to heal her twice.
And we are going to see the Yuumi getting dove here, but mid lane is also starting up a fight. Let's see how this plays out.
Single dive on the Yuumi. Should be able to clean it up really easily. No one's going to die on the side of John Adams.
Yeah, in my opinion... really greedy from Carmel's bot side there. Greeting for the BF sword and that boots and dagger on that back. Really showed us back earlier and got that BF sword.
About to get ganked here and dies to the gank from the actually top laner, Carmel.
Managed to get that gank off even with the control ward. Very nice plays from Echo. Now, as you can see, Cassiopeia actually is not going for Archangels first. Either going for Rylai's or Leandri's first, which is a very interesting choice. Traditionally, you do finish off your Seraphs, which will allow you to stack faster. Nasus here, greeting for some plates shamelessly.
He
is not
giving no respect to the Sejuani.
Then he tries to W the Sejuani when he still has passes on. Very interesting choices there by Nasus.
but he makes it out this time at least. The greedy plays paying off. Infernal Dragon up on the map. We can see that the blue side does not have very much vision. Meanwhile, the red side has a lot of river vision set up already.
We are going to see a fight breaking out in mid lane with the Miasma landing and the Cassiopeia ulting, and that will be a solo kill for John Adams.
It just didn't appear that the Nasus was expecting the Cassio ult to be up again. Very interesting. Now, as for the bot lane, Kog'Maw flashing forward. Meanwhile, Jinx having the flash back in response, just seeming to walk away now. Kog'Maw once again using his flash, leaving him vulnerable to Trundle ganks.
Yeah.
Trundle is gonna recall before the dragon, trying to get the reset, maybe buy some items here, and we are probably gonna see both teams pathing towards. Actually, no, none of them are pathing towards dragon. Sejuani's top lane and Cassiopeia is recalling.
This would be a perfect opportunity for blue side to at least clear out the vision that John Adams has set up, especially with Sejuani recalling now and Cassio off the map. No.
Yeah, we're really seeing red team, also known as John Adams, building up a gold lead here. Even though they're only ahead 1 kill, they've gotten so much money from CS leads and gold plating that they're just mounting up a bigger and bigger gold lead. Almost at 2,500.
He's gonna gank bot lane here. Kog'Maw has no flash. They're going for the Lulu. Kog'Maw's looking to retaliate on the Jinx. We are gonna see ults being popped. Pretty much everything. Toronto's getting bursted down. Jinx also. Summoners are being popped. The Yuumi is now about to go down, and that is a really good retaliation by John Adams.
Yuumi is not gonna get barely getting picked up by the Trundle there.
But Sejuani still has the ulti. Not gonna shoot it. Just gonna walk away.
Really good job from the Lulu there, holding on to that ult until the last second, making that Kog'Maw absolutely shred the Trundle, forcing his flash out and leaving Jinx just wide in the open.
Now, John Adams will be able to pick up Dragon off of that play because the Carmel really just disrespected Kog'Maw's damage there. They really thought they would be able to burn through it before Lulu could manage to do anything, but they were wrong. Bot lane really suffering down 40 CS and 2 kills. Nasus might be in a little bit of trouble here, not walking to his tower, opting to walk out of the lane. Top lane maybe going for a bit of a dive there, getting parried under tower, getting stunned, hitting the vitals. Echo not gonna ult there, just opting to play it safe. Kog'Maw with that Bork pickup is gonna make him very strong as compared to the Jinx right now. Interestingly enough, Yuumi does not seem to be going more mana regen and opting for more ability power, which is a very non-traditional thing to see from a Yuumi player. Now Flash is coming out from the top lane.
Dive. Not gonna fully commit though, as he is forced to ulti.
Yeah,
burning. Just trading Flash.
Burning Flash and Ignite.
Cassiopeia did go for the first item Rhylights here. Probably as a tech because she is laning against the Nasus and not a traditional range champion in mid lane.
Yeah, she's still gonna be stacking up this tier just at a much slower rate than she would be with the full Seraphs.
Yeah, the question is, since Nasus only has tier 1 boots, will he be able to run down this Cassiopeia like before?
Probably not down since he has Rhylights, but I wonder how many stacks he has actually, if we could see that soon.
Oh, dodging the ult. Coming down, but he still might not have the DPS. Oh, he does!
Has it! And he flashes away from the Sejuani. Very nice play by Nasus there, dodging the Cassiopeia ulti.
Currently at 250 stacks at 14 minutes. That is very solid, and is what you need to see.
Especially considering he's into a ranged matchup such as Cassiopeia. Really doing a good job of just evading that pressure. Just keep getting those stacks.
Although Rylai's does give the slow benefit, she's lacking a lot of the damage she needs. Even though she had the slow, it didn't stop Nasus from just being on top of her. And if she had Seraphs there, she probably would have been able to win that 1v1.
We do see the TP coming out.
Possibilities that Seraphs give her instead of just standing in place, just spamming E.
Now, 1v1 into the top lane. Echo gonna be able to get the stun, not parry this time.
The ulti though, so he's probably gonna go down here as soon as the Fiora catches up. He is just gonna try to cut around and gets the ulti,
but
he
does not press it in time.
So his ulti wasn't actually up yet, it was just showing the 4 seconds where he would be. Let's see, I'd really like to see Trundle giving some more of his jungle to Nasus so he can get those stacks, such as Raptors. We can't see Cassio making a move here.
Down into the turret, knowing that she doesn't have ulti, just capitalizing on that opportunity, getting a free kill.
Power of Rylai is really showing beneficial there. Trundle maybe making a rundown on her.
But the Rylai
She has the miasma. Trundle pops R. She misses a Q. That might be his chance to get away. Looks like he...
Now, Trundle does
will
not have
die,
flash.
actually.
Going for the turnaround is gonna die, giving double buffs to Cassiopeia mid. Now bot lane, getting pressured in a 3v2. Once again, Kog'Maw has had his flash down for a majority of this game, and Trundle has not managed to gank bot more than twice, I think. Now, as we see the first tower
the gank
fall
getting turned around
in the bot lane.
Yeah, we do see this Rylai's first tech coming out, opting for Leandre's mask as well.
It seems like she is just opting to not go Seraphs. Very interesting. I've not seen this Cassiopeia build before, but we'll see how it turns out. John Adams starting to run away with this game a little bit. They have 2 dragons up along with over a 5,000 gold lead. Let's see what they'll be able to do with this lead, especially a majority of their gold is on their hyper carries right now, but that also means a majority of their shutdowns are on them too. Echo going for an aggressive play in the jungle, igniting the Sejuani, looking for a pick, trying to make a play before Dragon. Is not going to ult there for the damage, opting to save it for more defensive use. Sejuani going to barely run away, but Echo still chasing, ulting now for the health.
Trundle actually gonna go
absolutely
down
running him
here.
down, but does not get the kill.
He did have a flash up. Interesting. he didn't
Echo's
go
in
for
trouble,
that.
getting stunned. That's going to pop him there.
Looking like that's gonna be the dragon for John Adams.
Yeah, with that aggressive play, went a
Jinx
little
actually
too
will
deep.
also be forced to flash here to run away for life.
Seems like both bot laners have just been using their flash off cooldown this game.
Yeah,
Now-
flash shield coming up from the Jing.
John Adams is going to siege this mid tower. And with this mid tower being opened, along with no outer towers remaining for the blue team, they're going to be able to, the red team's going to be able to push their vision into their jungle and start stealing a lot of their camps. They might even siege this tier 2 tower. Carmel can do nothing to stop it. And on the back end of this, they're just going to walk and take a free dragon. John Adams really expanding their gold lead here.
Yeah, with both of these super late game scaling comps here, whoever wins the early game can really just take and run with it as they get to that scaling point, that late game power so much sooner.
Now they do have Mountain Soul, which is not the greatest for John Adams' team. It will add bulkiness to Sejuani and some added shielding if they end up getting the soul towards Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw. However, they're probably much rather hoping for something like an Infernal Soul.
Yeah, Infernal Soul with those 2 hyper carries would really just secure those team fights for them.
Now, we did ask at the beginning of the game, is Destrano going to go tank or damage here? He is going to go for the Cinderhawk and start towards building what seems to be a Frozen Heart. So we are going to see a more defensive build here from him.
An
Right,
interesting option going for the Frozen Heart. Does slow down the Kog'Maw's attack speed, however, does not leave any defenses towards Cassiopeia. Maybe an early stone plate would be something to consider here.
Yeah, Knight's Vow would have been a pretty nice pickup as well with the team fight carry comps. Interestingly enough, we haven't actually seen a full-out team fight from either side. So, still, Carmel not out of the races yet, but...
John Adams just dominating the style right now of scrappy fights. They're going to run onto this Echo here. He does have ultimate. He's going to place down the shield.
Kog'Maw has the red buff.
Is actually going to get the stun up.
Sejuani misses the ulti, but will he be able to get away from the red buff Kog'Maw and the
away
Sejuani?
from Sejuani here. Is going to be very low health, but Sejuani is managing to get onto him, and that'll be the kill.
Chilling
and with
smite.
that, it looks like Rift is going to be secured
Yeah,
for
Chilling
John Adams.
Smite providing
Actually,
so much...
Rift might just die before they get
Oh,
it.
that is very true. And
could be
meanwhile,
possible
Nasus
early
simply
Baron.
stacking. Seeing
Now let's
to
see that
stay.
silent fight I was talking about. Nasus is actually a level up on the Fiora, but let's see who will win this one. They
How many
actually not
stacks
gonna
does
engage.
he have?
That is
Nasus
the big
does have
question,
Bramble
Warrior.
Vest here. Will help him a
But
lot
he went
in
for
this
the
fight.
Mercs instead of the Tabbies.
That Tenacity not really going to be helping him out too much in the Fiora matchup.
However, it will help him a lot against Sejuani, Kog'Maw,
We
Cassio,
are gonna
and
see
Lulu.
the final
so it's a very
chapter coming out here just to clear the waves. Trying to stop John Adams from taking their top lane turrets, getting their inhib as well.
Meanwhile, Trundle was looking for something bot, but just did not get it, and that leaves a lot of pressure open on top lane. Nasus trying to walk top lane, but realized it was a mistake going back bot lane, but the bottom tower will suffer a lot because of it.
Yeah, with the Trundle and Nasus both back in at the same time, it kind of just leaves that second tier bot tower free for the taking for Fiora.
John Adams now just absolutely sieging, pushing their gold lead as hard as they can. Here comes the 1v1, Trundle's walking up on the back end.
Fiora
The
just not
Nasus
autoing
ult
at
will
all.
be used, so will the Fiora ult, but it will be used on Trundle. Nasus getting that shutdown. We may see the dog carry come out this game. Trundle
Yes.
looking for some kills on the back end, not noticing that one person recalling because they did not have vision of that bush, eating the Cassiopeia ult, almost dying.
But Cassiopeia is going to be forced to flash away once you see that Echo W coming in.
Are we gonna finally see her pick up the Seraph's Embrace? It's gonna be nearly fully stacked to an Archangels at this point with that tier.
Now the massive farm difference from bot lane along with the kills is going to really be very difficult for Carmel to work with, along with the mid lane as well. Echo is down 60 CS about, and mid lane ADC is down about 50 CS. There's a huge gold lead just from farm.
And
Yeah.
Cassiopeia is actually going to pick up Eliandri's here, still holding on to that Seraph's bike.
Nasus was
Probably
going
has
for the
like,
control ward, but did not have enough vision.
we are going to see them collapsing on the Nasus. He's going to be able to get away from this. It's looking
Reduce
like a no.
Trundle
Flash
en
is
route.
dash.
Oh,
Trundle
big
killer
killer.
does
Able to walk out
let
of
him
that
walk
one.
it out. But then again, extending without vision, that flash, it'll be costly in a later game team fight. If a team fight breaks out and they need to get on Kog'Maw, they don't have that Nasus flash anymore. Kog'Maw
Yeah.
does not have QSS yet, so he can't just QSS the Wither if he was gonna get flashed on. Echo going in for a solo kill here, running, trying to get the Lulu so low, but Fiora's gonna stop him here. Sejuani is also collapsing along with it.
Just going to ult
Kog'Maw
into the entire enemy
bleeding.
team. Kog'Maw picking up that kill. Dan Jam becoming now 4-0.
Now we could see a 7.5k gold lead along with 5 towers and 3 dragons. John Adams are opting to
engage here on the Fiora, but Fiora's gonna ult here, try to get the 1v2 off, getting the flash, taking the tower shot, and going down to the Nasus.
absolutely bursted by the Nasus.
Kog'Maw
But here comes the rest of John Adams' team.
all coming back, trying to take out the Nasus, just face tanking him and taking him down.
Jinx, meanwhile, dealing absolutely no damage to
damage.
Sejuani.
Yeah,
Jinx.
all it's gonna take is one kill for the Jinx, and she can collect all those shutdowns on John Adams' side, but getting that first kill is gonna be a little rough with the damage she was outputting right there. Only one
majority
item.
Of Carmel's damage is on Nasus right now. John Adams are looking to set up this Mountain Soul, trying to close out the game as fast as they can.
Yeah, at this Mountain Soul, it's gonna be almost no luck for Jinx trying to get a kill on Sejuani.
Kog'Maw, though, in a bit of trouble here. Eating
Jinx
the Jinx
rocket.
rocket, but I do not think
Can
D4T4
the
knew it was
Echo
coming.
chase him down? And he
Total
gets the
belt
Lulu
not
speed
up.
up. There's the Sejuani slowing him down. I don't think he will be able to get this one.
If D4T4 knew that rocket was
Saved by
coming,
the
he likely
skin
would have
of
been
his
able to kill him.
teeth. Jinx still very underpowered compared to Kog'Maw, who's on to his third item. Jinx yet to even finish
And that
her
will be
second.
stole for John Adams.
Now, even though you could see Kog'Maw's flash is once again on cooldown, but bot lane is still unkillable. They have not been killed this entire game, and they really need to focus their efforts on trying to kill Kog'Maw when his flash is down like this.
Yeah.
That 1,000 gold can really propel them back into the game.
Especially if Jinx is the one who gets that shutdown. She can finally finish that Runan's Hurricane, really start to have an impact in those team fights. But right now, she's not going to be doing much. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter that Kog'Maw has no summoners. It's going to make him a little more vulnerable, but with that Lulu ult, it's going to be nearly impossible to kill him, especially with his Mountain Soul with those shields.
We're going to see a bit of vision being cleared out here. Mid lane is both team will probably try to set up for Baron as Fiora is trying to create some pressure down in bot lane.
Yeah, blue team left with very little vision on the map. And that's just the nature of the game when they're this far behind. They're not going to be able to... Fiora looking for the tower dive here. Finishes tower off quickly. Trundle steals the ult. Steals with his ult. Trying to
Fiora
block
actually
that
managing
one
to parry the
vital.
Q, but does not get her ult off.
And
that was
she
the way
will
to
be
go.
able to just take him down
Now,
easily. as he
mid
is
lane
the
going for a
full
hard
tank.
engage from the blue side on the Echo Yumi. But 2v4, they're not seeing much success. Just getting absolutely ran down.
Popping
Forced the
the
ult
actually
into their
getting a
entire
big
team,
damage.
which will also kill Yumi.
Yeah,
Now-
Jinx just kind of sitting in base for that one. Looks like they're running this game down very quickly for both late game comps.
2v5. Nasus is still top lane. It does not look like Carmel will be able to stop this. They're running down the Nexus Towers. First Nexus Tower is going to fall. Nasus running in, ulting, getting
Nasus
absolutely bursted down.
melted.
Second Nexus Tower is going to fall, and now they're onto the
Looks like
Nexus.
This will be game as John Adams will be continuing to the finals here at the Carmel. What was it called again?
We will
Greyhound
see.
Battlegrounds.
The Greyhound Battlegrounds.
We will see John Adams Monday in the grand finals against the winner of the next match.
crazy team fights from both sides. Everything on the line there. It's just wild. John Adams really just took a commanding lead early on and just ran with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well said, everyone. So, looking at the bracket right now, we get a rematch of CHS Blue and CHS Gold in the losers final. And then on Monday at 11 a.m., the grand finals, a Carmel team versus John Adams. Everything we could have wanted from this tournament. John Adams coming back and 2-0ing Carmel Esports Blue after dropping the first game. Excited to see how this turns out. We'll be right back with more action for you real soon. All right, everyone, and we're jumping into the draft and champ select. Due to the fact that this is another Carmel v Carmel matchup, the second of the day, they have opted to elect out of using the drafting software that we've been using, which is something that both teams can, if they agree upon, choose to do so in this tournament, and instead just draft in client. Now, part of the reason why this happens, we believe in competitive integrity and leveling the playing field as much as possible. In League of Legends, some teams may have newer players with lower level accounts that have not grinded out all of the champions within the game, of which there are nearly 160 by this point. So there are certain scenarios where a team may say, for strategic reasons, they want to draft Annie for their bottom laner, like their support, first. And their support is 5th in the draft, and their top laner wants to take away the Annie first pick. Well, if the top laner doesn't own Annie, then they can't pull that strategic maneuver, which could theoretically put them at a strategic disadvantage, not being able to swap picks against a team that does own every champ in the game. They have higher level accounts, or they just flat out have more money and they decide to buy all of the champions in the game. Therefore, we use a draft simulation tool online, and that's what you've been seeing prior to most of the games, that allows the teams to pick the champions regardless of whether people actually own them. Therefore, they can do the swapping and whatnot once we get into the actual client. Both teams decided to forego that route and simply do a tournament draft in the client using the available champions on their accounts. And most accounts are league unlocked due to recent participation in NASEF, and if they're not league unlocked, these players have the champions unlocked through way of playing the game. So either way, we didn't think it was an issue for these two rosters, and for time's sake, since it is already 5:47 p.m. Eastern time and we have been running this stream since 10 a.m., they decided to quicken things up just a little bit and get right into the tournament draft for all of you. So to cover this draft, it seems like Carmel Esports Gold getting some comfort picks out of the way. They have Nasus, Alawi, and Aatrox banned against Carmel Blue, and Carmel Blue has taken away a lot of Eternal Midget's favorite picks in the mid lane. We are seeing another lane swap here, so Carmel Blue trying to get the best of, maybe taking a note or a page out of John Adams' book, trying to catch Gold off their guard with D4T4 this time in the top lane, and Pokezang trying out Vi jungle, hopefully going to be able to get some knockups for the Yasuo here for Spencer mid. Abundant memes though. Man, these lane swaps are going deep, busting out the Yuumi. Maybe he is not playing that. Maybe he's swapping it to a support. Who knows yet? This draft is all kinds of crazy thus far. That's a Zig support maybe? Or is it Nidalee support? I have seen Zig support as recently as the NA LCS later on in the season, Golden Guardians. Huhi. They picked Ziggs support to pretty great success, to be honest, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gold team is trying out some sort of demolition comp, focusing on using the pushing power of Tristana in conjunction with the Ziggs. It seems like we're gonna have a Yasuo Yumi bottom lane with Akali mid, Singe top, and Vi jungle on the side of Team Blue. They got the better of their counterparts on the Gold team earlier today in just one of the most wild upsets I've seen in the tournament thus far. Let's see how this draft goes for them as they attempt to seal a reunion visit with John Adams in the grand finals on Monday at 11 a.m. All right, everyone, we're in game, and we're seeing an aggressive invade by blue onto Team Gold. But Zig's able to make it out with his life. Barrel of Oranges down there with the Dark Harvest Ziggs, hoping to get some stacks in the early game as he's working on those towers. We got the Glacial Augment Scion. It's been a while since I've seen that one in the top lane, looking to maximize his passive up there. And Dark Harvest in Italy, with the recent Q buffs, may be able to get this game rolling for his lanes. BWB trading heavily with Eternal Midget in the mid lane. Akali falling out of favor over the past probably half a season or so due to just the barrage of nerfs that champion has received. She was released with a really loaded kit, and it's taken a while for Riot to adjust her capabilities. Right now it looks like she's going all in, but Zoe playing with fire, able to pick up some summoner spells, the surprising W damage that is there, and then of course hitting him with the paddle star. And Ender playing up in the face of Spencer's Yasuo. Barrel of Oranges establishing bush control, trying to poke out from the bush. D4, T4, we've seen him try to do a lot in the mid lane. He's going to take his talents up the top lane and attempt to get some damage down on the Scion. Great flip there as he's making him walk through the poison trail, but the gas will pass, and it looks like he's not going to be able to win out in that trade versus Scion. But Spencer going all in on Ender, barely loses out. Barrel of Oranges getting himself a Dark Harvest stack and starting to progress in this lane, hopefully getting some plates and pushing this tower down early. He did take Demolish. This is the Demolitionist buff for those of you who play TFT. They are trying to blow things up here. Now it's just Yuumi left all on her own, and this is looking terrible from the get-go for blue, with some of these early all-ins playing a bit too aggressively after having a rather easy time with Carmel Gold in their previous matchup. D4 T4 not going to stand by while Nidalee takes his Krugs, flips her out, but isn't able to accomplish much there. Nidalee will just hop away over the wall as Barrel of Oranges and Ender chunk out that bottom lane tower. Already 2 plates gone, and we're seeing quite the gold advantage on behalf of Carmel Gold. 8.2k to 5.4k gold, and Barrel of Oranges already 3-0 on that Ziggs. And if we look, he's got 3 Dark Harvest stacks backed with 1600 gold, and looks like he's getting a sheen for even more pushing power. Interesting. We might see a Lich Bane first item. Kuki getting caught in the jungle by Pokazang, but the Sleepy Trouble Bubble into the Paddle Star, able to deter Pokazang's counter aggression to Kuki. Now he's just trying to clean up this mid wave. Has to be careful though. Zoe definitely, basically, if you're out on the map, you're in kill range. But BWB, while we weren't looking, takes out Nidalee, who was just hanging out on a ward at the Wolves. Meanwhile, in top lane, King of the Alcove, living up to his name, has a 12 CS advantage up there. We have Doubled Win in the chat talking about how this Yuumi, they aren't playing safe enough, letting her scale, letting her impact the game in the mid to late game with those constant streams of heals. Should be great on the Vi, Singed, and Yasuo, but not really paying off here. Even the Akali, very much a champion that is benefited from Yuumi's kit. BWB trading back in the mid lane, trying to aggress onto the Zoe, but this isn't going to work out. Yuumi left in the river without a paddle, and Spencer probably gonna fall to the demolition. Oh my gosh, the demolitionist bottom lane, the explosive charge on top of Yasuo takes the kill, and this one's getting out of hand quickly. To be honest, this is more of what I've seen throughout the past year in Carmel Gold versus Carmel Blue matchups. And after a heartbreaking BO3 loss to John Adams, we may be seeing what we in the business call tilt. John Adams, I see you in the chat. I know you're watching. I hope you're happy that you tilted Carmel Blue. Yes, their mental is boom. But we are seeing some trade kills here. Singed able to finally get some revenge. Vi picking up the early Drake, but their 5k gold down and a single Drake isn't nearly as impactful as it was in previous seasons. A lot of that value has been ramped into the soul and the stacking benefits once the rift changes. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that if this doesn't go Carmel Blue's way real soon, that John Adams may have beat them in 2 back-to-back best of 3s, because you can see the impact that game 2 backdoor double Elder Drake game had on Carmel Blue. An Eternal Midget in the mid lane, simply poking out and playing with his food. B-Way-B trading under tower, taking a shot. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Oh, and then the late flash. Eternal Midget going for those spicy summoners, making sure to weave the autos in. Zoe's W packs in so much auto attack damage. He's got a free flash on him. B-Way-B probably not going to get away from this one. One more paddle star will do it. Doesn't even need to send it behind him. Just going to shoot it straight ahead. King of the Alcove meanwhile is going full lethality Glacial Augment Scion. He is trying to bully this Singed. King of the Alcove especially, you could tell his honor was wounded. His teammates ribbed on him a little bit during the cast of the last game. Having the kind of performance on Renekton that I had against Carmel Blue earlier is not very indicative of what this player is capable of. And he is taking out his aggression on D4T4 on the Singed. And it's looking like we might have a contest here from the Vi on Nidalee at Rift. Now, Vi is not low level. She has been able to keep up with her counterpart here, even out farming Kuki. Will Nidalee be able to make it out? No, he has the support of his mid laner. Meanwhile, Carmel Blue's mid laner is down bottom. Yuumi jumps on the Akali. They pick up a trade kill. Not what you want to see in a 3v2 scenario going 1-for-1. Meanwhile, D4T4 not able to kill Kuki, but Kuki is now on the wrong side of the rift, trying to get that remaining Krug he missed out on from earlier. But the Krug is going to stop. The Krug finally left him alone. The Krug actually the real MVP for Carmel High School Blue right there. One of the most aggressive players on their team that hasn't been punished yet by overextending. B-Way-B is having a really hard time here in the mid lane. Not much Akali can do in the Zoe, especially when you fall down this hard early. And Zoe is just starting to snowball out of control, picking up a redemption, probably going to take that into the side lane. And D4T4, close fight with the Scion, but Scion simply is too far ahead. He's got the Duskblade. Kuki maybe trying to crack this bottom tower, but it seems like he doesn't want to risk it with their bottom lane. Yasuo still under the tower, accompanied with the Vi. However, Vi recalled, and Yasuo didn't. He greeted. He stayed around for CS. Will Kuki be able to run him down? He's got the red buff parking on him. He's going for the kill. He got the Dark Harvest stack and an easy finish off there as Carmel looks to take 2 towers with this Rift and potentially even go for a 3rd. But they really have to try and protect this old Shelly here as she goes for the towers. Can Barrel of Oranges get the satchel charge off? He does. And Pokezang looking for a flank, but he's on a ward and he doesn't even know it. Ender instead goes right in, and Pokezang is now in a 1v4. He stands no hope of as Barrel of Oranges collects his 9th Dark Harvest charge, and Kuki collects his 6th. It is a bloodbath in all of the wrong ways for Carmel Blue. And John Adams in the chat right now is flabbergasted. You're watching the shell of a team here getting bullied by their varsity roster on the Rift. BWB just going in. I think he's ready to go next on this one, but he's trying to pick up the kill. Oh my goodness. Akali's still got some tools in the bag there, and Carmel ties it up on Drake's, but at this point, a 12k deficit nearly, more like 11.3. It's going to be very difficult for Blue to come back up in this. Not only are they down in kills and towers, but they're down in CS. The lane pressure just isn't there. D4T4 in the role swap the top lane hasn't been able to have the same impact he had in the mid lane. This is the 2nd game in a row now he's tried to go top lane for a matchup. This time it was with the Singe. Probably would have liked to have seen D4T4 try his hand at mid lane again, but it looks like BWB and Pokezang are holding their own in these new roles. And Abundant means playing very well on this Yumi pick to pick up that kill there. However, it's just not going to be enough. It's a lot of too little too late, and Abundant means once again just left out to dry. And we are 13 minutes in and already seeing progress being made on the inhib towers. I would say Carmel Blue should FF at 15, but it may be irrelevant at this point based on the type of comp that Gold has drafted. And D4T4 not able to stop the push. Spencer going in. Did Ender overstay? He did not. Holy moly. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble misses initially on Akali. Hits the Vi. But BWB is able to still pick up the kill after taking half of his health from a Paddle Star. And there's the other half of his health out of the game. Barrel of Oranges going in, looking for Dark Harvest procs. Zoe, though, is just insane. And this is a classic pick from Eternal Midget that he hasn't busted out in some time. The wind wall, though, neutralizing a lot of his effective damage here. Yumi, though, once again left without a teammate to rely on. No one to bear her burdens. No shoulder to cry on. Just a cat without an owner. And we see Singe now trying to pick up these low health bars, but he's just gonna be a Dark Harvest stack. He does shut down Ziggs. That should help him get back into the game a little bit. He still has the most kills on his team, but he also has the most deaths, and his KP actually isn't that high for the amount of kills that he has. Spencer trying to take on Sion in a 1v2, but they are just hemorrhaging all over their side of the map. As King of the Alcove knows, it doesn't matter if he dies as long as he gets the inhib. Here, Ender with a quick quadra into a penta. And Ender gets the first ever Greyhound Battleground pentakill on stream. I'm not sure if it's the first of the tournament today. We'll have to check our stats on that one. But Carmel Blue just eviscerated in this one. John Adams, what did you do to these poor guys? And now, looking at the match, the Demolitionists are in the base, throwing down a Ziggs ult. The supermassive bomb right there didn't even have to land on the sweet spot. He still took out half of Spencer's health on this Yasuo. Yumi is without an owner once more, and Vi becomes a Dark Harvest proc. And Rave8378 apologizes formally to all Carmel students on behalf of John Adams. Your apology is appreciated. I'm glad you could make it to this wake this afternoon. You know, they will be remembered. I'm pretty sure you were mentioned specifically by name in their will. And you might have a championship plaque in their name depending on how the grand finals go on Monday. But for right now, we're still in this series. Game 1, a quick one, decided by an all-out shove and demolish comp from Carmel Esports Gold, looking to not only beat Carmel Blue, but to style on them. It's not about winning, it's about sending a message. We'll see if the message was received in Game 2 right after this.
is too short for fear.
All right, everyone, and we're back for game 2 of this losers final, best of 3 of Carmel Esports Gold versus Carmel Esports Blue. And last game was an absolute massacre. You could see that Blue clearly was not in a good mental state. I've tried to be an impartial coach to my two teams over the course of the day, but I did have to go have a conversation with my Blue team to try and get them back in their sorts after that one. Hopefully they can recover and try and make this a series. I'd love to see this one go all the way to 3 games. That way we can give John Adams something to be worried about going into the grand finals on Monday. Remember, that's at 11 a.m. a grand finals best of 3 versus the winner of this series and the 2019 Fall IUPUI League of Legends Invitational champions, John Adams. Now, looking at this draft so far, we see some bans on Nasus and Alawi. Those are direct takeaways from Spencer and what he's pulled out thus far in the series. And a ban on Misfortune, who enterprises as the best ADC in the game, or one of the better ADCs in the game. But doing so has left open Vladimir for Spencer. And on the Carmel Esports Blue side, they've taken away Ender's Lucian, as well as the flex pick of Syndra and Eternal Midget Zoe. Kuki, always going off and doing his own thing, has picked up the Udyr here. He is always an aggressive jungler, trying to invade constantly and play around his own priorities rather than his laner's priority. So we'll see what happens, but he's got a cantankerous Kled up in the top lane that he can definitely make some plays around and invade the top side of the jungle. BWB is back in the jungle with D4T4 in mid, and they're going with the Lee Sin Yasuo combination. They're able to get away with that because of the Vladimir providing all of the AP damage they could ever possibly need in the top lane. They're able to index in that heavy AD mid and could even still continue to go into having an AD champion in the bottom lane role. They've opted to ban out Barrel of Oranges and Carmel Esports Gold not willing to take a chance on the Yuumi attaching herself to the mid lane Yasuo or the top lane Vlad this game is going to be taken off the board. Now I say Yasuo is mid here just because I think the Lee Sin Yasuo combination in mid lane is a bit better, but we have seen Abundant Memes really gravitate toward that champ, so this could be a flex pick. I know D4T4 also loves Yasuo. He could provide us with another source of AP damage though from the mid lane, looking at something like a Diana, which is open, or an Echo. Okay, and Abundant Memes does lock in the Jhin. This is his first Jhin game of the day. We'll have to see what they pair it with in the bottom lane. They last banned a Malzahar from Eternal Midget, banning out a lot of his purple champions, but they left open the strongest purple champion of them all, Kassadin, the Void Monster. And Barrel of Oranges, going to continue to try and carry out of the support role, takes the Brand. So we're going to have Brand Varus with an immensely strong duo lane in the bottom lane there, going to lay down a lot of poke damage. If Varus can land an empowered piercing arrow with the blighted stacks on a Brand stun target, this could be deadly. Pokezang though, giving us the Lux support. Personally, I like Aftershock Lux support better. I think it's a more reliable support pick. I think that you provide much more utility and have just slightly less damage by going that route. I have around a 72% win rate or so over 30 plus games in solo queue on it, and I always max out my shield followed by Q, then E last, so very much prioritizing utility over damage. You can build Athenes and Ardent and get team-wide procs off on those, especially great for team fights and objectives. And you can look into building some more AP around your third item or continue to go into utility. So it's a very gold efficient way to play Lux that I've had a lot of success with. I'll be interested to see here. Pokezang may just be going for something a little bit more standard, like Comet into an Emax in the bottom lane, which I would consider more of like a mid lane Lux build. Outside of that, the bottom lane on the blue team, very heavy in poke. I would still like to see the Lee Sin play around that mid lane. Kassadin is extremely weak early. If he can force an early flash, that could determine the entire lane for the Kassadin and allow Yasuo to scale with him. But the way Kassadin is played, if he reaches level 16, you can never count him out. The game is wide open at that point due to the way his ult cooldown and cost and the damage of it scale so immensely with that third point in the ability. The Rift Walk at level 16 stomps all over the Rift. Meanwhile, Kled in the top lane versus the Vladimir, that seems like a deliberate counter pick utilizing Kled's grievous wounds that he recently obtained this season on his bear trap on a rope. I'm going to be interested to see how King of the Alcove plays around this range disadvantage. If he can jump on the Vlad after baiting out a pool, there's a very real chance he has kill potential. He might even be taking Ignite to look to snowball that lane rather than make plays on the map. But all of these plays on the maps wouldn't be even possible without the support of community partners and local leagues such as the Indiana High School Esports Network, providing our students with opportunities around the state for these students, as well as our tournament sponsor, Tamar Karen of Talk to Tucker. We're going to be in the game real soon. Please stick around for that one as we head into game 2 of this BO3 Carmel B versus Carmel G. All right, everyone, we are back with game 2 of the losers brackets final of Carmel Esports Gold on the blue side versus Carmel Esports Blue on the red side. So if you're just tuning in, you happen to, fall asleep or take a nap, use the bathroom, actually just leave the room for a few minutes, you might have missed last game where Carmel Esports Gold is now 1-up in the series after smashing the remnants of Carmel Esports Blue after their heartbreaking BO3 loss to John Adams in the winners finals. So we're gonna see here if they stand a better chance this time, but Abundant Memes already blowing the flash from a very greedy trip to the river. And Kookie on the Udyr has invaded the red side jungle and is now in the tri-brush, getting an early gank off on Spencer, blowing his flash. The phase rush proccing, he's going to be to safety, but that's two early procs as two early flashes, as well as a red buff. Won over by the side of Carmel Esports Gold. Now Blue still trading very heavily while down in level, and with that fourth shot, Jin nearly takes out Barrel of Oranges. Brand is extremely squishy. He does massive damage, but he also takes it back in strides. And Abundant Memes with the 4th shot. He wants to hit the brand, but he can't. He's still level 1. They've been denied XP this entire time. And it looks like Pokezang is getting stunned up there with the brand WQ, the Pillar of Flame coming out and setting this bottom lane on fire. King of the Alcove, though, reducing the healing, not letting Spencer sustain off of that transfusion with the bear trap on a rope, and pushing into the tower using this Kled counter pick to his advantage. Now, Ender looks like he wants to back off Barrel of Oranges. He wants to get off another poke, see if he can farm some Dark Harvest procs, which he did. He got a little stack there from Abundant Memes, but King of the Alcove going underneath the tower, Scarl fleeing like the coward that he is, but King of the Alcove can't survive, has to burn the flash. He did take Ignite, as I predicted, looking to snowball this lane with the counter pick that he afforded for himself with the Kled. He likes playing very aggressively on that champ, and he does not want to have another Renekton game today, or another game in which he goes 1 and whatever he went. That was an atrocious performance earlier out of the bottom lane with the odd lane swap into the Yasuo, forcing the counter pick. So now that he's got his hand on a counter pick in the top lane, he's looking to assert his dominance. Eternal Midget, meanwhile, is slowly farming up in the mid lane. It's unfortunate we haven't seen BWayB be more aggressive around this Yasuo pick. It looks like right now he's in the base waiting for some gold, but how much gold does he have? He's at 790. There could be a connection issue on his end, not really sure. Meanwhile, his lanes are pressing forward. D4 T4 keeping Eternal Midget under tower, but in the bottom lane, Jhin falls. The flashless, defenseless Jhin, constantly looking for those 4th shots, dies to the Udyr gank from Kuki. King of the Alcove, meanwhile, this is a long lane for Spencer, but bear trap on a rope doesn't land, and Vladimir lives to fight another day. Eternal Midget really just looking to survive until he can hit level 6 and have a little bit more comfort in this lane, a little less fear of getting hit by a Yasuo tornado and potentially having to burn his flash. He can instead just try and Rift Walk to dodge. But here we go. Will he land a Steel Tempest through the E? He doesn't. However, Pokezang taking massive damage from Barrel of Oranges there, and it looks like we now have BWayB back in the game. D4 T4 picks up the solo kill under tower, goes in, Ignite, Steel Tempest, and he's out. But now he's in a pickle. Kuki is there. He's 3 levels down, though. Could D4 T4 turn this? And he can't. He doesn't get off his tornado in time to potentially buy himself some breathing room. And Kuki, simply with the red smite, kills him. BWayB a level down on Udyr now, but still looking to aggress on this bottom lane, is being followed all around the map by Kuki. Pokezang lands a little bit of poke, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize on that. Brand, Barrel of Oranges, lands another Pillar of Flame, and Kuki is just sitting there, menacingly, waiting for BWayB, and it now looks like BWayB is in a load of trouble at his own wolves, and he has nowhere to go. His tower can't save him. Spencer looks like he'll be able to survive just barely with the flash, and now he's hoping to use his blood rush transfusions to sustain back into the lane, since he does not have that teleport for another couple of minutes. D4 T4 though doing quite well in this mid lane, 1-1 so far, up 10 CS. This is a much closer game than last time, but still not in Carmel Blue's favor. CHS Gold, particularly through the jungle diff, is starting to build a lead in this game. It looks like Kuki is going for the team out, trying the power farm, potentially going Tiger stance on this Udyr. We take a look at this. He is going Tiger stance. King of the Alcove trading 1-for-1 once again with Vladimir under the tower. He is rushing Blade of the Ruined King. I'm not sure he wants to keep trading 1-for-1 with Spencer. That may come back to bite him later on in the game when Vladimir has been able to stick around a bit longer than he should have due to him not falling as far behind in gold and experience. D4T4 though, talking about falling behind in gold and experience, trying to make sure Eternal Midget keeps his deficit. He's up 14 CS and Kuki is here to relieve some of the pressure. D4T4 now up 1 level over his lane counterpart. Ignite almost off cooldown. He got the last breath off, but now it's on cooldown for about another 70 seconds or so. We'll look to see if he can make an aggressive play next time with his Ignite off cooldown. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Brand continuing the zone with the Pillar of Flames. And Ignite, doesn't matter if his last breath has been taken or not. He's still going in. He's going to burn his flash to get out. Meanwhile, Kuki, getting a bit big for his britches there, thinks he can maybe potentially dive Spencer on this Vladimir. Can't do so, but King of the Alcove going back in by himself. Spencer landing the ult, trying to return fire and sustain through this. Abundant memes. Oh no, you hate to see it. The safeguard back by Lee Sin. Not enough. Actually drags the Brand ultimate to him, the Pyroclasm, I believe. And as pointed out in the chat by Calhoun 78901, the triumph there, the rune that gives you approximately what, 15% of your health and mana back upon a kill, is able to help Ender survive that exchange. D4T4 definitely fishing for tornadoes, playing up, but Kuki is here, and in this 2v1 it just seems like he stands no chance. And Kuki is going to use this opportunity to finally secure the first Drake of the game. Excuse me, Kuki's not content to take the Drake. He wants the Lee Sin. He wants BWayB's life, but BWayB and his entire bottom side jungle aren't even there. Will Kuki take the consolation prize of this Drake? No, Pokezang is there. Now he's on the hunt for Pokezang though. Abundant Memes misses the root, and the question mark ping comes out. That's Phil's bad man, and King of the Alcove meanwhile is taking old Spencer down without any trading. He is now up 4-2 in kills, no longer trading 1-for-1 out under tower. He's been able to control the lane state a bit more, keep it on his side of the river so that he doesn't have to resort to tower diving to take down Spencer on that Vladimir. Ender already has the Umbral Glaive. He's moving in with Kuki, and Kuki immediately jumps on, flashes onto, and bear stance slaps the Yasuo to pick up an easy kill. Despite the wind wall, he still couldn't handle all of the damage coming out from Kuki. Chains of Corruption land. However, the Dragon kick back means that Pyroclasm will take out Lux, but not be enough to evenly trade with the Jhin and the Lee Sin. Very clean by BWayB there. A good ward hop into the Dragon kick. And King of the Alcove misses the back shot. And just when I was singing his praises for not trading 1-for-1 anymore with the Vladimir under tower, well, he doesn't fail me. He doesn't trade 1-for-1. He trades 0-for-1 there. the last breath and the ignite coming out. He has to simply go for this kill. There's no way around it. Just a little bit off on the tornado while Kuki claws him to death. The Tiger King is on the rift, and his name is Kuki. Lee Sin, content that Udyr is not anywhere near him with his 2-level advantage. BWB is simply taking the red buff, farming that top side of the jungle, and probably going to get off a reset here soon. Kuki, blood in his eyes, sees a very low tower and is contemplating a tower dive. Instead, he will opt to simply take the Gromp as BWB moves in to support D4 T4. D4 T4 in a position to constantly go in on Eternal Midget, but the rest of his team is not in a position to enable him to do so. BWB safeguarding out of the bear stance stun. Kuki feeling like he can still run through, just passes right on by like ships in the night. No worries there. King of the Alcove misses the bear trap. Bear claw on a rope, and instead has to back off. D4 T4 though gets right on top of Ender. He's going on to Barrels of Oranges now, and D4 T4 with a sizable kill advantage in this mid lane. It's 4-1. Now, this doesn't translate to a whole lot of gold due to the advantages elsewhere around the map, but if he can pick up a kill on someone like, say, Udyr, this game could blow wide open. D4 T4 not willing to call it into this tournament right now, wanting to push it to game 3. Calhoun 78-901. Relishing the fact that they banned Yasuo. It is a great flex pick for Carmel Blue, and you can see that when they have that pick, it's like they're an entirely different team. They are still down in this game, but by this point in the game, they are down a third of what they were last time. So instead of being down 15k gold, they are around 5k gold down. By no means an easy deficit to overcome, but one that they can. And Jin and Lux, no synergy there on that combination. Lux completely whiffs the final spark. King of the Alcove attempted to ult into old Spencer up there, but couldn't necessarily land it. Instead, we're going to have to see how this plays out. Pugazane lands the poke. Can he get off an auto attack? He needs to pop the E with an auto, but he's not going to be able to do it. Instead, Abundant Means steps up, trying to finish off the kill. He's getting a little bit greedy for this one. Eternal Midget definitely can turn this around if he steps up. Meanwhile, old Spencer, I love saying old Spencer, you know, just old Spencer up there against that cantankerous Kled in the top lane, telling him to get off his lawn. Not going to work today, but he does have some friends with him. This is looking like a house party. The Dragon's Rage into the last breath, exactly what you would hope to see from that combination. But on the bottom side of the map, their bottom lane has been sent like sheep to slaughter against the onslaught of Kassadin, Varus, and Bran. So we have some cross-map trading going on here. Hopefully, Carmel Blue can take this tower gold onto Vladimir and play through their solo lanes, using their bottom lane primarily as CC setup. Jin is already considered more of a supportive ADC in the vein of an Ashe or a Sivir, where he can sit back and press R and provide utility, press W, get off a long range route, press E and set up a zone of control with his Death Blossoms. What we're looking for here is Jin and Lux to really try and support the efforts of Vladimir and D4 T4's Yasuo as they try to carry this game through the solo lanes. But King of the Alcove has ended up behind the bottom lane and is now 1v2ing them. How in the world did he wrap around behind them and end up with the free access to the Jhin? He is looking at bottom lane and he said it's free real estate, and has decided to give up top and let Eternal Midget farm that one out against Spencer. Spencer misses the ult, but I don't think that's going to matter in this scenario. The Tides of Blood gets off a full charge and smashes Eternal Midget. Spencer with the phase rush misses the flash Tides, and Eternal Midget sees his window of opportunity, turns it around with a quick Rift Walk into the Nether Blade. D4T4 caught out by Kuki, just trying to farm his own Krugs, man. But there is no hope for him here. Kuki is way too fed right now. He has the Tiamat, he has the Warrior Enchant, and he's building his way toward a T-Force. Carmel Esports Blue not realizing just how necessary it is for their solo laners to be impactful this game, and are simply trying to stop the bleeding bottom lane, but I don't think that's going to work. I think that ship has sailed a long time ago. Kuki once again being very aggressive. Brand sitting over there waiting for them to walk in the vision, but Abundant Memes picks up the kill on Barrel of Oranges. Kuki in way too deep by himself. We see the question mark ping coming out from Carmel Esports Blue. What is this guy doing? He's handing over free gold. That's what's happening. And they will simply collect and wait this one out. They've got some great scaling on their side. They just need to watch out because Cassidy is inching ever closer toward that magical number 16, in which he starts rift walking everywhere. Jhin sitting on his Storm Razor is now heading mid, and we're starting to see some actual lane assignments come out. Both teams getting into more of a traditional 1-3-1 format. Kled very hard pushing into the bottom lane, into D4T4, but I don't think he won any of that. D4T4 is able to get off the last breath and simply punishes Kled, and King of the Alcove even used Ignite in that exchange to no avail. D4T4 already has that magical combination of Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer. It seems like there's very little that King of the Alcove can do against that at the moment with the kind of items that he has. The Dragon's Rage back into the turret. Spencer trying to get off enough Tides of Blood. Lee Sin hits the resonating strike. Abundant Memes dies under turret in the mid lane, but that's not where it ends. Kuki has the positioning. He gets in and gets a double kill on Hokezang and BWayB. D4T4 though looking to equalize the destruction. Instead flashes and isn't able to hit the Q. However, he does get close enough for an E and an eventual knockup onto the Varus maybe. Not today, as Kuki continues just the bear slap every single member of Carmel Esports Blue all across the rift. And what we're seeing right now is the danger of drafting lanes that need to be played around. The Jhin and the Lux could have really used some additional play around. Of course, they lost their own lane at level 1, with their obstinate insistence on 2v2ing while down in XP, but that lane had a lot of setup. It would have been nice to see Lee Sin just continuously go down there, potentially path, red, blue, Gromp, and then look at bot side right around the 2 minute and 30, 2 minute and 45 mark. Instead, we're left with this position where Carmel Esports Gold has gotten a pretty large lead, but D4T4 is able to pop off. I don't know if he can kill Udyr though. Let's see. Spencer on that Vladimir, the two solo laners really doing all of the work here for Carmel Esports Blue, is not able to close the gap. And if we look at this, Lux, what do we see? Lux is indeed maxing Q and then E second. No W max, unfortunately. Would have loved to see it, but instead we're getting Ludens with Q max and a Comet. For all of you Lux players out there, please, if you're playing support, switch to the Church of Aftershock. If you are playing solo queue and you see someone lock support, maybe throw the suggestion their way like, hey, try Aftershock out. It definitely helps, even in matchups like this where the brand does an insane amount of damage. The Lux Aftershock would be able to mitigate a lot of that. And we potentially have a Lux who, instead of being 083, is more something like 046. Red team not doing a great job here, Carmel Esports Blue, of making sure farm gets into the hands of the people who need it the most. We see Yasuo trying to make a play around mid lane with the bottom lane, but that should really be Lee Sin in that position while Yasuo goes to farm the side lane rather than vice versa, which is what exactly we saw there. What this does is Lee Sin going top is it sets up Carmel Gold to push for that third soul, creating a soul point scenario. And King of the Alcove is just so strong now. He's got Black Cleaver, he's got Borg, he's got Ignite, and he is not giving up on this kill. But B-Way B and Pokezing are right there every step along the way and able to back up Spencer on that dive attempt by King of the Alcove. Now Kuki, another lazy and careless dive. The tornado does not hit. However, the 4th gen ult misses. Can we get a resonating strike? Carmel Esports Blue simply cannot land an ability on Barrel of Oranges. Barrel of Oranges is too fast, too good, too smooth. And Brand here trying to make the great escape as D4T4 wind walls much of the team's damage in CC, but you can't wind wall a Cassidon that's right on top of you. And Cassidon feeling himself level 15 now, extremely close to that level 16 mark, has Seraphs completed, has a fully stacked ROA. He knows he's strong, and he wants everyone else to know it too as he dives for those 2 kills underneath the tower. King of the Alcove charging down the mid lane once again, getting the flank. He came straight up from bottom lane. D4T4 not very reactive, not respecting the fact that Clegg can close that gap so quickly. And instead of contesting the inhib take, Udyr is solo taking it. Barrel of Oranges gets another Dark Harvest proc, but Lee Sin is trapped in the middle of the map between blue team and their towers. Seems like Varus is able to pick him up with the assistance of a couple other Team Gold members. And Carmel Esports Gold, the blue team for this match, they want to play up. They are impatient. They want to show just how much better they are than blue team after today's loss to them earlier in the series. You know, talking to James, talking to Tamir, talking to Niall, it was clear that they were not happy with the way that they played. They felt like they had a bit too much fun, so to speak, in that matchup. And now they're looking to really cement the fact that they are indeed better than our blue team here in what is looking like a quick 2-0 victory. Lux not able to hit anything, but is able to clean up the casting, and afterwards B-Way B unfortunately falls. Not enough for these two, as Barrel of Oranges and King of the Alcove push in toward the Nexus. They've taken one Nexus tower. They've got 2 super minion waves, and the next closest person up is D4T4 in 10 seconds, 8 seconds. Can D4T4 save his team's hopes in the tournament? He's carried them all series long, all tournament long. Can he try to do something else here? It looks like it's not going to be enough. Can he get off a last breath? He cannot. King of the Alcove simply ignores him and takes home the victory for Carmel Esports Gold, which means that we have a rematch of the IUPUI semis. It is Carmel Esports Gold versus John Adams High School. So let's take a look at the bracket, everyone, to talk about what you can expect to happen Monday for part of the day before we sign off for the day, and join you again tomorrow for some Rocket League and Valorant action, of which we have so many Valorant teams. So looking at the Battlegrounds overall, we're going to see grand finals 11 a.m. on Monday, May 25th. John Adams High School versus Carmel Esports Gold, two of the best League of Legends high school teams in the state. Once again, I've been waiting for this rematch for the better part of 6 or 7 months. I'm excited to have it here at the first Greyhound Battlegrounds. It should be an exciting best of 3. Okay, after that, we take a look at the Smash Brothers bracket. Smash Brothers, we had so many participants today, and we're going to finish it off with Mouse and K-Dog at 1:30 p.m. in the grand final on Monday. That's Mouse from Loy Norix and K-Dog from Manheim Township. And we are so excited tomorrow for not only 3v3 Rocket League action, Rocket League as it was meant to be played, with our 12 participants starting at 10 a.m. in the morning. What a wonderful way to start our Sunday matches. But then we have a 19-team Valorant tournament. This is one of the first national high school Valorant tournaments. We can't wait to see how this goes. I'm excited to see how all of these teams stack up. These players have been playing throughout beta, having a lot of fun. I know I've had fun with the game, and it's looking like it's going to be a long, exciting day of games. And you can expect us to get our grand finalists determined by the end of that day so that they can be prepared for a 2 p.m. finals on Monday. And Rocket League, we're going to push through and see them perform at 10 a.m. on Monday in the grand final after making their way through the gauntlet of this 12-team bracket. All right, everyone. It's been an amazing day. It's been a long day. I've been with you since 10 a.m. this morning. It is now 7:07 p.m. Eastern Time. you've joined us here for the first ever day of the Greyhound Battlegrounds. This is partnered with the Indiana High School Esports Network for the titles Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, League of Legends, and Rocket League. We are proud to represent them in the Indiana National Guard, and this whole tournament is made possible by the amazing support of Tamar Karen at Talk to Tucker. For all of your real estate needs, please talk to Tamar of Talk to Tucker. After a long day, all I've got to say is GG, well played. Looking forward to seeing you all here tomorrow for another amazing day on the Battlegrounds. This has been Coach Gentlecore, signing off.